it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
This ain't no regular thing. I came for the ring, you know what I mean. You see my name in the lights, better get right, I'm champion.
Hey, so today we'll be watching GENG versus JDG here. Yamato will cover E1 versus HO. Hey.
He can come in here and play my game. Let's go. He knows nothing. Let's go!
Tyler, why? You're done.
This is my ladder. You can't climb it.
It's better than me at Heartsuck Masters.
You're going too far now.
Your eyes buggy. Your elbows ashy.
Is that airline? That's an L airline.
Somebody better hold me.
Okay, what do you think, which one will win today? Do E1 has a chance to move forward? Or if JDG can challenge GENG?
You look nervous?
You look short. Everything's good?
Mm-hmm.
Fight. Okay.
Do you really need the wraps?
Yeah, that feels like overkill.
The group stage is over. 8 teams have emerged from the perilous best-of-ones with their tournament lives intact. Now their attention turns to the quarterfinals. There is no more lower bracket. One loss and you are out of the competition. There are no second chances. 2 Korean giants clash as T1 take on Hanwha Life Esports. Title defenders GENG must make it past JD Gaming. Europe's lone representative Carmine Corp comes up against AGAL. Then D+ Kia and Bilibili Gaming will fight for the last semi-final spot. These are the 8 contenders, but only one will lift the trophy. Now is the time to step up. The quarterfinals are here.
In the beginning of every game, the scale is balanced. 10 summoners,
Oh, it starts
10
after
champions,
15 minutes.
same goal,
Or at least it
same
should start.
rift, same hush before the horn. But the moment the clock starts breathing, the balance begins to sway. One way, then the other. 2 sides of the same mirror, each waiting to weigh heavier. And then, in every game, there's always one moment. One decision. One extra weight lands. One insignificant flap of the wings that marinates in time and causes a total storm, leaving everything after in echoes. Be the grain of sand that tips the balance.
그래도 뭐 이것저것 준비한 게 많긴 하니까 다양한 조합을 보여드릴 수 있도록 열심히 더 해보겠습니다.
그냥 어떤 상대가 오더라도 이길 수 있다는 생각으로 경기할 생각입니다.
Hello and welcome back to EWC 2026. We are here on the secondary stage and moving into playoffs today. It is going to be a lovely day of best of threes. I'm Valdez. With me once again is Huni and Yamato. How are you doing today, Huni?
You know, just as usual, another day. But something changed. It's a playoff.
Oh,
whoa.
Playoffs. Only best ofs. No more best of ones.
Yeah. Is a best of one technically a best of, but it's just a best of one? What do you guys think?
These are deep philosophical questions early in the day, Valdez.
Yeah.
It's too early. I think it's 2 in the morning.
Okay, I'll ask you guys later. The only important thing is that we don't have any more best of ones, so that's good. We do move into best of threes, and of course, it is single elimination. It is going to determine who is going to move on to the semifinals, and we can take a look at the format as well, just to give you guys another refresher here. We had 16 teams. First couple of days, we eliminated 8, and now we've moved on to the playoffs here. 8 teams, single elimination, best of 3 until the finals, and it's getting very, very competitive now.
Yeah.
You know, we've knocked out a lot of teams.
I mean, that's a big thing, right? Like, let's say before the playoff, we were talking like, oh, it's a double elimination. If you're a good team, you can get experience. Like here, if you get, there's no experience. You know, like you can't get like more games. It's just like this game is all you got. So you have to show everything.
Yeah, like a little bit of grace. You get a little bit of a warm up, even if potentially your first 2 games are best of ones. Yeah, not the case anymore. You obviously have to fight your way through. If you had to go through the lower bracket, a little bit more stressful. And chances are you probably got seeded into a slightly harsher matchup.
Yeah, it's not going to be easy for anyone, as we do have a pretty large prize pool here. As always, $600,000 for first place. We don't really have to talk about, 9 through 12 and 13 through 16 anymore. They're out of the tournament. And for any of these teams now, you're making some pretty good cash to take back with you to your region.
I mean, at this point, you might as well. You're already in playoff. I mean, look
might
at
as well, yeah.
I mean, the gap is getting bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger, you know, towards the first place. So you got to get it. Right?
I hope so. If you're quite a few of these teams. Quite a few.
Huni knows a thing or two about winning big tournaments and making some money.
Yeah, maybe. It feels nicer, you know? Like,
what's it like, Huni?
Yeah.
Getting first place.
Give us the POV.
Yeah.
Getting first place. I mean, I thought it was like pretty obvious, you know, because I was playing with Faker. Obviously getting, win the tournament as a first place. It was normal. Nothing special.
It was just an everyday average thing for Huni and Faker, I guess. Let's take a look at some of the highlights from the first couple of days, especially yesterday, and just talk about how our teams did get here. You're seeing GENG Esports. They did make it to the playoffs. If you are curious, Canyon did get a lot of Lee Sin, which he has been enjoying.
Yeah, I mean, it's crazy. Like, we've been saying, there's a, some players should not get Lee. Please. Like, they shouldn't get it anymore.
Please.
But they're getting it every single time, every single game. Like, sure, it is like, there was some nerf. Like, it's not actually strong as much as before compared to, 4 months ago. But still, the champion is the same.
Yeah, that safeguard change was bonkers as far as just mobility creeps are concerned. And at the end of the day, if you're a jungle player, you probably went through a Lee Sin phase.
Yeah.
But it feels like right now the teams at this tournament all have crazy Lee Sin players on top of that. And so it just feels like such a high priority pick, especially when it feels like we're moving towards more and more skirmishing because mages spike so much sooner than those AD carries in the bottom lane. That trend has certainly, I think, just pushed us more and more towards more aggressive junglers.
Yeah, it definitely has. I feel like the meta overall is getting more and more aggressive. Even supports picking up more aggressive picks like Camille. Definitely the big one. And
Melee's in general sneaking back in.
Yeah, Melee's coming back. We saw some Alistair as well.
Yep.
some
Leona as
playmakers.
well. A lot of Leona.
I feel like it's a very good meta for Delight, who is a fantastic engaged support player. He's a great support player otherwise, but that's definitely where he does shine. We are taking a look at Carmine Corp, who also did make it to today. And
Lost hope.
They had a pretty good match against Sentinels.
They did. I still feel like KC haven't really been hard tested, shall we say. I know obviously they their first match is escaping me, but what I'm trying to say is,
I mean, probably they don't want a hard test. They probably want to avoid as much as they can.
Yeah. Their road will be difficult, but I'm sure they'll do their best to pull it through. I haven't been sold on their overall progression since MSI and their attendance here at EWC 2026. I do hope they can continue to improve as the sole-ish EU rep. Well, the sole EU rep on the desk right here between the three of us. But one team that definitely has impressed me was JDG yesterday. Even though it was just against MIBR, depending on your perspective of it, they dispatched them with, I'm not going to say relative ease, but it was business as usual if you just look at the result.
Yeah. Easy enough.
Yeah, I mean, MIBR won the team. I mean, they're the team that someone, they make some team actually just knock out. So they know how to attack the team.
Yep.
That's what happened.
The issue is, group stage is one thing, and you can beat some teams that you're on paper better than, but then you get into the playoffs as a second seed, and you face off against GENG, which, yeah, they're the title defenders, and it is our first match of the day over here on the secondary stage, GENG versus JDG. And, JDG, they looked good, but they haven't been tested, as we've talked about. GENG, they look angry. They look like they're here to defend their pride more than anything else.
Yeah, I think that they think they shouldn't have lost to T1 en route to MSI. Which I would imagine is probably the consensus amongst the LCK guys, too. This meta as well, it seems like they're adapting relatively well. I think that the most important thing is this Duro and Canyon link up looking a lot better here compared to obviously a few months before MSI 2, and that's the necessity right now as a team. You need that to be ticking.
Yeah, but also you have to kind of take away as you mentioned, kind of the T1 the series. Like it was huge favor for GENG, but like it was like big upset, so they have to be careful.
So guys, here on the secondary stage at the Qiddiya City Battlegrounds, we are going to have GENG Esports up against JDG, and then we will have D plus Kia up against Bilibili Gaming. D plus Kia looking very strong, actually. Able to win yesterday against G2 in a 2-0 fashion, if I'm remembering that correctly.
Smooth.
And, yeah, I mean, G2's a strong team.
Yeah, they are. I wouldn't say the second game was smooth, though.
I mean, as a result base, right?
As a result, yeah,
2-0.
It's like you open up Leaguepedia, look at the result. Oh, DK2-0 G2. Yeah, that makes
every win.
Yeah,
every win's better.
Yeah. But no, I will be curious to see how they stack up against BLG, just because it does feel like this is a particularly good meta for BLG. Shun and On look spectacular on the map, and obviously their prep as far as getting Viper on these very diverse majors, because one thing to have, the Ziggs in your pocket, it's another to have things like Talia and Vel'Koz and potentially other things. I think they run the Victor yet? Someone was running Victor bot already here at the tournament. I want to say it was BLG, but if it wasn't them, they'll probably do it pretty soon.
Yeah, I mean, they have to deal with, for sure, the major stuff on bottom. And also, I think it's really important as a meta right now. As we kind of mentioned, I think that's taking up the CC, and then it's like playing on objective. It becomes like super meta, playing for skirmishes and fight. Like, it has to be done. They have to solve in the draft.
They absolutely do, but before we do move on to anything else, guys, we do need to talk about GENG as the title defenders here at EWC. Let's jump into this video now.
Riyadh 2025. They lifted it. Then they got quiet. The world is talking. They are not. 7 worlds, 0 finals, same ending, over and over. The memes came The threads came. The tweets came. The Reddit threads stacked.
밸류가 밀린다던가 게임의 흐름이 답답하며 조금 더 초조해져서 무리하게 되는 경향이 있는 것 같아요.
They've heard every version. The world has changed its narrative. They have not.
Duro getting into that backline. There's the knock up onto Rula, but he takes down Kyle. Now a second to come in as Tarzan's on top of him. Will as the Arcane Storm doing so much work, and GENG, they are just going to ace them. Getting us all through there as they're looking to turn it on to Duro, but there is the Impale to answer the ulti, and down goes the tree.
사람들의 입을 막을 수는 없어도 실력으로 화제를 바꾸면 된다.
A very excellent video really detailing the current situation with GENG, which is that they have won some big titles, but right now, coming into this tournament, as we've already talked about, they weren't at MSI. We didn't expect them to not make it, but it's kind of like, well, they're the title defenders here at EWC. What's going on with this team? Are they ready to really rise above and make it happen? I think they look better so far at EWC.
Yeah, I mean, 100%. And also, I think there's so many, I think the time that they can actually, you know, like they rebuild like their structure. Because like they did kind of, you know, I wouldn't say like failure, right? Like it's just like for sure they still got clearly third place in LCK. I mean, in LCK is really stacked up.
It's pretty good, yeah.
It's really good enough to actually beat the international, you know, the teams. So I wouldn't really worry about like just be, you know, just be yourself.
Yeah, and not only that, I think what a lot of people tend to oversee or kind of forget is this team's expectations are high because they've set them that high, right? Through their own gameplay, through their own records. I mean, what was the ridiculous game score thing? It was like they dropped 3 individual games in like 60 or something stupid like that.
Yeah,
they
have some crazy regular season records where they just don't lose.
Yeah.
And it's different from other top teams like T1 or HLE who oftentimes drop games in best of threes. GENG aren't really the team that do that, but this year is definitely different.
Yeah.
They haven't made that record this year.
No, exactly. And I think that's a big part of the reason why people are concerned, people are worried. But I think at the end of the day, all great teams wobble. That's just the fact of the matter. And I think this is why it's so surprising, because GENG have shown a level of consistency which it's alien-like. We haven't really seen many other teams historically ever do what GENG did domestically in terms of that level of consistency. So now on this bounce back, you see them play against stronger teams now, obviously coming over from the LPO and JDG. This is where you want to see them actually retake some of that strength and consistency back in their play.
Well, I mean, I've done 18-0, so
you know what it's like. You know what it's like.
It's all about Hooney here on this desk.
You know?
Can you give us, you know, like a little breakdown of what it feels like to be that good?
Nah, let's talk about the JDG. They're waiting for us.
Yeah, JDG, I think that there is a lot on their plate, and the fact that it's just one best of 3 it's difficult, right? You don't have a lot of room to make a bunch of stuff happen, so curious to see how they are going to do, as it looks like we're almost ready to hop onto the stage, and we're going to have to throw it over to our casters in just a moment to break down this series. GENG up against JDG. Same thing for GENG. You know, it's one best of 3. Who knows? Are they going to be ready to go? Are they going to be on form today against a very strong LPL team? We'll have to wait and see. As our casters are ready, let's throw it over to Initialize and Pike.
Very much, Desk. As ever, it is a pleasure to be here on the mic with Pike. We've got ourselves some killer matchups today, do we not? GENG versus JDG, LCK versus LPL. It's always a killer matchup.
Oh, look, killer is going to be the right word, because it is quarterfinals. You lose here, it's going to be a bit of a disaster. But still, GENG, they've been looking so good. We have to hope that they can adjust to this meta a little bit stronger and start being a bit more aggressive, in my opinion. But still, I think they've got it in them. Let's see see if JDG is up to the challenge, though, as it is two Titan teams about to battle it out on the Rift.
Indeed, and I think both of these teams, having both been to first stand, then ran into a few teething problems in spring. They weren't quite as dominant as we have known they can be. GENG in particular were going on win rates last year. They were practically undefeated. They were undefeated for months even in game score, never mind match score. And then this year, things just became that little less consistent in the spring. They've had a bit of time off, had a bit of chance to figure out what's going wrong. And again, it wasn't a lot. They were still making good runs, but can they do it here at EWC with that extra prep time?
I think that's such a big thing as well. We've sort of talked about it a couple days ago, is just going from tournament to tournament, jumping left, right, time zones as well. It can affect you as a person, not just a player, especially at this level. So having that extra bit of time, a little bit of downtime is going to do you so much good. Bit of R&R, you might even say. Hit the day spa, see what's going to be possible. So they might be coming in with some fresh eyes, fresh hands, and maybe able to bring it to the grand finals, you might even say.
That's the hope, right? And again, this is one of those things where when you are going from tournament to tournament, your actual ability to sit down and go, hey, these things are going a little wrong. How are we fixing them? How much time are they going to need to fix? Is a very difficult thing. GENG and JDG have had that little bit of that time. They've come in looking very strong into EWC. Unfortunately for each other, they are now facing off here in the quarterfinals, and one of them ain't going any further. Draft has already begun. GENG lock in the Galio-Jarvan combo, but they gave up an Orianna to do so.
Yeah, and there's still quite a few options there, like the Nocturne is actually up, so this is a champion that does pair very nicely. You do see the Ziggs. It was JDG that did pick up that first pick phase, but it was GENG locking in blue side, as they did win too. So looking at the Ziggs, they might be locking the Camille here too. Maybe even a Leona could be a good option, but I think the Camille, so aggressive, and I love it with this Orianna pick.
And it's great with the Ziggs as well, because you lock someone in with that ultimate to prevent them from escaping. Ziggs is also just fine farming by himself, so you can go and roam around as that Camille and not care too much about it. And as you can see it there, they are definitely going to lock it in, because the other side is you give it up to Duro, you get Camille, Galio, Jarvan as a combo, which may be a touch too much.
Yeah, and I still like the Galio here. It does do really well into the Orianna. You can go a little bit of that damage, but you can also go the tank out route, and you can go for a Hollows and see if you can just clear those waves and start making those heroes entrances across the map.
And now you add in another global in the Shen, and it does feel like Shen has been something of a, I don't want to necessarily say answer. There's the words I was looking for in English. But you can respond to a Camille Blade by pressing R. Your ability to put down a Spirit's Refuge is actually a really good way of invalidating a fair amount of that Camille burst. We have started to see some of our support say, hey, this is how I'm going to deal with the Camille. You roam very well, you add in that extra global, and that can be a potent tool in its own right. Second phase of bans coming on through, though, and of course, GENG are going to look at Junge's champion pool and saying, hey, how many Orianna ball carriers can we remove? Neferi is very strong, and I imagine something like the Nocturne will not be far behind.
Yeah, Xin Zhao is also one of those other champions too, still up and available, so it is a great option too. The Crescent Guard's going to be able to get them all sort of spaced out, isolate your pick, so we'll have to see if JDG really wants to start looking at those sort of champion pools that can just get in there and dive, but I think it really is on, it's going to be on Vampire really taking that ball in most likely. I think it's more about finding a follow-up champion that can back them up a little bit more. We did see the Ornn as well, it was picked up by Impact the other day. Now it's about finding the right matchup in the top side that's going to ease off that pressure so they do have the ability to just go in.
Look, for GENG, the go buttons are there. Jarvan, Galio, Shen, very, very dangerous. You've got the first punch. You need something to fill the shot glass that Jarvan's putting on down. Few options still available for obvious reasons, but I'm imagining Ruler will be tasked with a fair amount of the damage profile here. We're also imagining the Shen is going support. Theoretically, Keen could lock it top as well, so a little bit of flexibility there to consider. You see the Vayne ban there, just in case, suggests they might be looking at something like a Gnar for Xiaoshu. He's also a big Renekton player for my money. He is the best Renekton, or Renekton is his best champion, up there with Bin as the best Renektons in the LPL. Nocturne does get banned, again, not entirely a surprise. This would theoretically flex a Shen to the top side, though.
Oh, but they are now looking at the Jin as well. So seeing that Seraphine, we did see it again yesterday. It was Pays in T1, running that quite well, landing a great encore here, there, and everywhere. So seeing this in the AP carry mode, I do like it. I think it's going to really facilitate the team fight that it is GENG putting around. It needs to get online pretty quickly, though. Got to get that Blackfire Torch quick smart so you can start doing that burn damage.
Yeah, and again, we just need to wait and see exactly where it does end up, because you're right, we have started to see AP carry again. But with the Shen there's still a world where you throw the Shen top, you throw the Seraphine into the support, and obviously with the way that flexibility is available, makes things a bit spicy. Adding in a bit more damage now are JDG in between the Ziggs and the Jace, and to a lesser extent the Orianna. Your poke is disgusting. Sure, you can burst someone out inside that Camille ult, but you can also just sit at 2 screens away and keep hitting those Q buttons.
Yeah, no, it's definitely a bit hard, but you do have a little bit of that sustain too. Like, you can't forget, Seraphine's going to keep you a little bit healthy, some good shields here, there, and everywhere. But okay, the Trundle being picked up here as well. Now for the jungle, what do you make of that?
So it makes the Galio, the Shen, lesser extent the Jarvan, have a bit of a tough time with it. Your ability to make aggressive plays is now largely predicated on Vampire having a very good game. He's the one that can consistently go forwards. However, for JDG, if you are able to get into the river first and then sit there with a Camille off vision, with the Orianna zone control, and just keep throwing out poke with the vision control, with GENG obligated to come into you, you have a lot more tools. Going into the river yourself, a little bit harder. And I'm also looking at GENG now, who have locked in that Olaf. They are going to lock in that Seraphine as the APC. It is Bruiser. It is run at you. They do have that ability to close, and the poke is going to have to be pretty mighty indeed to chunk out a lot of these members. But the range advantage certainly there for JDG. Also, Enchanter with a laning Olaf is always potent in the mid game. Back when Olaf was last meta in the jungle, Olaf Lulu, Olaf Seraphine, great combination. Works very well here as well.
I just really like what GENG's decided to do. It's protect the president. They need to keep this Seraphine alive. If they're not dealing this damage, if they're going to let Olaf be that front line, just charge into the back line too, they need to be very careful of where they're positioning in these team fights. If they don't, if one gets caught out, they're still going to get blown up. It's not just the poke they have to be worried about. It's where they are positioning in these team fights, and they need to be in the right place at the right time, or they're just going to get caught.
I think the same will apply for Jingdong Gaming here as well, because they have got effectively no tank. You have got full damage, full range, full sort of like consistent artillery pieces. You have obviously got things like the Camille to potentially put a combo down, but it doesn't really have a supporting pair diving with you. You've got the Mortars to follow up on you, but for this Camille, it's a one-way journey.
Yes.
There will be a Galio ult, there will be a Jarvan ult, there will be a Shen ult. You are going to have to be a very fed Camille to get back out of that.
Yep.
That means that if you lose control, you lose vision around these objectives, hell around these side lanes, double global of Shen, of Jarvan going forward with a Galio on top as well, your ability to just say, cool, I've got a Seraphine, I've got an Olaf, we have come out of the blackness of the forest, you've dropped all vision, and just run at you, and the Jace goes, I press EQ.
Yeah.
Pray. But what do? Like you just don't have that damage. And the moment the gap is closed, it is a tough time for JDG, especially in those side lanes. Get head to the rift, and you could hear the JDG crowds throwing out the LPL special, the Gyos into the fightings. Adol versus fighting. It's crazy here in EWC in Paris.
Quarterfinals, this is where you make it or break it. It is on these two teams to show up here today in this best of 3. It's all on Chovy and GENG trying to hold this title a little bit longer, but it's on JDG to show up here today and crush that key.
Look, I don't know about all of you back home, but I am grinning ear to ear. I cannot wait for this game. Some fun drafts, make no mistake about it. I think I prefer GENG's on the face of it. I think it's easier to execute. I think they can play around side lanes better. I think they've got more tools to play out their game. They can ingress into the river if they want to. And I think JDG, the comp works, but it is a narrower window to execute. The floor to it is higher. We'll see whether they can pull it off against one of the very best teams in the world.
Yeah, and I think some players that we've got to call out that have been probably of note, I would say, it is going to be Honkyu and Junjia.
Oh, yeah.
Like, they have actually been looking really good in this mid-jungle duo. So I'm really excited to see.
You know all about them.
I do. Like, XLCP, like, they were the stars there. They went to the LPL for a reason, right? So I'm excited to see how they can perform here too. But I feel like the nuts and bolts of this comp for JDG is a little bit more towards this bot side. Like you said, Vampire on this Camille needs to be really proactive, get these early leads, and be, I'd say, quite aggressive.
Look, and the other side of that then is you have got arguably JDG's most important players, and I'm not always going to say best players, that can be a different question, but most important players are often a player like Honkyu, who has been mechanically very consistent, very high level since his journey over to the LPL. Sure, there's been some questions about the side laning, you know about that one, that's improved, but still just his mechanical might is so key, and he's on an Orianna here as well. One of the champions that has defined this year, and frankly the last couple of years in League of Legends, when it's been allowed free.
Yeah, but it's a tough order because you are up against Chovy, one of the players known throughout LoL esports history as being one of the most mechanically gifted players too. So you got to raise that question, is Honkyu up for the challenge?
Well, right, because, I mean, at this point, Faker is the GOAT, the greatest player to ever touch the game. There is perhaps an argument about who the boat is, and it's an argument. I don't want to necessarily give definitive answers there, but if you're looking at a player who can put his name in the hat and say, hey, I've hit mechanical highs that maybe no one else ever has. Chovy's ability to lane, Chovy's ability to dominate on practically any matchup is right up there. We all have seen the numbers. We've all seen how good this guy can be. And when Honkyu's very important, that can be frustrating then when you're against a player like Chovy.
Yeah, and I'm loving to see some early rotations here. Vampires making their way up to this mid side as, yeah, it is Chovy walking up, low health, low mana, but smart enough to back off.
Yeah, and you can sort of see that Canyon was just having a look topside, getting that ward down against the Jace. Theoretically, eventually, the Olaf can eventually run at the Jace, and it gets very difficult to escape, I suspect. And indeed, it is that Storm Raider surge on the Jace. It'll be Ghostblade as well, because your plan is, when the Olaf runs at you, you run faster.
Yeah, and Vampire down here again, they got the early rotation, but has come back, does sweep it out, but decides maybe it's not worth really going for this early big fight. Rule is doing a good job just staying back. They did, I don't think, they've just been very conservative with their mana, not taking any too much poke, so it's a really nice simple laning phase we're seeing is, okay, Vampire just clearing out these wards, nice
Easy
work.
enough.
But now they know it's all warded up, they have to be very careful. GENG, it's going to be a bit harder for Joro to leave this lane, I would say.
I think that is a fair assessment. Again, JDG, what they do have is a lot of potential shoving lanes. They've certainly got the range matchups here. Bot lane a little different, obviously, because the Seraphine is there, but the Olaf, the Galio, you're into Jace, you're into Orianna, who have got that range, got that excessive wave clear that will likely mean they get some priority in the early stage of the game, and we know what that can mean for your junglers. And if there's another player who has been very important to JDG, not always their best again, it's Junja. Earlier in the year, we had a bit of a nickname for JDG, and that was Junja Dice Gaming. Because as Junja went, so did JDG often. You would use his scoreline as a litmus test for the game. If he was 0-4, it was a bad time. If he was 4-0, you were having a great time. And that inconsistency raised some eyebrows, were conversations that Tabe was having about, hey, our jungle and support aren't that synchronized right now. Kin, you
good knock back, the flash is good.
Wow.
Kin is low, the ignite is ticking. It's enough, and it's going to be first blood. Xiaoxu very happy with that, and a great rotate up from Vampire with the flash go forward. Now it is Juro looking to go into mid. Honkyu being taken out towards her. Good. Juro picks up the kill. Nice 1-for-1 trade across the map.
Look, the roaming supports get onto the map and they get active early. The Camille goes top, the Shen goes mid. Both are successful. Junja now in this mid lane with Vampire around though makes this spicy.
Yeah, doing a lot as there goes the pill. It's going to be enough as it is Chovy trying to hold on, but it's a lot of damage. Holding it out a little bit more. They get out, but it's still a 1-for-1 on both sides. Oh, only a little bit of a gold lead heading over to JDG.
Okay, let's take stock. It is that little bit of a gold lead. That's largely off the CS numbers, but good from GENG and Juro in particular to make that roam happen. Very successful there and gets an important kill against Honkyu we've been chatting about already. Vampire also very, very happy with this early start on the Camille. Dragon's happening as we speak about it for JDG. The Canyon's around.
Yeah, there's the flag, but is the drag going to be there? Is this a spot? He's stolen! Canyon, happy with this one, might have lost his life for it, but a flash over the wall gets them to safety, and the Canyon diff might be coming in. It's an early drag to GENG.
Oh, hang on, there's a bit of a chunk onto Honkyu here as well. The shockwave
is good. The taunt is still there, just locked up. There's not much you can do, but oh no, Honkyu survives the potion keeps them thrilling up, and nice plays out of JDG to hold on.
Vampire's gonna have to try and clear out the wave as Chovy just walked beyond the turret and said, if you walk up here to hit these minions, I will just cue you with the Winds of War and you will die. So that's still gonna be something back there for GENG, but we'll have a look at this play topside as our observers have given us the cinematic death sequence for Keen.
It's always my favorite, especially when you get such a play like that. Beautiful knockback after the flash, and there it is, Vampire on the line, secures it. So really good there. It is going to be a little bit easier for Xiaoshu in this top side as well with that first blood, but gold is still fairly even, same with the CS, so the Keen's never really out of these games.
No, it's not, and again, Keen being down the double summoners kind of sucks a little bit, but he's even enough in CS, and eventually you will hit a point where your Ghost is up faster than Jace's Flash, and there is that ability to look for those all-ins, especially because one of Jace's big tools is that ability to knock your way in the melee form and get out to safety. Not that simple as yet, because of course once you hit the level 6 you can't do that. Steel caps will help with the chunking. Of course, on the other side, once Xiaoshu gets that Ghost Blade, between that and the acceleration gate and the Storm Raider Surge, you should be able to get that move speed differential. The worry becomes in those extended long lanes, you get hit by too many of those undertows and you aren't quick enough anymore to escape a ghosting, ulting Olaf.
No, and I'm loving these slight lane rotations as well, as we see our bot side moving up to top and vice versa. So good to see that they're trying to move around the map, and really good work. Keen able to hold that wave just a little bit longer, keeps them a little bit up in tempo too. So we'll have to see if GENG can start to claw a little bit of this goal back, as gold's still dead even, still 1 kill to 1 kill, but a dragon up and Void Grubs in 10 seconds.
Yeah, it is, and I just looked down at the mid lane, and Chovy is Chovy, isn't he? He's managed to pick himself up a 10 CS lead, largely off the full court fact, of course, that Honkyu ended up chunked out, died that one time, there's a second gank on in there, but it's still giving this Galio a good starting point for the game. Let's move a look towards that top side. The grubs are being started by Canyon. I'm not really seeing a contest here from JDG as it stands.
No, this is great, honestly. Canyon being very aggressive, got the dragon, so that was the steal that we were hoping to see, but now Chovy being caught out as two members going forward. Gengia double taunt is good, but knocked up the pillar, disabled it. Gengia still tanking. Chovy likes those odds, but still, Xiaoshu picking up the kill.
Hey, you're in a 2v1, you'll take the kill as you go, but you are still going to lose the wave, so JDG not unhappy either. Canyon now mid though. Honkyu, without the flash, needs to get running fast.
Yeah, has the shockwave available, but not much mana to back up, so Honkyu might have just been bitten off a little bit too much, and Ruler picks up the kill. GENG, they're coming online.
Ruler by name, ruler by nature. He's missing a crown here, and he'd like to retain it here for EWC. But look at this bot lane play again. Chovy gets the double taunt, and the turret shots do a lot of work. The pillar was a nice idea, but it's not enough to confirm an escape there, a clean kill, and so it does go to that 1-for-1. Chovy will take what he can get from that, frankly.
Yeah, now we're starting to see a little bit of gold swinging just in the top side too. It's a 1.2k gold lead for Xiaoshu, so this Jace is definitely going to start hurting as we head towards this mid game. It's only 9 minutes, but you can just imagine some of these shock blasts are going to hurt just a little bit too much. So you've got to be very careful. If you get caught unawares or caught in some vision, you're going to get blasted.
So, Xiaoshu topside got himself a nominal gold lead because he's got those 2 kills. That's not nominal, that's a significant gold. It's a nominal CS lead, is what I want to say. But those 2 kills have got him to that Ghost Blade early, and this is one of those matchups that if it goes wrong for the Jace, there isn't a lot of coming back because the Olaf just runs you down every time. If you do get ahead, though, you can keep the Olaf at distance. You can keep chunking him out. Sure, Olaf is good at low HP, but he still has to commit to the all-in at some point. That's a lot harder now from the position that Keen is in. The problem is the rest of the map isn't exactly in a shining spot for GENG, and frankly for me, it's their composition as a whole later on that will prove to be very dangerous because the death ball is diabolical. Phenomenal. Galio with a Seraphine ult flying on top, Olaf running at you with all those speeds up and a Shen on top of him. That's going to get really annoying to try and keep distance from as JDG.
Yeah, and as it's starting to slow down just a little bit more now that the objectives are off the board, 20 seconds to that dragon that is going to be up. We'll have to see where the priority is going to be, as you're getting some good deep vision out of JDG in the bot side jungle of GENG, so they're definitely trying to track out where Canyon's going to be so they can find where they're going to be trying to make that proactive play or potentially even look for another steal.
Yeah, and again, now that these level 6s are through, you've got to be very, very careful, I think, as JDG, because any move you do make has the potential of having a Galio turn up on you. Jiro's halfway to level 6, so doesn't quite have that.
Okay.
A bit of a play from Chovy, getting level taunt.
Oh, and it's going to be good. Honku maybe looking for a little bit more. Shockwave starts. Hextech Ultimatum is even better, but Chovy has the damage. Gets cancelled out. The hero's entrance. Ignites Sigma Maduro picked up Vampire. Honku doesn't have much left in the tank. Canyon picking up kills, and it's a 2-for-1.
All right, congratulations, you got Chovy, but at what cost? GENG were there to defend their mid lane and ensure he died dearly. You get the mid laner. This key superstar from JDG is 0-3. Honku is not having a great time right now because GENG keep picking him up on offensive and defensive plays.
Just being slightly caught out. They think they have the cap. They think they have the move forward, and it's just a little bit too far gone, and they can't get too far out. But Chovy's doing such a good job with these taunts, catching 2 at a time, almost every single time we see him on the screen. As the second dragon secured for GENG, we have to watch this replay.
Yes, we do, because Chovy started off with a double taunt. You think, hey, maybe he's gone too far. There's the Hextech Ultimatum. There's an encore that comes on through, though, from Ruler, which makes it a lot messier of an affair. Even that hero's entrance shield just buys a bit of time into the primarily magic damage burst that was coming on through, because it was Honku who was trying to do the work there, and that's what ends up costing them that little bit too much time.
And it was GG with that really nice pillar that just stopped the hero's entrance from going through. I think if it went off, it could have been a very different fight yet again. Chovy might just have died, but still, I think it was going to be pretty impactful because they were trying to collapse.
It's also very odd timing, right? Because you're trapped in the Hextech Ultimatum, and my understanding is that would still pull you back if you try to ult. So you need to time it so the Hextech Ultimatum times out as you finish casting. What it also did, though, was give you the shield, because even if it doesn't complete, you still get the shield. And that magic damage shield is very helpful into the Orianna, so it's a very little bit tight, intricate bit there. Honestly, I'd love to go back and review that probably after the game myself. That's what we're doing in my spare time. Guess what I do? I'm a nerd about League of Legends. It's kind of a part of the job. So we'll keep an eye on that one.
I keep watching it. I dream about it. It's a little bit scary, but
you cast it, you play it, you watch it. What do you do in your day? Well, League of Legends, it turns out.
Yeah, maybe go to the beach, but I'm still watching it there
right,
too.
Lucky for you.
Yeah.
All right, rub it in a bit more.
But no, gold now still only about 500 up for GENG, but we have found our soul as well, as the second dragon was confirmed. It is an infernal soul on the board, so getting those little cinders across the map, it's going to be nice. But that extra damage across the board for whoever starts to stack these will feel really good, and it's going to make it a lot harder to deal with, because if we see JDG picking up all of these dragons from here on out, the shock damage is going to be huge.
Yeah, it is. And Xiaoshu now going to be forced off his own turret. That's going to give Keen the opportunity to take away some of this gold lead that have been building against him. And look, you are in the picture-in-picture. You have got yourself a Ziggs. You are able to satchel that down. Do get some gold back, but again, it's not coming for free, and it's helping even Keen up that touch. Because again, he's going to be a relatively key part of this composition, because you're an Olaf with all this support behind you. You're going to be one of the key Shen carriers. And GENG's composition isn't the highest damage. It's got great sustain, it's got great brawl, and JDG being able to shove through to a tier 2 here. Ziggs plus Trundle, even without the grubs, is a potent turret destruction combination.
Yeah, it's like, you'd have to look at the math of that. Is who is actually stronger? Is it Ziggs, Trundle, or is it going to be just GENG right now with the grubs? Like, what is the actual stats of that? We'll have to find out, but that's maybe for the in between games again. But still, 2 towers for 1. It's a really good trade, and yeah, it is JDG taking the lead with gold.
Yeah, it's about 700. Of course, they've still got to be aware of the fact that we are 2 dragons down. That 600 gold lead is nice, but you are still going to have to deal with this big death ball of a composition rather, at this next dragon fight that will be in about 2 minutes. Got Herald to consider as well. If you get that plus a Ziggs, maybe you can start to open the map up a little bit more, and that means that JDG can get to a river, but there's a fight first. Vampire hook shots out cleanly.
Yeah, nah, really good catch there, but still not enough. Vampire hyper mobility, able to get away from all of this, but that does mean the Rift Herald has started up. Vampire's just a little bit low. It's not too much, enough to come back in, but still scary enough that it goes wrong. Could be disastrous. Shenjia is looking for a little bit more. Shen trying to get those taunts in there, trying to get Jia just a little bit lower, maybe enough to force them back off, but it is JDG taking control of the river.
That it is. They get the chunk. They don't get too much more. The wards are there for JDG, and it's red sides, their ability to throw out poke with a Ziggs, with theoretically a Jace. I'll note that Keen has got the shove right now. Makes it a bit tricky. Juro eating a fair amount of damage. Herald down to half.
Yeah, no, it's going to be a little bit of a fight, but see the T-piece now coming in. We do want to see Chovy joining this fight, and maybe that's enough to say, okay, we've got the TP out, maybe we just have to give.
Yeah, you saw Jun just went towards that bot side. He's going for the Raptors, they're going for mid lane. They've got the Trundle and the Ziggs. He's got a Trinity Force and Dream. They can't quite satchel it though. Keen around looking for the undertow.
Yeah, let's see if they can take this fight. It's the Flash Cataclysm! Hero's Entrance is going to catch Hong Q. Where's the Encore to follow up? Ruler has the damage. It's all a little bit too much for JDG. They catch one with a Rift Herald on top and a really nice pick. The damage is just getting worse. Look at Gala.
The CC chain is unending. You get caught in the Cataclysm. In comes the Galluel. In comes the Encore. It's not the highest damage necessarily, but it's a squishy comp for the side of JDG, and they get taken down.
And we talked about the snap potential of JDG. What about the snap potential of GENG? That was lightning fast. The Flash Cataclysm just locked them in, and when you don't have anything up, where do you go?
Look, you've got a composition that full sends really well. The issue that I was noting for JDG was, hey, what happens if the distance does get closed? We just saw. That is going to be an issue that is consistent. You've got very limited frontline. It's a Trundle with Subjugate and a Dream. Sure, you've got some ability. Yes, you've got range, but there is flashes. There is the ability to just run at you, and that will be tricky, especially now there's a Battle Herald and GENG in the river first. JDG have to find a way in or give up Soul Point and more.
Yeah, looking just for a simple charge off, going to get those crystals, but nice. No, the pillar is good. Just going to stop it and not going to be able to take this tower most likely. But now they're trying to look at this dragon. It is up. It's the first Soul Dragon that we're going to get in the game of the Infernals. I have to see if we can get a little bit more control. GENG in this river very comfortably. Yashu is slightly on the flank. Is a little bit of overstepping here from GENG, but it's nothing to be too worried about. I think they are strong enough that they can take these fights. But now it's about who's getting that snap engaged, and I think GENG might have a little bit more in the tank.
They've got a lot of wards down. They've got the Jace on the flank, potentially for JDG, but they're not landing that much. Both the Encore is extended and Gala flashes. I don't think he needed to. That was a little bit of a panic to me.
Yeah, no, it definitely was. It's their Vampire looking for a little bit more.
Look at
Joe's getting caught, but there is just so much damage. GENG in the back line too. Jiaoshi takes out the Shen. It's too much though. Look at Canyon throwing everything out. Hero's Entrance just for a nice little shield. The Shockwave is good. Keen is so low. Gotta be very careful. The Ragnarok is not available. Throwing out the bomb doesn't land, and it's still so huge.
Good body block there on the side as well. The rest of GENG put a wall up and denied the shot from Xiaoshu. It gets Keen out. It ends up being the 2-for-1, and the health bars for GENG are higher. The problem is Canyon not around quite yet, had to reset, and I wonder what that means. We'll have another attempt at a play here. There is a teleport on Gala. He can reset and come right back out and do it again as Xiaoshu is trying to keep Chovy honest.
Yeah, no, it's good. Shields are still nice, but okay, she needs to be very careful. It's a lot of shits coming in. There's a flash coming out. There's a double flash again, trying to catch you unawares. 3-0. No, it's all too much. Canyon holding on. Vampire looking to join this fight, slowing down the pace. Hong Q trying to be slowly pushed back, but it is still GENG winning out the fight.
It's a close run thing, make no mistake about it. But GENG come out on top again. Wait,
looking
for the Duro.
It's all a little bit out. Duro, yeah, able to get over the wall. Still here with that ignite. They have to be careful. Dragon is still low, it's only on 4.
Gala with 5 seconds on his ultimate. Keep an eye on that Mega Inferno Bomb as Duro's been chunked again.
Yeah, let's see. Keen is just in this pit. So was Canyon. GENG and Hong Q looking for a bit more. Vampire's low, but it is 3k on this Dragon's health. GENG wants to contest a little bit more. Duro's just so low. One hit could be a bad time. Here comes Chovy. There's a lot of damage going forward. GENG, Mega Inferno Bomb hits, and it's Keen who picks up the kill. Jungler down, and they can turn back to the Dragon. Soul point for GENG.
They thought maybe with the Subjugate, Jungler could just stand there with the Ziggs behind. It wasn't enough. They've jumped onto Chovy, but he's got enough to get out there. He's got a Storm Raider Surge and an Abyssal Mask. He's out and in a phenomenal position with the rest of GENG. They have Soul point, and we are seeing the issues with JDG's composition. If they have to fight their way into the river, there is so much HP to get through, and the Encore, and the Galileo, and the Taunt, and the list goes on. The CC chain is difficult, and if you have to get into melee range to get through those choke points, things get tricky. We'll look at the replay because it's going to be an extended one. This is Chovy at the second play, fighting with Xiaoshu, and a ult comes in from Duro, who had that from the last fight. Gets to jump on the Jace, and that's a significant portion of your damage just dead. Things got a little dicey though, because Chovy was low. Juro kind of gets a bit caught out here, trying to ward off the flanks in a second or two. We'll come back to live though, as what really happened at the end of that was Junja tried to fight with the Gala ult from the Ziggs, and it didn't work out. They just didn't have the burst. They just didn't have the tankiness on the Ziggs. Trundle, that's the one I'm looking for.
That's the one. No, but that's okay. Because now they're looking for a dive here. It's a bit. Oh, Xiaoxu really not having a good time. They got those early kills. The Encore doesn't land, but Vampire doesn't have far to go. Has to flash. They're going to be able to take this one underneath our Hextech ultimatum. Is good, but not enough.
He's feeling kind of numb. He's caught in that undertow. I'll leave the Linkin Park references alone, but alas, Vampire is still dead. You can miss all of the abilities you like. The moment the slows land, you flashed away. There's nowhere for you to go. The hook shot's nowhere near short enough for cooldown to escape from there. Keen's going to get a turret off, and the gold lead begins to balloon for GENG.
Yeah, and you got to look at this top side as well. We saw it was those 2 kills for Xiaoxu looking really comfortable in this early game. It's just flipped in total. Keen 4-1 looking so... the graphic couldn't have come at a better time. It read my mind. But beautiful work there. This Olaf is starting to make these moves, and the Ragnarok is getting the effect we wanted to see.
Yeah, it very much is. And this was something we called out a little bit in the game, saying, hey, Jace wants that early lead because he needs to be able to keep the distance. The moment it starts going wrong, it keeps going wrong because Olaf just gets to run at you, and the moment he's on top of you, the Jace struggles to disengage unless he's able to play with that HP advantage, with that ability to run away with the Ghost Blade, with the acceleration gate, and potentially a Storm Raider surge. That isn't really the case anymore. And of course, you start to look towards these side lane plays, you've got double globals and a lot of ability to dive. What does a Jace do to survive under his turret against the combined might of a GENG dive? Honestly, I don't think there's a lot you can do. Not me there, frankly.
Yeah, just pick your place to be. Maybe under a tower isn't the safest place to be. Maybe you need to have a couple friends with you.
And they tried to bring Vampire down, right, but it just wasn't enough. And you're hitting the point now that with a Ragnarok and a Hex Plate, this Olaf will nearly always, for every play, have that ability to go CC and mute.
Yeah. It's going to be very hard to get through, but still, as the tankiness is going to start building up, they're now looking to get that little bit of magic resist so they can survive the onslaught that is the Ziggs and the Orianna. So I like the itemization here as Canyon trying to be a little bit sneaky. Just be careful as Flag and Drag still available. Junja is there. Hero's entrance on the back. Cataclysm keeps them locked in, but the damage just really isn't there. But no, it's Chovy. There's the Encore. Flash has come out. Look at Keen on the backside in between 2 towers trying to take on Xiaoxu, but the tower in mid picked up by GENG.
Very cleanly done, and again, they can't even fight if they're in Raptor camps at this point. Any fight has a global, has a teleport, and at this point, because GENG are ahead enough, sure, you've gone for more of a bruiser, more of a high tank, high CC composition. You've got enough damage at this point that they're squishy. Behind members, frankly, of JDG do not have enough stats in the bag to be able to fight this out. It was always a risky composition to my mind. They are not able to hold the artillery line. They are not able to control the map. That means there is no vision advantage and things get tricky. And that will be important because in 40 seconds, Infernal Soul, oh boy.
That is where the damage really starts to kick in. Doesn't matter what kind of champion you're playing, tank, mage, AD carry, it does not matter. You'll be doing a lot of damage.
Right, keep an eye on these items. You've at least got a Shadow Flame for Gala, you've at least got a Rocket Belt, and the Muramana transformation for Xiaoxu. 2 items on your carries for JDG. The problem is you look at Ruler, there's an Imperial Mandate to match Chovy's. You have still got those half items to full item completions ahead. Arm Guard as well for this Galio.
Yeah, and Duro might have been caught out. Hextech Ultimatum does come down. Junja is here. Xiaoxu trying to get a little bit more, is trying to survive just a little bit more of this onslaught, but they are very tanky still.
And the thing is, he can reset, and he's still got the ult. He can get back in that global, bring it right back in his Chovy.
Good doesn't land. It's just a little bit unawares. To see if Chovy's able to go back in and do a little bit more, but Taunt is now on cooldown, so you have to be careful as this fight is going to brew.
The thing is, the poke can now start to be dangerous. Watch the skill shots come out. It will be the Mortar Brigade trying to fire out the artillery. Can they lock it in? GENG ceding a little bit of control here.
Yeah, really nice to see that they are just sort of whittling their way into the river. The vision control is still there. They have a little bit more. They have the scuttle picked up. Now they're trying to do a little bit more, but look at the flank angle. Look at Canyon. The steal is possible.
Look at Ruler, as you noted as well. They're trying to split things up. Vampire warding off the Jarvan.
Yeah, they're waiting for someone to make the clutch play, but there it is. There's the flag and drag. Junja gone. Duro picks up the kill. Jungle around. It's a free soul if ever I've seen it. And GENG are looking really strong.
Look, you could see see what JDG's comp is trying to do. Sit there and poke and whittle people down so that when the full send happens from JDG, or GENG rather, they don't have the HP to make it work. The poke doesn't land, the damage isn't there. Junger's forced to enter the pit and he doesn't leave alive. It gives Soul, it gives Baron, it's likely giving game to GENG, the defending EWC champs.
They're holding on to that key with their dear life, and you know what? They don't have to hold on very hard at all. Baron secured 26 minutes into the game, and they're looking to make a victory march here, probably in every single lane.
Look, there's more games to play. JDG can go back to the drawing board. They can play again. It's not done yet, but game one at the very least is looking all but over for GENG. The gold graph was even enough, but we had some concerns about, hey, is this gold realistically going to be enough? You needed to get ahead and stay ahead and not give up something like Soul Point and the river control that came with it with a composition like this. It is proving too much, and now with all of these items, this death ball online with all the globals, it is so easy to play the map wide and focus simultaneously, frankly.
That's it. You can already see that it's a 1-3-1. You do have Chovy down on this bot side. Yeah, Keen was up at the top, but now they're sort of starting to look to go back into this mid. They want to start taking these towers a little bit faster. You have the Baron, you can leave some cannons there, and they're going to do a lot of damage as it goes forward. But this is where the gold is really going to start snowballing, because tower tier 2 in mid, tier 2 in bot, they're taking simultaneously. Now it's about taking these inhibs and getting these supers online.
The engine continues to grind away at JDG's options. Juro into the base, and he's uncaring of what JDG can offer. Sure, you can pull the trigger, but on who? And who do you blow up in time before the Galio ult is there, before the Shen ult is there? They're trying onto Key.
Yeah, they're looking as they've got 3 members looking for it, but the Ragnarok is good. Flash comes out, Hero's entrance. 3 members come in. Cataclysm, Taunt. It's a bit too much for JDG. They tried to be proactive, but they couldn't. Oh, could have been a flip. Kid was low, but it's not enough. They still have the minions. They're still moving forward. They took the bot inhib, and now Vampire trying to hold on. Could not suck enough blood to stay alive. And now they're looking at the Nexus. GENG looking exceptional in game 1 of this best of 3, and they want that title run.
They can't even get a kill with the fountain. It just doesn't work out for Jingdong Gaming this time around. GENG, EWC winners in 25, continuing their journey, at least in game 1 here in 2026.
And here in France, they're eating good tonight with these games. Bon appetit!
There is some truly delicious gameplay here. The crowds are ecstatic, and it's only game 1 of the day. There is so much more to come.
Oh, and I'm loving it. The way that GENG are feeling back on form, they're looking strong, they're being calculated, they're waiting for their moments, and they're being proactive as much as they can. They're just looking so sharp. It feels like we're starting to see a revitalized GENG from the times where they were absolutely on point.
Well, again, when we came into this game, we were talking about, hey, both of these teams had some issues to work on coming out of spring where they weren't at their potential domineering best. We know the ceilings of these teams. Hell, for GENG, it's winning EWC. They did that just last year. This is a game where they managed to come back and make it work, looking very strong with a bruiser-heavy composition. Fortunately for us, it's not just us who break it down. Desk, can you take it from here?
Maybe not, but that's okay, because we can still talk a little bit more. But you know what? Maybe we can throw it. Let's send it over to Des. Des, how are you feeling after that first game?
You know, guys, I'm from the LCK, and I watched GENG just absolutely tear JDG apart, but I saw that composition, and I just kind of wanted to puke. It was disgusting. Like, this should be almost illegal. They get everything, and there's nothing that JDG can do. They don't have enough damage early on in the game. It snowballs so quickly in these team fights. And the team fighting of this comp, I mean, you just can't do enough.
Yeah, I mean, in the game, like, I think it was like right play. Like, in GENG team competition, like, I would say only weak downside is like if Olaf is behind.
Yeah.
Like, that's the only way. But like, Olaf was chilling. Sure, they kill Olaf once on top, like, all the game, but they couldn't actually slow ball like through the top lane. That means, like, you can't, there's no, like, actually counter play. These team comps are gonna be so solid, and it's like just use a Seraphine ulti to get, like, there's 4-man, 4 melee champion that can use a Seraphon ulti, and they can't. It's nearly on-team fightable.
Yeah, I'm just surprised we don't see the Shen more often into the Camille as well, because I feel like so much of this composition from JDG is built on wanting to try and shut down the Olaf, try and play through side lanes with the Camille and the Trundle, and that's how you snowball into actually being able to contest team fights. But the Shen shuts that down so effectively early on because it's just pretty easy to match Camille in lane, so the trades never really open up for her to start, leaving the map without it being super detrimental to the AD carry, or in this case, obviously the APC. And then there's just the mid game. The Stand United makes it so hard to actually pick off a single target, or you turn Olaf into the submarine who can't get CC'd, and you're just, you know, just next day delivering your Shen on top of what was really kill one of these 3 carries, and there isn't enough damage to kill anyone on GENG.
Yeah, I mean, these numbers in the bottom left don't matter at all.
No.
Like, we could just erase that. We're like, okay, yeah, cool. You did some damage to some health bars that immediately got healed up. Gala, he got an Oblivion Orb, didn't matter. You know, maybe if they get ahead in lanes, you know, they shut down the Olaf, kind of like the things you guys are saying. Maybe the Ziggs or the Orianna gets pretty fed and they're able to like kind of tear through one of these frontliners before they get all that backup. Sure, maybe, but that did not happen here.
No, exactly. And I think the issue is is exactly what you just said. They have to build a lead realistically. They put Olaf behind once, like Huni said, not going back up there again to just like play through that lane. A bit of a crime, and I understand it's difficult, especially if once Duo hits level 6, but there just had to be something that wasn't sit on our hands, lose all the Drakes. Well, one of the Drakes got stolen, fair play Canyon, but effectively lose all the Drakes and then lose in peace. It felt like there wasn't much of a plan once whatever plan A was fell through.
Yeah. Big jungle gap was a lot huge. It was disgusting for GENG side.
Yeah, I mean, GENG are playing really well, and they're drafting quite well as well. So taking game number 1 here, the best of 3, only one more to move on to the semifinals. We'll have to see what happens in game 2 after the break.
欢迎来到中路 solo 默契挑战。接下来我们将打破常规，把操作一分为2，一个人操作键盘，一个人操作鼠标。当2位选手合2为1，是否有完美配合呢？
好，来，你们自己决定规则就行，咱们就开始。
规则吗？先开。开了。你 D 上还是 F 上你？
我是 D 上，我是 D 上。你玩啥了？
选那个，感觉这个
这感觉很难的，一定要选上路啊！狗熊吧，这个应该练。
这个吗？这个我没玩过，你还指挥我？我只是走路。
这个吗？啊，带什么？
带那个呀，兄弟，你别，你先点完行不行？我有点急了。别，等会儿。
带这个吧。
啊，这个的。
那我选了。你先点不完啊！啊，就这个。
啊，天赋都不用换吗？带啥？
把陈列换了，看你要换成点燃吗？屏障吧。要换什么？
虚弱点火
都来了。
虚弱。
血球。
啊，血球对不到了，你这什么？这什么英雄？
看大面，完了，他怎么是熊啊？还有传送门。好，
来
啊！
要不要咬他一口？
别，他随便咬。
你那个子汉， 我先一兵，
先咬他一口。
给他。拉踩一下。
哇！
哎，
放喝药啊！
虚弱。咬不到吗？咬不到。没事 ，A 兵。
怎么啊？别让他吃线啊，他没意了。圈动怎么 Q 一下啊？开 Q。
别，不能开他。咬他。往前。
哇，兄弟！快1了啊！
然后很细节啊。
越了呀，之前。
哎，
改了吗？
改了。
那你玩给我试一下。
等一下啦，你不要急啊。
秒了。
直接秒了吗？来，你7到3。哎，学校。
别，先
对的。
下一。
完了。我们还要玩吗？
不用了。
再来一把吗？怎么选这种没有操作的英雄啊？
没有啊，不是我按虚弱，你一直不点，你知道吗？你不是你要左键放虚弱，
你要跟我说啊，我
一直按虚弱，
你要指挥我。
换个英雄。
这个的。
这个。
有没有简单点的英雄啊？
哎，这个
吗？
虚弱点火。
虚弱点火吗？来。
又虚弱点火吗？
虚弱。飞机。
这是什么？加死！哇！来，这把它当狗溜，没事，就这样吧，就这样吧。
你对着他，你对着他。
来，锁屏，锁屏。来，我直接先。
不要往后，我要那个。
拉手，先拉一下，先拉一下。哎，我进展按的还可以。哎，直接往前走，往前，走。
哎，这什么啊？
来，对，
学。
走啊！
快跑！
拉手，走啦！
往前走。
往前。
没有，他也没走。
往前。
你别这样往前走啊！你别这样啊！
拉不走。
你看，别站住！挂点人！
兄弟，
你不是你让我挂点人？
你挂呀！
不是你要鼠标左键点的呀？
我点了呀。不是你要按点火呀？
我按了，我一直在按。
真的假的？
对，你要
我感觉有 bug 呀。没有，我放在他身上了呀。我鼠标放在那没动。
没有，你放上没用，好像要那个。
别说了，鸡鸡。
你好像左键挂点火。
真的假的？还要我左键挂点火吗？居然你是左键挂的点火吗？
不是哎，你要测试吧。
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by Play.
This ain't no regular thing. I came for the ring, you know what I mean. You see my name in the lights, better get right, I'm champion.
Hello and welcome back to EWC 2026. We're here on the secondary stream in the midst of a best of three between GENG and JDG. And so far, GENG have pulled out the most disgusting composition I've seen in a while, with Olaf and Shen and Seraphine, Galio, and
J4, Olaf.
J4, yeah, there you go. That was the one. Yeah, it was crazy, and there wasn't really much that JDG could do, but it's a new game, it's fearless, so we'll see what they have ready for game 2.
That draft really needed like an Alawi or something. You know, something real weird.
Yeah.
With all those melee. Trundle wasn't enough. I
mean, like you can't give away those composition. First of all, I think it's a too much.
Yeah, I think JDG. One learning we did get is that Gala isn't bad at Ziggs. He just couldn't play it versus that composition.
Yeah.
So at least we have the hand reveal that they can play mages, and I'm kind of curious about how far that's gonna go into this series, assuming we get to 3. Which, given how game 1 went, that was a Gen G stomp. You said it in the green room, and I was like, yeah, this is a Gen G stomp, where it's just like kills aren't going particularly one way or the other. It's pretty 50-50.
Yeah.
And even though the gold lead wasn't bad of JDG. The game state just felt awful. They were just getting constricted.
Yeah, I mean, that's a really interesting part too. Like, this is like not the like GENG kind of style, you know, like going for a late game. Like, they were actually playing so well, like managing all the game. And it's like, sure, they start kind of slow from especially the Olaf side, but didn't really matter because like the mid jungle synergy was like up there, and it's just like actually just keep the lead and not actually make a mistake. Like, they didn't give it any chance to JDG to come back.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I remember GENG was up 500 gold, like basically nothing, and I'm like, wow, they're crushing them. And then I looked at the gold and I'm like, wait, it's basically even, but it didn't feel even at all. So the draft needs to be really different for game number 2, and I'm sure that Jingdong Gaming know about that as well, and they will try to go back to the drawing board. The issue is that GENG looked super solid. The drafting was on point, and they're here to play and win. So we'll see what they can do in game number 2. I'm going to throw it over to the casters and a couple of special guests. Take it away.
It is a few special guests because we are joined by the CEOs of GARM and GENG, TK and Arnold. How are you doing, boys?
Well, you know, after that first game, I'm doing a little better. But no, it's amazing being out here. Like, the fans in Paris are showing us so much love. It's good to see our boys actually playing again. It's been a while, so it's awesome.
Yeah, no, it's so good. GENG looking really on form after a nice little break, but TK as well. GARM, the key got crushed. Yeah, you got a bit of a break, but LCP's coming back real soon.
Yeah, so we're super excited. I mean, you know, if we're going to get our key crushed, at least it was crushed by the GOAT himself, a.k.a. Faker. So, but, you know, we're still here. We're going to hang out. We're going to enjoy. We're going to be rooting on GENG as we hope they repeat as EWC champions.
I mean, for you, Arnold, we were chatting a little bit before this, saying, like, it's very rare that GENG ever get time off. You guys win so much. It's like, it's kind of a bit weird. Like, hang on, we had time to actually look at other teams and prep for a tournament with a bit more space for once in the org's existence.
You know, actually, that's a good point. One of the things that was really new for us was, you know, we were scrimming all throughout MSI.
Yeah.
And we could kind of see a draft and see a tournament from outside in. And that was just so helpful for us, right? It's a little hard now that like all the like changes that we made, we have to kind of like do it live at a really important tournament. But you know, I think that was something that that we're excited to kind of show like a new form and kind of like a new GENG, and just, you know, really adapt. And you know, at the end of the day, like, other teams got better and we need to get better too.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I think another side I want to talk about, and it's not just the players that are looking so good as we do enter into draft, but it's also the esports collaboration that we're getting from GENG and GARM as well. Like, you guys have been doing some really cool stuff out there. And TK, I might pass it to you. Like, how are you finding working with such a fantastic org like GENG and GARM looking so good doing it too?
Yeah. Well, I mean, there's so many fans in Vietnam that just love GENG. So we've, you know, me and Arnold have had some banter over the years, have some fun. I've broken into the GENG HQ in Korea on several occasions, but it's been a lot of fun to just be able to do that and bring that to the fans in Vietnam. So we just did a watch party together. I mentioned on one of the top nightclubs in the world. It's actually number 68, and doing something different, you know, just changing the game with how we be able to experience a watch party along with GENG.
I mean, of course, keep an eye on the draft here as well. We've seen the Rise coming on, we've seen the Onivia get hovered here for JDG, and of course, or the other way around, the sides have been switched. It shows how much I was paying attention there for a second. But again, both these teams are no strangers to international play. Both of them were at first stand. They're both pretty scary. And I suppose coming into this, you're prepping for a region, a team like JDG, who you're like, hey, I've not seen them in a while either. Like, what's the process to even look at coming to a tournament with so many teams coming from all over the place?
You know, I know this is just an uncle's opinion over here. I know you got two uncles over here talking about gaming. I'm sure everybody wants to learn about the draft. But, you know, from my side, you know, we really wanted to like really study drafts and really push ourselves to have a new strategy around it. And we want to try to like really start showing it throughout the whole season and really show that like, hey, you know what? We have to, at this point with this new meta, we have to be so much more flexible.
Yeah.
And, you know, especially, you know, looking towards like growing and getting better at it every day. Because I think everyone's still figuring out this meta.
Yeah, and I think that's a big thing. We can already see as well now that we get into the draft a little bit more and we're seeing the picks come in. We're seeing the Rise, we're seeing the Nocturne picked up for JDG. GENG now locking in that Onivia and the Ezreal, so that Onivia being that nice little flex. And I think that's one of those good things is you talked about the flexibility of your players and being able to play these unique picks that might not be like Onivia's always been that mid laner. Now we're seeing it in the top side. We're seeing it sort of flex around. How would you say the boys are actually feeling picking up these new skills that they have to learn for these champions?
You know, I think it was really good for both the players and the coaches to have kind of like that reality check of like, hey, you know what? We really have to show a little bit of unpredictability. We have to flex where we need to. And you can kind of see that, at least in game one and here too, like you can kind of see the approach that we're having. I don't want to reveal too much.
You have to be very careful. It's like, whoops, the CEO said this. I think it's for you as well, TK. Like, as you're coming into a competition like this, you're going, hey, all of these champions are being flexed everywhere. What can you do as kind of like heading up an organization to set your players up for success? Because suddenly they're being asked to do some pretty crazy things. They're coming into a tournament that's asking you to fly across the world. There's so many other games happening simultaneously. It's a massive event. Like, what do you do to set your players up for success?
I mean, at the end of the day, for us, when we're flying, we want to try to take care of their health, right? And making sure that they're in a good state and they're having, they're not jet lagged. And how do we just make sure that they're the best version of themselves when they step onto the floor? So all the draft stuff, I'm going to leave that to our head coaches. But with everything else related to the health mindset, I'm always going to help them to try to level up the energy and level up their mood so that they can focus in on what they got to do.
All right, well, we might close it off with one final question for both of you. It's like, if there's a champion you'd like to see come back into the meta, what champion would you like it to be? So, TK, who would you like as champion?
You know what? I am not quite sure who I would say, actually. So
okay.
I'm going to have to throw this one to Arnold.
Arnold?
Oh, very good. There you go.
I was a Shackle one trick.
No!
So I've never seen it.
Get him off!
Play with GENG. So one of these days, whether it's as a support or whether it's, top or jungle somewhere, that'd be amazing.
All right, so Canyon, you've heard here first. You need to be careful. Bring out the Shaco soon.
Yeah.
But no, guys.
That's the contract re-signing there. It's in a little hidden passage.
Well, we might leave it there, guys. Thank you so much for jumping on. We'll get back into this draft so we can give the viewers at home the great EWC 2026 experience. Thank you all so much for jumping out. Have a fantastic rest of your time here. And guys, come check them out. They are going to be watching, and have a great day.
Let's go. GENG 2-0, come on.
Well, that was pretty cool. That was really fun to have these two come on. They are such characters. They're so willing to show why they love esports, why they love this game, and why they are here in the first place, right? And it's pretty cool to have them come chat about all of this stuff. We'll have to lock into draft at this point because we're into the second phase and we're about to round things out.
Yeah, and if I see a Shaco, I'll lose my mind. That's
no. If Arnold has forced that, I would genuinely lose my mind.
But we're here. We're so close to the end. We had an awesome chat. Let's just break down what we've got locked in and where they're going to be going. So we do see it is the Rise, Nocturne, Rumble, Xayah, Rakan. Such a strong staple bot lane has been locked in for JDG. So some good safety, nice rotations. But GENG, they're looking to mix things up ever so slightly as they do have the Onivia, Ezreal, the Ambessa being locked in, Wukong, and the Nico support.
So when we saw that Rise come on in, it was a pretty easy Onivia round. It's been used into the Rise pretty consistently. For a while, it was the Cassiopeia, but that's already been banned, and the Onivia does just fine. Between that and the Nico, your ability set up with a Cyclone as well, you can look for very aggressive team fights with a significant amount of burst. I do think these drafts are somewhat more even. Honestly, looking at JDG here, with the fact that you've got the double global of the Nocturne and the Rizal, very good team fighting as well, with a lot of zone control. Equalizer, feathers coming back and forth with that E from the Xayah as well. The Rise and the Rune Prison. I do think this one looks a lot simpler for JDG to execute than we saw last time, and I'm expecting, at least from draft, a touch more even of a matchup.
Yeah, no, I really like it. I think top lane's where there's going to be a lot of that focus too. The Ambessa, especially for Keen, is very aggressive. They're going to be trying to push this tempo, but you're into a rumble. The flamethrower is going to hurt, so if you overstep a little bit too much, you can just get chased out, but luckily those dashes are pretty short cooldown. We'll have to see how that's going to look for them, but if you had to pick right now, who do you think's got this?
I still think I favor GENG, partly because I think the Onivia is going to be a little bit of a kingmaker here. Wall for the Xayah is something you can't just Featherstorm out of. you are relatively short range as I. You're great with people coming into you, and there's a lot of that. There's the Wukongs and the Abesses and Eco coming forwards as well. But Ezreal and Onivia can just choose to sit a bit further back. The Ryze simultaneously doesn't have a great matchup into the Onivia post a certain point as well. And then again, it's that slight lack of range that I think GENG, if they are playing as they were in that first game, which is to say well, could just use that range advantage and that zone control to make the Xayah and the Ryze suffer a little bit. It's still a lot more even, and you still have to go into some pretty nasty zones from JDG.
And I think JDG, on the other side of that, I'm going to give them some props too. I think the Rumble and the Ryze is going to be really strong mid-late. If they come online and they're not really too affected in this early game, they're going to do a really good job and get a lot of damage off in these team fights. As long as they can get that locked down, Rakan's going to get those little entrances. It could spell a little bit of disaster for the pick potential.
I just love behind us, hearing the gyos, hearing the fightings. Add oil is the phrase from the JDG fans. It is something from motorsport, and it is so cool to hear it live, for me at least in the first place. We've got the Korean chants as well. It's so cool to see this rivalry live on stage, defending EWC winners from 2025 GENG. Again, not the easiest spring split. They didn't go to MSI, which was a bit of a shock for an organization that has been so dominant there. Bit of a fight over the level 1 Raptors.
Yeah, no, I don't think too much going to be here. They're just trying to fight it out, but this is going to start delaying a little bit of that extra tempo for these junglers that want to try and get that level 6 spike.
Chovy got junked pretty low, but hasn't lost the egg. You are fighting a knock low level 1. This is spicy.
It's going to be enough as Canyon looking to go back in.
Oh, boy.
Chovy is low.
Canyon
goes down. Canyon's low, so JDG
no.
do a good job. Flashes go forward.
Oh,
First
God.
blood to Gala. They can
It's
take the
double.
egg too. It's a double going
Duro.
through. It could be a triple as well. Duro's trying to run away, keeping Ruler out, but it's just disastrous here. Gala going forward once more. Triple kill for Gala at 1.5 minutes. Absolute debacle.
A debacle's one way of putting it. It's a catastrophe for GENG. It could not have gone worse. Nocturne is the level 1 jungler at the minute. The level 6 spike I don't care about. No one in the eastern regions cares about that right now. I exaggerate a bit for comic effect. But one of the major reasons you lock the Nocturne in is because you win the level 1 Raptor fights. Guess what? They won the level 1 Raptor fights. Egg gone from Chovy. Dead. You've got a kill onto Canyon. Flash blown as well. Duro dies at all of the kills went to Gala. He's not had an easy spring split. He's going to have a damn well easier time here in game 2 with that incredible start.
Especially going up a player like Ruler, that is just going to be that ease of execution, be able to move forward, farm a little bit better. You can already see getting the boots, a dagger, and a cull. So getting that early stacking online is going to be really nice. That injection of gold as it gets down to 0 is going to be absolutely huge. Let's watch this back because it was fights split up so hard, and Chovy just sort of struggling into Honkyu.
Deathfire touch. Eventually, the Onivia does well into the Ryze. Early on, it's a lot more even, and the moment the egg goes down, Canyon just doesn't have a tool. He's a Wukong. He's got very limited ways to get out. They don't punish the Nocturne, who gets to go through multiple passes. Those Umbra blades are disgusting. Gala is here, free firing the entire time. You're there with Rakan. They get to start with some seriously potent abilities and pick up all of the kills. It could not have gone worse. Chovy, yeah, he's up, what? 3 gold there, but he's down the egg. He's down a very rough time. We're going to see some of these resets. Hell, look at Gala gone back for boots, dagger, and a cull already.
Yeah, look, it's a tall order. 770 gold lead just on Gala after that extended fight. But now we're back in laning phase, a little bit more control. I think it really is on Chovy here to try and keep Honkyu in the lane because there was that huge sort of health and mana differences. Another good knock-up Ruler. I'm going to land those arcane shifts into the Mystic Shot is always nice to see. But now forcing them back, forcing them to retreat into base, gives GENG a little bit more space in this bot lane.
Yeah, and I just also want to keep an eye on some of the jungle pathing here. You can see Junja is understandably ahead of the curve right now because, of course, Canyon died and has to go back to base. Junja can choose to go towards his top side and realistically fight this, because the thing is, Canyon dying at that level 1 meant that even though we got that reset for free, I put that in inverted commas, but a bot lane play, Gala
staying a little bit too much, but the root is good. Ruler has to flash. They're going down. Vampire picked up their kill. It's all JDG right now in this early game.
Sucking. There is nothing left in the GENG bot lane there. They get another kill. And of course, you've got to remember with the Xayah Rakan, the battle dance range is extended with the pairing. Flash E takes you 2 screens easily, and Rakan saves his lover.
Oh, look, and we can just watch this back. Duro being proactive and saying, okay, Gala State, it's a huge wave. It's getting the lockdown, holding on, but Arcane shifting forward back towards the wall is not the place you want to be as this Ezreal. Trying to get out there, burning the flash is not good.
Compare this to last game. Compared how controlled, how confident GENG were. The game plan could not have gone more wrong. You can tear it up, you can throw it in the shredder, you can set it on fire. A bit like the wave there. It's done.
They should have just played Shaco.
Maybe that's the plan for Game 3. We'll see where that all ends up. And of course, this has now led to JDG with a very strong early gold lead. It's put Junja well ahead of the races. He's not even backed yet, so this will at least be the tunneler plus the longsword. He is so potent right now. Keen's going to go towards a Hex Drink as well, but you are into double AP, double Deathfire touch laner, so that makes sense in that regard. But I think GENG's game plan is going to be a lot harder to execute from this kind of deficit this early, because that gold lead for me is only going to balloon from this point, because they're just going to be behind that 10-20 seconds on the map, and a lot of that punish will go to Canyon, who's on He's going to go jungle towards the Hex Drink as well, the first item, and it's an expensive one, plus the level 6.
Yeah, no, absolutely. See, Junja is down in this bot side too, only level 5, so it doesn't have that paranoia online to really make these strong cross-map plays. But now just getting vision over the dragon. First objective on the board, it is a mountain, so a little bit of extra tankiness, a little bit of shielding, not going to be too bad for either side. But as the game has started to slow down at the 6-minute mark, we'll have to see where the priority is, and you're right, it is so much on Canyon now. We did see that fantastic first Dragon steal in Game 1. We might have to be seeing it again, and if Canyon's got the hands, I think they can pull that off.
It will be... It's going to be challenging, right? Because the scaling is good from GENG. We've seen what Ezreal's can do at 3 items, especially in a game where you outrange and have that ability to dance around with good arcane shifts and good ability haste, reduced cooldowns, right? That's key. We talked about the Onivia and how that zone control of the walls can be frustrating for champions like Xayah, champions like Ryze. The problem is with things like the Nocturne, with things like that Ryze being able to get out on the map a little earlier, you've got that ability to turn the lights off, look for a Realm Warp flank, and suddenly that ability to hold that distance ain't quite so simple.
Yeah, and big props right now to Vampire, 100% kill participation, even in the early game. I don't like to see Rakan ever with those sort of numbers on the board.
It's not a great sign.
No, because their ability to move around the map and disrupt a play with the quickness is going to be so big, especially for the likes of an Ambessa who wants to be in these fights and getting slowed down. Same with the Wukong. Taking Canyon out of these fights is going to be so massive, and with this deficit, still struggling to get these items online, it's going to be a little bit easier to secure the early game.
And look, as a personal point of... I'm not sure how I want to phrase this. This is a personal thing with League. If I see a Rakan in the game, I'm always more scared if Rakan has a way to obfuscate his way into a fight. With the E specifically, that battle dance. Something like a Wukong where you can jump to an invisible Wukong. Something like a Nocturne with the lights out where you can use that to cover a flank or to E to the Nocturne mid-flight and then use the W and the R to engage. Makes him so much more unpredictable. We are in a game with Realm Warps, with Nocturnes, and a Rakan that is now going to be ahead of the curve and out on the map with vision control. That makes him so much more dangerous.
Yeah, now we're hit the 8-minute mark. Void Grubs are up. Level 7 for Junja. So we're going to be seeing a lot of lights going out, and there it is.
Speak about
we're
it.
Go straight onto the backside. Heal is good. It's going to be enough as the fear is nice. Duro's just gone.
Equalizer.
Junja able to pick it up. The equalizer does a lot of damage. Chovy getting cooked. It's fried chicken, but now looking for Junja going in to try and steal one out. The Cyclone's even better. They did pick it up. Canyon returns the kill, but is it going to be enough as the public execution's good? Vampire is still so tanky. They're able to pick up another Void Grub. Canyon over the wall. Surviving the no. The double flashes, triple flashes. It's a lot to deal with. Keen holding the line. Staying alive just too long. The damage is good. Chovy able to lock them down with the crystallize, but they have to get away. Vampire is still here. Level 7 Hong Q might be able to go for it, but still can't get there.
Ends up being a 3 for 2. Not bad from GENG at all. Chovy doesn't lose the egg and catches some wonderful late fight stuns. This looked really rough for GENG to begin with a great initial pick on the support, but then they all end up in the Baron pit with a cycloning Wukong, and the flashes that follow get messy because Chovy eventually ends up untouched. This starts again with Duro getting blasted. The equalizer traps you in the pit. You're thinking, great, JDG, this should be yours, but they don't confirm an egg from Chovy, and Cyclone from Canyon is brutal.
Yeah, and I love Vampire was actually around the back trying to chase out Duro, but they're already gone, so looking for a slight re-engage flank was so nice as they get back in, but so many flashes.
The thing is here, look at Chovy, right? You see the Rumble pin from Hongju, you think this is great, but just that ability to stay at the edge of the fight and continue to mess with the play means that they get a kill they probably should never have been donated, so they end up with a slightly losing kill drain, sure, but they get more of the grubs and they get significantly more than they might otherwise have done. Not bad from GENG.
Not bad to hold back, and it is still 7 kills to 2. The gold lead did not change. It's still a 1.5k gold lead to JDG, and it is Jinja going to be able to come over and pick up just one little void grub. Not all the mites, but it's something.
No, it's not. Eyes also towards some of these GENG laners, right? Because again, Keen's now up a little bit of CS. We'll see exactly where Xiaoshu ends up after this wave comes on in. Gala's already collected that wave in the turret. And look, 3-0-1 had some interesting resets to get that gold out. They get dived. All those things are affecting those CS numbers. But still, real credit to Ruler for just pumping up those CS numbers and denying Gala a fair amount. You do outrange the Xayah with the Q, and Xayah has always hated champions that can outrange her. Hence why she used to be heavily countered by things like Varus in the past.
Yeah, that's it. Even the Caitlyn, that's still quite in the meta too. You
true.
really don't want to go up against it. But still, Ruler on this Ezreal. Lots of ones across the board, but still, we'll have to see if they're able to hold on a little bit longer. Like you said, it's still the very scaling comp that we get out of GENG. We want to get those items online, and Ruler very close to that Triforce.
Yeah, and again, not the Gala's in a bad spot here, make no mistake about it. About to cash in the call, will still be very dangerous, but it is worth giving credit where it's due, and GENG have done a decent job here of stabilizing what was looking like a very alarming snowball. It's still 1,500 gold lead, it's still JDG in a good position of the game. Mountain Dragon is up, but it's GENG in the river first.
Yeah, still the first dragon of the game, funnily enough. So it's been 11 minutes, and neither team's able to get there.
A bit too much violence.
There's too much fighting across the board, but we love to see that. It's going to be pretty spicy as it goes forward. LCK versus the LPL. Both these two regions love a good scrap.
That they do. So, World Quest can begin to get completed. GENG in the river, as we noted. Do start that dragon and pull off it a little bit nervous, and I think rightly so. Jones is here with the Hex Plate, and of course that level 9, so fully maxed out Q and the R. Dangerous to go in without knowing exactly where the Nocturne is and how ready you are to play.
All ultimates are upline and across the board. We are going to see that Ruler's Barrage is going to come back up, but Dragon being controlled by JDG, they're on it now, and they're looking to take it as there was a reset coming out, so looks like it is going to be GENG just conceding it.
Yeah, it should be. Ruler just completed his World Quest as well, so that's kind of given themselves some lump sums, so that gold lead in bot lane is a lot more nominal. In fact, with the cull about to be cashed in from Ruler as well, I'm imagining that ends up being a lot more even in general. We saw there those Rogue Quests getting completed by Gala as well, and that gold bumping back up again. So I imagine by the time that cull cashes in, Gala will have that 500 or so gold lead. Paranoid has got procced. Where are we going?
Getting out the lights. Okay, in mid, just getting out. Duro living on 10 HP. Not too bad, but on the top side, Xiaoxi's just not able to do anything with it, but still
Lovely.
Optic execution doesn't land. Canyon goes down.
Keen's in trouble.
Xiaoxi is enough. Keen is burnt out. The double kill for the Rumble after the failed tower dive is not what you want.
Let's get ready to rumble here in the Kidia City Battleground. Great stuff from Xiaoshu, and more importantly, Vampire. He's been clutch now at defending 2 separate tower dives, and this time he's there. He body blocks the ult from the Ambessa. He gets in to give the shield to Xiaoshu, who just gets to sit there barbecuing away with his feet up.
Yeah, that is what you really want to be doing nowadays, especially in the heat here in Paris. It's not too bad. Couple snags on the Barbie, as we like to say in Australia. But let's watch that play again, because you're right. They went so deep. Keen took so many tower shots. They tried to hold on. If that public execution landed, Xiaoshu probably would have gone down, and it could have been a different fight. But JDG, and you're right, Vampire, sucking the life out of GENG right now. I
remember having a conversation in that last game about most important players versus best players. I think Vampire has quietly become one of JDG's very best players, and that's an impressive glow up from a player who was part of a squad that was lovingly nicknamed by the community the EDG Doom Squad. They really struggled, and that's putting it kindly. That's putting it in a way that is broadcast friendly. He then joined JDG, and people were unsure, to say the least, about what we were going to see from a player who had so many questions about the level he could bring, the inconsistencies. And over time, with Tarbay behind him to really give him this ability to grow as a player, he has turned into one of the very best supports in the LPL. And here on the Rakan is having a stellar showing. 100% KP, involved in all of these fights in critical ways. And you have to give credit to a player who has stuck with it and not let the really tough lows define his highs.
But the Realm Morb's coming in. Pop Blossom's going to land onto 2, but I think Duro's just going to get caught out. And it is again Vampire, still 100% kill participation. Right place, right time.
Sometimes, folks, you do a little bit of hero building for a player and you get some footage to back it up. Vampire turns up with Honkyu, and we said if this Rakan starts to be able to slip off vision, it becomes a lot more dangerous when he's unpredictable. Add in a Realm Warp, in this case, add in a Paranoia and others, and things get very challenging indeed. Junja will use that opportunity to turn that into a Herald as well, and JDG are accelerating well.
It truly is a grand entrance for Vampire on this Rakan because it is looking so good and the impact's great. But Rift Herald now secured over the side of JDG. They can probably drop this really anywhere they want, but it's all about maximizing the potential. With the Dragon up in 1 minute and 45, I suspect they're going to be dropping it mid and trying to get some priority.
Okay, eyes on some of these timers. You can save it for the Dragon. You are into an Onivia, which makes things a little bit awkward for when you drop the Herald, because the Crystallize is so good at just saying no to any attempted Herald play. What you can potentially use it for is a Battle Herald. You get it in as effectively an extra half a member. You have someone like a Rakan hop into the Herald.
Paranoia
or a Paranoia.
Down. See if it's going to be enough as the egg is still available. The fear is good. It's underneath the tail of the Cyclone too. Junja does have to use the shield. Seeing a Cyclone cancels out, dodges out the grand entrance. But now Chovy staying alive. Oh, Xiaoshu is TPing up, but they have to back away.
So you get a little bit there. There's a flash off of Chovy. There's an egg off of Chovy. Comes at the cost of the ult from Junja, but with the Hex Plate in the level 11, it's not a particularly extensive cooldown anymore. Likely that will be up for the Dragon. And let me introduce you once more, folks, back home, to a concept in the LPL we love to call cooldown economy. We've got a couple minutes until the next objective, namely this Dragon. What do you want to do in that time? Well, you've got 50 seconds where you could blow an ult. If you trade that for a flash, if you trade that for the egg passive from the Onivia, they are not going to be up for a critical team fight here. And now Chovy, down those key summoners, down that key passive, is very vulnerable coming into what could be a game-deciding fight.
Yeah, it's going to have to force them to play so much safer, a little bit further back, and they were already playing so far back in a lot of these other team fights, so forcing them into a slight disadvantage. But at the end of the day, it's Chovy. They might take the risk. They're calculated. They could make the play. As you're right, looking for some. TP plays coming down, but yeah, it is GENG forming in mass.
They've got the Rumble on the other side. Junja's forced to flash over the Crystallize. There's another good win there. We'll have the ult to work with. Gala and Xiaoshu looking to fight through this mid lane. Remember, they've got that Herald. Can be used as a potential wagon here in the fight.
Yeah, Zeke's arm guard as well for Vampires is going to be really helpful in this next team fight. It's getting those extra little bit of shields, but Xiaoshu forcing down. We're still seeing another TP. Is going to be coming down to the tower, so Keen is joining this fight too. There's the Paranoia going back in while Pop Blossom's good at his too. Is it going to be enough? The Equalizer burns through. Ruler lands every Mystic shot possible. It's not enough. Realm Warp is sending so many members. They're chasing them as far as they can. Keen picked up Junja, but is it enough?
It's not.
Canyon is running to a tower, and 3 members strong of JDG win out the fight.
The Rumble comes away with a triple. It is a heat wave here in Paris, and I think it might be Xiaoshu's fault. He is 6-1. You did kill Junja, you did get Vampire, but again, we talked about this. You turn the lights out, and you have this Rakan with a very aggressive build. They all get locked on top of the hottest barbecue of your life.
It's such a big play there as well, and there was nothing you could do. The lights go out, and then the fire lands underneath. Honestly, I'm scared of fire in the dark too, but because that was magical. But we'll have to see. They get the Dragon as well. Oh, well, now they're getting the dragon, actually. They didn't go back for it. They looked for a reset.
They did, and I think that's probably wise. They now get the opportunity for Jun to come out. There is no going to be weird smite fight options that maybe a flash and a W from Canyon could have caused some shenanigans. True shot barrage, the attempted steal, not really in range though. Ruler, I note it. Nice attempt. I'll give you that option. Unfortunately now, though, for the side of GENG, they are down 2 dragons, down 2,000 gold, and it's where the gold is that's a little scary. This Rumble is very, very ahead. Gala's still got a lot of kills, so I'll give credit to Ruler. He's doing very well to get value.
Yeah, Rift Herald now being spawned here, so they're going to get a good charge off on this tier 2.
Nice.
Gonna lock it down to the gold lead. Is now starting to move forward a little bit more. 2K over the side of JDG. They might lose a tier 1 up in this top side, but not the end of the world. A really good trade still. But GENG now needs to start thinking about these next big fights as Baron's up 15 seconds.
And look, GENG have made some very specific decisions here in terms of farm allocation. Keen is being said, look, mate, we need to give this farm to Chovy, and also Canyon, you're going to have some camps stolen away from you, but we might well give some to Ruler, because how do we win this game? The Onivia and the Ezreal need to get back into it. Chovy's now slightly ahead, and despite the triple kill to start this game at level 1, Ruler is up 3240 CS and 800 gold. He is in a great position here. This Muramana transformation is a little late, but it will be here and is building towards what looks to be a Spear of Shojin. You hit that, and these fights get a lot more winnable.
It's a 3-item power spike for the Ezreal. You said it at the start of the game. If Ruler's got this lead now, you can only imagine how explosive it could be later on. They're finding great space, along with Chovy as this Onivia, holding that line further. But you're right. Canyon still falling really far behind. They're basically just a cyclone at this point. They're just going to go straight to the grave. It's not what you want, as you want to see that impact. But Junja doing a great job. The light's going out, and they're making the right plays at the exact right time.
And again, we'll need to keep an eye on things like Chovy's passive will be up again shortly-ish, but not right now. And there is a window here for JDG to use things like this Rakan and this Nocturne to play towards something like a 6-kill Rumble, hint, or towards Honkyu's getting dropped up by Kuro.
It does land. There's public execution, but it gets up to Vampire. Absolutely smurfing that fight, taking just right. But is it going to be enough? Shashi drops the equalizer. It burns all 4 members. Feather Storm, it doesn't land as they recall the feathers, but now they're trying to turn it around, but it is GENG, they're low, they're in danger if they re-engage, but they walk away with their lives.
Oh, Vampire, hats off to this support player. Gets in the way of the Ambessa ult and denies the follow-up onto Honkyu. The Ambessa ends up an inch away from where she started, and Honkyu gets to run away. Keen puts his hands up in the air and goes, well, guess I die.
Oh, look, again, we've said it, Vampire looking so incredibly on form in this game too. You love to see it, especially against this kind of opponent. It's so hard to come back from losing a game 1, but to see JDG playing so incredibly well, not just in team fights, but laning too, is absolutely perfect.
Okay, Chovy just ticks over to the 10 stack on the Roe. He's in a good position here, gets him up another level there. Not quite to 15, which is a frustration point, but should still be able to get there in time for this next Dragon. Level 16 would have been preferable for the max rank on that Glacial Storm, but frankly, you take what you can get. Eyes also on Ruler. My suspicion is he's going to be donated a wave and a half of multiple lanes here, probably some camps to try and get that Shojin in. They don't want to give Soul Point up to make this playable. The problem is you're looking at something like this Rumble who's likely edging towards something like a Shadow Flame 3rd, and you are really, really nervous about what the damage profile is going to be in this next fight.
Yeah, it's smart that Keen went for that Hex Drinker nice and early, but they might need to finish that one off real soon, because there is another big fight about to bring. Yeah, everyone's about to reset, get those items online.
Is it here? This has to be here for Ruler. He's selling his passive. There it is. Its starting item goes for the Endless Hunger and the Longsword. Okay, so he's decided against the Shojin. Again, I didn't see the Tunneler in there, so realistically it was going to be the Endless Hunger. But what this means is if you are in a fight, your ability to stay in it is significant. Get that kill, get that passive rolling, and you can try and just outlast with your passive to get more Arcane Shift up, to get more healing up and run from there. With that, and of course the Onivia, extended controlled fights are winnable for GENG. It's not easy position, but it's doable. JDG, the ball is in their court. Make no mistake about it.
Oh, it's going to be a tall order still, but now Dragon up in 20 seconds. We'll have to see, as it is going to be JDG getting deep vision control in the top side jungle. We'll have to see as they're going to be moving forward and just trying to map it out.
Little note there as well, Honkyu's rower ticked over later. That means he's nearly at level 16. GENG are doing a T1, they're flipping for the Baron.
Yeah, but they're on the vision, they know that they're on it, so let's see if they can actually make this play go forward. Chovy's there, does have the egg, keep that of no
Honky.
Xiaoshu, but yeah, what's going to happen? Honkyu's not there, Realmorph's going to be available. But there's the Paranoia, the Let's Go out, Equalize is good, but they're shifting away, Featherstorm not going to land.
Paranoia.
They're going straight back in, it's going to be enough as the Cyclone's used. A bit of damage going forward, but they get them off the Baron.
They do, but it comes at a bit of a cost there, actually. Couple flashes blown. I think I saw that from Xiaoshu, from Junja, and actually GENG held on to theirs. Those are fairly big wins. The problem is it means they're not in position to fight around this dragon, and that likely means it's JDG's for free.
Yeah, and that's going to be Soul Point. It's another Infernal Dragon Soul, which is all of this damage we want to see. And with Honkyu on this rise, one of his staple picks, he will be punching them so hard with a lot of these shots.
Okay. They do get that mid lane turret. We'll take a little bit of a step back and have a look at the game state. JDG are in control. They've gotten Soul Point, but this gold lead hasn't ballooned beyond reach for GENG. They've done a good job about picking up gold and putting it onto key members. We've chatted about Ruler. Ruler, Ezreal, do I need to say more? No. Anyone who knows League of Legends, who knows Pro Esports, knows about this guy on the champion. You've obviously given Chovy a lot of farm, a lot of CS. He's in a good spot as well. The problem is, as I now look over to JDG, I am seeing Gala 302, sure behind a little bit, but it's going to be very close to that Infinity Edge. Xiaoshu on the Rumble, there's the Infinity Edge I was talking about, and Honkyu's got the Actualizer. Your damage is obscene right now from JDG, and with the fact that you are largely in control of where vision is on the Rift, you dictate that on the whole, you have that choice. That means things like this. Very strong Rakan, who's been having a great game, has Vampire alongside Junja on a accelerated Nocturne, are able to come from very awkward angles and threaten more carries than GENG can do the same.
We need to take a breath. Because you know what? I think there's a storm brewing. It's not just a glacial storm.
Very good.
There's a little bit more. Because this is where we're entering into a strong late game for both these teams. You mentioned the Rumble, and look at that gold graph. Yeah, slight incremental leads, but it's still that 2.5k. Dragon Soul Point, JDG, but it's only up in 3.5 minutes. So is Baron going to be one of these next moves, as already Vampire's here putting out vision?
Okay. Hex Drink it in for Ruler is a big one. And literally, as I was making it, Logan was pointing. Oh, Logan, Pike was pointing. Logan's actually over on the side.
I don't look that good.
By the way. Well, very kind. All the while, as we are about to head towards a potential Baron setup as well here. That Hex Drink is potentially pretty big because, again, the doubles AP solo lanes are one of the big threats towards Ruler. His job in this game and his build that he has decided to go towards is to stay alive and keep putting out damage. GENG's comp works better the longer the fights go.
Yes. No, absolutely, but I'm worried about Kane. Like, these public executions are not hitting their mark, and it's all on Vampire to disrupt these plays. So we'll have to see if they're going to be trying to do anything more around that and how Vampire's going to position this fight, because yes, you're going to get that paranoia, but is it going to be enough to get to the back line?
So, GENG managed to get a lot of wards down around this Baron. They're going to start it up again, try to drag JDG in. Watch Keen on the flank. There's a reset coming from Xiaoshu, who I am assuming is going to go for the TP. He's got the arm guard. He's got a needlessly large rod. Duro on the flank. Here we go.
Yeah, now there's the Pop Blossom. They're looking at Honkyu, but Vampire's in there. Paranoia too. Straight to the back line. But is it going to be enough as Gala picks up one?
Keen.
Is going to be enough? Keen's on the backside. The damage to the flash into the wall. Honkyu gets the damage. They've taken out Ruler. Canyon's running for their life. And yes, it was JDG still winning it out, but Keen has the damage. Is going to be enough as there's the feathers. Flash not enough. It still hits. Gala takes out Keen in a 1v1. Chovy trying to hold on, but does.
He can keep going.
He can look a little bit more. It's so much damage. Oh,
Sonya's
going golden, holding out that storm.
Lovely.
It's enough and picks it up. Chovy getting it done.
Chovy by name, champion by nature. This player is just unreal. The crowd comes to life behind us. I said, the longer the fights go, the better it is for GENG. At first, it was in context of Ruler. he dies. You know who else could do pretty well in a long fight? An Onivia with 3 items. The storm comes out, and JDG are looking at their hands on those keyboards because they got frostbite.
Oh, look, and if you lose a couple fingers here and there, it's really hard to click that mouse. But still, the fight was so good and quite even at the end of the day. But the gold lead has just been flipped on its head. It's a 400 lead now, only for JDG. We have to pull it back. We got time on the board with a Dragon up in 40, but Baron still a threat.
So this is important because the Baron doesn't go down, Soul will be available shortly. But now GENG find themselves in a dangerous position. This fight was very split. But the thing is, Honkyu is caught inside the Glacial Storm. He's CC'd up, and that big shield and the actualizer value is mitigated. Keen manages to dance around here, and Gala burns a flash, does get Keen, but it comes at heavy cost. Remember, the range issues we were worried about for JDG come to the fore here. Chovy just ices them out of the play. Arm guard means nothing. Xayah can't come in. We'll come back to live. Baron still being Forto.
Yeah, absolutely cold-blooded there by Chovy. We'll have to see if they can continue this fight as we're entering into such a late game where almost everyone's at level 18.
Hang on.
Featherstorm already been used. Chovy be pulled in. Pop get 3! It's enough! Chovy locks them down. Where did Gala go? But the Paranoid Squad, it's only an egg though. Double kill for Chovy. It's just huge out of GENG. Xiaoxu could not hold on, has to retreat, and it's GENG turning to the Baron.
This game started with a triple kill to Gala with the worst possible level 1. It doesn't matter one bit. They fight fight after fight after fight, and Baron is theirs.
Holding on to that title is what GENG want to do here in Game 2. And wow, a star-studded class. Look at this play. The Featherstorm went up. The Barrage hits. Pop Blossom straight up blows them up.
I remember saying, hey, JDG, fun comp, especially if you can go forwards. Watch out for the range discrepancy. Watch out for the wall. Xayah will struggle into it. Rise will struggle into it. Guess what, Pike? They struggled into it so much, they ended up in a hole and down Baron and 3,500 gold.
And you gave such a big lead there to Gala at the start of the game. Where's it gone? It is still Ruler ruling this map. The damage is so good. And now they're sieging down mid.
JDG have had a pretty good run at this tournament. I've been excited watching them for the majority of this year. It's been some really cool things we've seen from this roster. But GENG, you just can't count them out. They weren't at MSI, but they've taken the time away to sharpen their knives, prep their weapons, and look to slit the throats of JDG.
Oh, and it's just so rough as now they've taken the first mid-inhib. GENG, they've flipped the script as they always do. Down but never out as they enter into a 5k gold lead, starting to siege down this bot side too. This is just absolute cinema gameplay.
I have a sneaking suspicion a lot of folks counted GENG out because they had a pretty rough time in
Public
spring.
execution.
This is rough.
It's enough for the Paranoid Squad as they go for a little bit more. The tower's gone. Can they hold on? Honkyu picks up King.
Look at Ruler.
He's holding on. 1v3. He can get this done. Goes golden, but it's not enough. Gala gets it done. It's all too much. GENG, they had the Baron, but Gala had another story to tell.
And the moment we start waxing lyrical about GENG, it goes so very wrong. 24-14. We are at 38 kills in 32 minutes. Paris, are you not entertained?
We said they'd eat good tonight, and I was not wrong. An absolute game on our hands. Oh, initialize.
Right, so we have to try and break this one down because basically GENG full send and they think they're in a good position. They want to get the most out of the Baron that they can. But this time, the dive goes a little wrong. You jump on Xiaoxu, but the counter engage, the LPL special, full contact, team fighting. You dive my backline, let me return the favor. It goes wrong for GENG. Gala gets a fight where he is untouched and he gets to run rampant.
Oh, the gold lead now sitting only at 1k for GENG. So we have to see if they can pull this one back again, as there was 5k gold up, the biggest lead we've seen all game, and now it's just flipped once again. As the game slows down, objectives really not on the board, 2 minutes really till anything, and it is that drag. Still, sole point for JDG.
Gold at this point means very little.
Yep.
It's not really relevant. It's much more about map positioning. It's much more around where we're at in terms of the item breakpoints. Double GA up and available for Keen, for Canyon. We've got a Medjai's in for Chovy for a little bit more value. Look at Ruler's inventory as well. Very, very scary. Of course, Gala at 4.5 items is nothing to sniff about. You've got the Zonyas for Xiaoshu, GA for Junya. Lots of these tools will be key. That initial kill isn't a guarantee right now, so when you do pull the trigger, and this goes for both teams, you better damn well not miss, and that will be important because look at the top left corner of your screen. Minute and a half till a potential soul for JDG. Baron 30 seconds after. You win that fight around the soul, you likely get Baron 2.
Big thing there, though, there's still supers pushing down mid, so GENG have that slight advantage where they get those auto shoves going forward. It is going to be on either Gala or Hongq to be at those mid waves to sort of stop that and push it out a little bit more. But both teams, they're looking at this drag.
Okay, look at the map positioning right now. There is one ward I want you to note very deep in this bot side for GENG. Would be a fantastic position for Keen to get into. There are no spell books, so no supports will be getting down there, but that can still be pretty key. JDG going to get a lot of wards into the blue side jungle of GENG of their own, and they will be in position to control the river. Them being in there first makes it a little bit more difficult for people like Chovy, people like Ruler to keep getting that poke down and abusing their range advantage. Let's see, though, whether they can hold on to it, because they did lose mid-push in order to do this.
30 seconds. Drag will be up. 2k gold lead just on Chovy right now. Very scary bird on the map. Full build. That Rabadon's death cap is looking scary, especially with a Banshee's Veil too. The shields are good. But now, we'll have to see who's going to pull that trigger first. Vampire, a little bit deep, has not been spotted out just yet. Xiaoshu also there. Now they know. Dragon spawned, and finding Vampire there was good. It did slow them a bit more.
Just keep an eye on Keen as well here. Can look for an angle. The Dragon is started. This flip could be huge. GENG starting, half HP. Look at Hongq.
Hongq being caught now. Keen.
Oh boy!
Said maybe we can find them realm
Oh
warp.
no!
Is it just enough? Gets them out of dodge, but the Dragon's gone. GENG snuck it away. Now they're looking for the re-engage fire. Parallel. Vampire has to be careful.
Ouch.
Oh, barrage not gonna land as Vampire does get out.
Some way, somehow, no one died doing that. The health bars got precipitous, but not absolute zero. The problem is GENG can just run straight over to Baron, and sure, the kills might not be there, but JDG, you need to get back on the map fast because you want to stop the purple worm going down.
Yeah, Paranoia did get used, so we'll have to see if that cooldown's going to be enough, as the Baron is just getting shredded. It's the end of the game. Xiaoshu dropping the equalizer. Is it going to be enough damage, though? It's not on the Baron, and it's just secured. Dragon Baron fight.
It's on the pits. Keen on the back end of the players. Gala's doing some damage. Vampire's there as well. It's chaos.
It's all too much. There's the resurrections coming forward. Chovy's trying to slow them down. Flash over the wall. Is Ruler going to have the damage?
Oh, he does.
Get shit over the wall. Paranoia's back. They're going on top, but look at him go. Oh, GENG. They're just falling. Chovy wants to take out one more. GENG are locking this game out. It's only Gala holding the line against a force of GENG. Absolute soldiers. They're looking to end this game. They have the Baron. Maybe they can slow down Gala, trying to clear this one out. The GA is still up for Canyon. If they can look and fight,
they're going to get him.
And it's just a little bit too far.
Boy.
Flash is going forward. Slash, dash, and slice.
No way. Hang on.
Gala. Oh my lord. Able to hold on a little bit
He needs to get back. He needs to get back. They're on the Nexus turret, and Gala's doing red buff. They've delayed him long enough. Keen just poisonous.
He can't do it. It's GENG. Down but never out is the story of this team, and they are holding that title here at EWC, and the crowd is going wild.
Somehow, someway, despite the worst level 1 you can imagine, a triple kill over to Azaya to begin it all. It doesn't matter. GENG with masterful team fighting, with clutch late game, even when Gala is trying at the very end to pull off the miracle 1v2, it doesn't matter, because in the back corner, the rest of GENG are doing what must be done. They break the Nexus, they break JDG's heart, and they'll be breaking their key.
And an absolutely star performance from GENG. They did such a good job at holding that back a little bit longer. So big props to this team. They want to go forward. They want to see some more teams as they head towards finals as well. These quarterfinals have been absolutely stunning, and I'm so keen. But we have to send it to our analysts, as far as I know. But still, at the end of the day, look at this team. They're looking so good.
They are, and I think here's the thing, right? GENG are a team that people were perhaps counting out coming into this tournament. You have to remember, they weren't at MSI. There's teams like HLE here, BLG the first time winners, T1, one of the most popular teams in the world. They might be the reigning winners, but of course, they still weren't able, or were able now, of course, to take down JDG, and the hype rises. The weight of expectation rises.
And it was looking so good, and I can't wait to see them go further again, but we are going to send it to our analysts. Now, that is me for the rest of EWC 2026, so I'd love to thank you all for letting me come out here and cast these phenomenal games for you. But let's send it over to Valdez and have some fun.
Thank you very much, guys. As a crazy game to end it here, Pike. Thank you very much for your hard work as we are getting ready to break down what happened to JDG. They started with 3 kills on a on a Xayah. Gala shows up to lane with Doran's helm, a call, and boots, and a dagger. And GENG go for these crazy early plays that do not pay off. They fall very far behind, it felt. But the gold wasn't a massive lead. JDG not able to put the cap on it here, Yamato.
This is the thing. It's like JDG are walking around with gold per 5 quints from Season 3.
Yeah.
Just activated at all times. Yeah, unfortunately, it was the fine print of this game for JDG, unfortunately. Like Valdez was alluding to, despite JDG finding many a fights, many a good ones at that, the gold lead, we'll see it in the PGB in a second after the highlights, but maybe 3,000 gold, I think, was the peak of a JDG lead this game, despite what the game state itself felt like. And I mean, GENG's team fighting is what ends up coming back. It was the smaller skirmishes that failed them, the execution on the dives and things of that nature, but Chovy on this Onivia, Keen on this Ambessa, doing so much work. And then, of course, there's that Nico champion, which, despite not having a lot of presence at this tournament, I don't actually know why it doesn't have a lot of presence at this tournament. It's still pretty damn good at doing what it does.
We were questioning that a lot, actually, over the LCK. What happened to Nico? It just kind of fell off the face of the planet.
It still does the odd thing,
It's still really good.
Yeah.
I think another big talking point for this one is Chovy's determination to not lose. He's like, no, I don't lose. Forces the ult here. Gala doesn't have flash. He flash walls him.
God, this wall.
And Gala just dies. And Gala's really the main bulk of the gold lead and the damage for the side of JDG. So he just dies instantly, and GENG are like, okay, thanks.
Yeah, thank you very much. It's a nice donation, as it were. Well, is it a donation if Chovy just snatches your lunch money?
Chovy's like the bully who takes it away. He's like, yeah, thanks for the win, bud.
Yeah, just straight who decided that energy. And yeah, the sad thing really was that Hongkyu also had pretty high impact in a lot of these fights.
Yeah.
But it got to a point where if he's in range to deal damage to anyone, then he's in range to get Nico forward, he's in range to get walled off. It's really unfortunate, really, I suppose, for him. And I feel bad for JDG because I don't think they deserve to get 2-0'd here. I think they should have at least gone to 3 games. But that just goes to show the prowess of GENG. They are so sharp. You give them an inch, they will happily take a couple of miles.
Yeah, they absolutely will. I mean, it does look like GENG's here to party at this EWC 2026. They look angry and ready to go and try to win as much as possible, obviously. You can see the gold graph here. GENG took the lead at about 33-ish minutes, maybe 30 minutes. Yep. And then they almost lost it again after that bottom lane fight, which was just kind of wild. And then You know, you always got to be careful, especially late game into Ryze and Xayah. You can really, if you kind of get in the wrong spot, just take a huge amount of damage. It doesn't really matter how far you are ahead. And another thing, I think, kind of the elephant in the room, Xiaoshu's Rumble was not good. The ults were...
It was weird. It was like...
not landing at all.
How do I say this? It felt good and bad at the same time. Yeah, it was like, the initial placement was good, but then everyone got off the equalizer really quickly. So I don't know how to say it. It's like, he clicked their heads, but
For
he
some
didn't...
of them.
Yes, he clicked their heads, but didn't really funnel them into a place that was uncomfortable. I think that's the way I'll describe the equalizers. And that was the, air quotes, good ones. The rest were, like Valdez. Valdez is making noise for a reason. The rest of the equalizers weren't that good.
Yeah, just, you know, I think he is a very talented and strong player. He just didn't have the best game. No. It can happen to anyone, really. We've seen it for all of our best players. And even Chovy, who kind of carried this game this time around. So Chovy showing up to play. The rest of the team is playing well around him outside of that level 1, which was very strange. I think Canyon kind of dashing in as Wukong really put them in an awkward spot, and it felt very forced.
Sometimes you
didn't work for them. Yeah.
You know, sometimes you just want that little bit more. I'm a jungler. I know what it's like.
You guys might be wondering, where's Huni?
Actually,
we fired him. Yeah, he's gone. No, he's on stage.
I think you could see him in the wide shot when it's
he was behind the camera.
Yeah, right. No, that's I know from my right.
There he is, all the way over there. Yeah, he's going to be translating for the interview once again, which he did a fantastic job last time. And you guys might be able to see Chovy up there as well.
Yep. Gonna hear from the man himself.
It's not ready, but
oh,
okay. I lied. I'm just a big fat liar. Either way, guys, we do have the interview ready on stage. Let's hand it over to Kitty, Chovy, and Huni.
Welcome in, everyone. This is our day 1 interview for Chovy. GENG just won against JDG. Congratulations on crushing JDG's key. So how are you feeling with so many fans showing up, of course, for the EWC title defenders?
일단 JDG 상대로 가볍게 승리하신 거 축하드리고요. 지금 그리고 이제 디펜딩 챔피언으로서 이렇게 산뜻한 출발하셨는데 기분이 어떠신지 듣고 싶습니다.
일단 저희가 디펜딩 챔피언으로서 처음에 이렇게 승리하면서 출발하는 걸 좀 당연히 해야 되는 것 같고 그래도 아직 아쉬운 모습이 많아서 앞으로 더 좋은 모습 보일 수 있도록 하겠습니다.
This is like kind of, you know, normal, like as a defending champion, like kind of views that we should be doing well. So we are kind of happy, but at the same time, there's a lot of things that we are making kind of mistake in the game. So we're not really fully happy about it. So for now, I think main goal is like, you know, just focusing on our gameplay, like at the moment and trying our best every single moment.
I want to talk about that game too as well. It was a really close brawl, especially around the Baron dancing. So can you give us a little bit more information on how you guys were able to make that comeback against JDG?
특히 이제 두 번째 경기에서 이제 되게 어렵게 시작했잖아요. 대역전극이 있었고 특히 그 바론 상황에서 어떻게 그거를 이제 잘 관리를 하셨는지 그걸 좀 듣고 싶습니다.
일단 저희가 조합상 뭔가 상대방이 먼저 시도하는 게 되게 쉬운 조합인데 그래서 오히려 더 저희가 먼저 걸어야 상대방이 대처하기 어렵다고 생각했고 그래서 저희가 뭔가 계속 상대한테 협박을 걸 수 있는 카드를 계속 생각하면서 좋은 플레이를 했습니다.
As a composition wise, there was from the draft, like enemy team draft was like more proactive. Like they were the one who make the play first, and this like we were the more so like disengaging stuff. So, but I think the game was like really tough spots since there, so we kind of had to make like really creative play. Even though we had a disengaging team comp, like we were willing to actually make a first engage in them. So make sure it's like they get surprised first. So that's how I think we, you know, like trying to come back. I think that was the main our progress.
Still a 2-0 at the end, and of course winning against JDG. Since we are live from Paris, would you like to say merci in Parisian for the fans that are here for GENG today?
우선 일단 여기서 2대0으로 승리를 가져가셨고 지금 많은 팬분들이 엄청 많이 와주셨어요. 그래서 팬분들께 한번 감사 인사 드리면 좋겠습니다.
네, 많은 팬분들이 보러 와주셔서 감사하고 저희가 계속 승리하면서 상위 라운드 진출해서 더 많이 보러 오실 수 있도록 하겠습니다.
Really thanks for the supporting. We will try our best to get more wins and also, you know, for the same final, like I think that's our main goal, trying to go as farther as we can. So hopefully you guys are supporting us.
Looking forward to Gen G's remaining tournament. Thank you so much to Chovy and of course Huni for the translations, and back to you guys.
Thank you very much, Kitty and Chovy and Huni, for that wonderful breakdown. It was great to pick his brain about, the different compositions, what they were dealing with, what they had, the tools in their kit, and how they were able to claw that game back. And as Kitty said, 2-0 at the end of the day, even though it was a difficult game number 2, Gen G looked like they were ready to play.
Yeah. There always feels like there's an air of, how do I phrase this? You can tell that their own expectations are super high.
Oh, yeah.
And even, even though they 2-0'd JDG, it's like, well, we 2-0'd them. Wow.
Yeah. It's only JDG.
It's only, exactly.
We messed up a lot.
Yeah.
We're that good today.
But that really shows you why, over the years, this general core, obviously there's a couple of changes here and there, have, kind of outperformed, at least domestically, the rest of the league for so long. And here at EWC looking to defend their title here in the semi-finals now, and they made it look relatively easy for more game time than they didn't.
Yeah, absolutely. A win's a win at the end of the day. And I do think that Gen G, they've looked good in their wins, but also JDG, a strong team, not the strongest they're going to face at this tournament, and we'll have to wait and see who they do end up facing in the bracket. Our next match is going to be D+K up against Billy Gaming, which is pretty interesting, especially because DK looked great on the A stage, so maybe it's a close series.
So, like how I said I was scared for BLG against T1 yesterday, you're allowed to say you're afraid for DK, Valda.
No, it's fine. Yeah, they got it.
I wish the cameras didn't cut away to Ruler before you
It's okay. Yeah, surely they just, they'll make it close and interesting.
Yeah, they
we are crushing the key of JDG here. Goodbye to Ding Dong Gaming as, boom, there goes the key, snapped in half.
How many pieces? Quickly.
That one looked pretty...
It looked clean.
Clean, yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Kind of just got...
Ruler's like, let me get in on that.
Yeah,
What's going on in there? I want to see. He might be the most enthusiastic captain I think we've seen step up to the Crusher.
Yeah. Ruler is... He likes to have fun. And you can see all the different pieces there as our wonderful manager of the official Key Crusher is doing a great job of showing that off. And yeah, JDG are out. Gen G will move on to the semifinals. Welcome back, Huni. How did it feel to be in the presence of Chovy?
Not fully happy because they were making a lot of mistakes. Also, the game 2 wasn't really clean, I'll say. Like, it could have been cleaner. Even though, like, I'll say JD's like were considered as a pretty strong team, right? Like in the quarterfinal right now in the playoffs. So I think that's what he's feeling, and I'm also pretty, happy that he actually got the win as a 2-0 clean.
Yeah.
Yeah. Clean 2-0, nothing to see here. Yeah.
Don't have to watch the tapes.
Yeah. So that's that. Yeah. Gen G, I mean, it's a pretty interesting EWC so far because I feel like pretty much every Korean team looks like they're a contender, which is something I wouldn't have said at the beginning of EWC before it started.
Really?
Yeah. Really?
I mean, obviously, I know DK are here, and that's the worry.
Yeah, and T1 lost to G2.
Yeah.
So we take that very seriously.
I feel like they have a lot of grace, don't they? It's just all the world's runs.
Yeah, I would say like it's HLE was the only one that fully, even HLE honestly it was like
so interesting because
it was like too close. You know what I mean?
Yeah. This is interesting because I feel like from our side on the obvious, we're all scared for everyone except BLG.
Yeah, I think that's fair. Okay. Like the best team in your region is really the only one that you can be fully confident in because oftentimes we've seen the other teams lose a bunch and show a lot of weakness because they're in very strong regions, both LPL and LCK. So at the end of the day, unless you're winning it all and being very clean about it, it's yeah. And as you mentioned, even HLE, there are times where they're not the cleanest. So think about them, and then you think about below them, T1 and Gen G, and then D+K. Like, we're just not going to have a lot of confidence in them on the international stage. But they've proved that wrong, right? I mean, DK did look great on the main stage. I don't know how they're going to do in this best of 3 because it's a much more difficult one.
Yeah, I mean,
with BLG.
I mean, for sure. I mean, they have to deal with like a lot of stuff, like what BLG can deliver, like all this stuff, like from the, they know how to play through the lane. Like that's the biggest concern part of it. So they have to deal with.
Yeah, and it's going to be an interesting best of 3 here between D+Kia and BLG. But first, guys, we are going to take a quick break and be back for the second series of the day.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
We were there. For every click, every clutch, every respawn. We were there for the years of grind, and we're here. Now, the proud founding partner of EWC, powering the biggest event in gaming, shoulder to shoulder with the world's best, making history. Greatness deserves a stage. Lenovo Legion, reach your impossible.
We book Esports World Cup.
He can come in here and play my game. He knows nothing. Let's go!
Tyler 1, you're done.
Raw energy. House blow the house down.
Hello and welcome back to the Kadia City Battlegrounds as we are here on the secondary stream getting ready for our second and final best of 3 of the night. It is going to be D+Kia up against Bilibili Gaming, and this one definitely is another one of these where we have a clear favorite in BLG. A very strong team, the best team from LPL currently, and just got runner-up at MSI as well. And D+Kia, I mean, they squeaked in here to EWC and didn't exactly have the best run at LCK either. Didn't go to MSI, of course, but they look better now. They looked great on the A stream yesterday, so curious about their form here against BLG.
I mean, personally, I think the DK, like, because we watched all the game from the LCK, like right now, DK form isn't too bad, I'll say. You know, we've seen worse at the regular season, like domestic league. So like, it is like one of the worry part, like surely playing against like the runner-up, the MSI, you know, like the BLG shown so much good thing about like playing against, especially playing against like the HLE. It was like super close series, and how they're playing, like it's so aggressive. Like that's what, you know, like we can easily say like that's what LPL brings to the when they come to the international tournament. That's the like strategy, like that's their main theme of the team, of the reason. And it's like BLG that can so handle well. But the thing is, I think the DK, I want to see how much they develop for this series.
Yeah, I agree, especially considering, you know, players like Smash and Korea not having particularly lengthy careers so far. Having them come out to this international is a very big deal. And I think also when you look over at the jungle, I think this trio of players really need to have a fantastic performance, because BLG's jungle support and AD / we might have to start calling them bottom laners for the time being, as opposed to ADCs, have obviously been on fantastic form. BLG's macro has arguably been the best in the world, depending on who you ask, right? Even though HLE are definitely the better team, I think it's maybe one of the places where BLG might still edge them a little bit. And so DK on the other end really have to be sharp in that regards, right? Lucid has to not be too over-eager to take fights like he often can be. And the same thing has to kind of be said for Korea. Those two need to be moving on the map as a duo and trying to impact the lanes that matter the most for them.
Yeah, they absolutely have to. And I think that D+Kia, it's going to at least be very obvious what they need to do, because BLG has shown a lot of stuff. We always talk about this. You know, they just did a huge full tournament, went all the way to the end, played a 5-game series against HLE. And, you know, HLE and DK aren't best buds and always scrimming or anything like that, but I'm sure that some information is passed along and gives them the best chance to potentially take down BLG.
I mean, it is like really unfair to say for, you know, for DK and against HLE. Like, let's say if there's a only kill for BLG, like they will get crushed, right? Like the BLG, like they know how to snowball so well, especially through the solo laners. And I don't think DK is the one that can solve well from playing behind, especially against a BLG. So it's not going to be working well if they lose all the game, especially.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, guys, we do have a quick video showcasing BLG. Let's hop into that right now.
跟 Knight 做队友，我觉得就特别有趣吧。然后他实力又很强，然后又比较幽默，打得会比较开心。
和 Knight 做队友最大的体验就是觉得他确实是一个实力非常强的选手。和他做队友，很多时候他会给队伍创造很多优势，可以让我们的比赛进行得更加顺利。
和 Knight 选手他自身本身就比较强嘛，然后游戏内容他的指挥也特别棒，然后游戏跟大家的交流去运作这个团队也做得特别好。
Knight 的对线实力还有整体的指挥和队友的沟通能力都是非常优秀的，所以和他打的话，其实他能做到很多事情吧。Knight 选手的操作能力、对线能力还有指挥能力都是非常顶尖的，这就是他为什么这么强的原因吧。不管是作为选手还是朋友，最喜欢 Knight 他身上的那股不服输的精神吧。
我觉得就比较稳重吧。
Good stuff. I always love getting to hear a little bit more about the players' personalities and, you know, what makes them great. A lot of mentions of shot calling and also consistency, just feeling like he offers a lot in many different areas to this BLG roster.
Has for a very long time. And I mean, people do consider Knight, you know, effectively either second or third best player of, you know, this generation, this last 5-6 years of League of Legends. And for very, very good reasons. You heard some of the other best players in the world in their role talking about how special it is to play with him. I think that kind of lets you know just how important and impactful he is for this team as a leader.
Yeah, I mean, also, the being is like he actually changed, like, I feel like he changed the meta for top. Like, that's all I feel. Like, even LCK top laners start to, like, learn from him, like what we should be approaching when you play top lane. And even like honestly, Viper, he has a power that he can actually change the org, the environment. Like he joined this weak team, he can easily change the power of the org as a team.
Yeah, you absolutely can, and we're going to get to see some of that firsthand right now as the draft is loading up, and I'm going to hand it over to our casters here. Initialize and Logan, take it away.
Thank you very much, Valdez and crew. Got one more quarterfinal to do today. It will be Billy Gaming going up against D+ Kia. And of course, this is a fairly significant one as ever. We are finally into playoffs. And that means no more mistakes allowed whatsoever. You have to favor BLG likely coming into this. First stand champions, MSI finalists, hell, they were one game away from taking out HLE. It's been a pretty crazy day of games already. We are here at the Qiddiya City Battleground, and it is rammed, I tell you. There are fans from wall to wall, and I don't think they're going anywhere yet, Logan.
No, you are right. Bonjour, France and EWC 2026. We are here in this quarter-final match between the LPL's BLG and the LCK's D+ Kia. And everything, as you said, is on the line. The loser gets their key crushed. And what's that line you've so famously coined, Initialize?
Well, yeah, there's something about a boulevard of broken keys or something. Even here in Paris, they've ported it over. When you see the champions at the end of the tournament, the winners of this particular League of Legends competition, you will see the path they walked across is literally filled with the broken keys from years past. The bottom of the totem where all the various frames from the winners of all of the games played at EWC. That base is a resin block filled with broken keys. It is a remarkable sight. And year on year, that number of totems keeps growing.
And speaking of remarkable, this is the LPL's darling team, Billy Gaming, their number 1 seed at MSI, who came in second. And this is D+ Kia, the LCK's underdog. T1 just 2-0'd HLE out of EWC 2026. So now it is T1 and D+ Kia representing the LCK. But enough about what this means for these teams. We are into these picks and bans, and there's already some staples coming through in that Orianna, for example.
Oh, yes, it is indeed. You've got to keep your eyes on the other side of that coin, though, in terms of what got locked in. Chase for Bin. He is always down to take that blind pick and basically ask the question of his opposite number. What have you got to match? His ability to pick up a laning lead has been exceptional all year. Of course, at MSI, though, we saw once or twice he get that lead, and then, well, maybe there's a few thousand gold lead throws here or there. The Ziggs and the Camille lock-in, though. Honor's always been a creative support player. Elise's and Onivia's, and of course now with the Camille's coming out, very happy with that. And lock in a Ziggs combo with it. If you're looking at probably the best mage bot player in the world, you have to go to Viper. He was doing it the best back in 2018 on Griffin. He can do it the best here in 2026 as well.
Yeah, I mean, Gumayushi has obviously been looking good on this pick, but you've said it before and we've seen it before. Viper is just better on this Ziggs, and with that wave clear and the mobility out of this Camille, it's very much going to be each, bot laner is going to be left alone, and the supports are going to be roaming. Camille, one of the best, one of the nastiest at it with those hook shots, being able to come at you from those creative flanking angles. But on the side of D+ Kia, we've got that early aggressive jungler in the Lee Sin. We've got Cassiopeia. We've seen Cassiopeia's become oppressive and run down enemy teams. And the tankiest of tanks, Cassante, a good all-out across that wall, and it changes the entire team fight.
And I think removing someone like the Trundle then to protect that Cassante from a potential subjugate, there's the name of that ability.
Beautiful.
Makes some sense. Of course, that Cassiopeia, very flexible. You can put that down towards the bot lane there for Smash as well. And that's been something we've seen Viper do into the Ziggs, actually, thinking back onto it. So you can definitely look to make that an option too. And of course, Showmaker, no stranger to a variety of champions. In fact, I remember a run he did years ago in solo queue where he just played a random champion and a new champion every game and climbed to challenger with something like an 80% win rate. It was pretty silly. Very flexible player.
That's
what
it.
I'm getting at there.
I do love the bans. As you say, Trundle the Subjugate can flip the fight on a Cassante, but I also like this Skarner ban. We have seen Skarner rise in priority in that support and jungle role over the past split. So it's nice to see the sort of, hey, we know how you guys like to play. We're going to ban your sort of comfort picks for these players. But on the other side, Leona. You'll note Leona has been banned, not Nautilus. This is a dynamic shift in these bans because usually it's we want to get, and there it is, Nautilus has been picked up. So it's one or the other now.
Yeah, still just considering it, but I think it's a likely lock regardless. It's good with the Cassiopeia because you can obviously sit down a Miasma on top of it if you do want to pair that in that bot lane. Still able to leave the lane very well as well. Can match that Camille. We have sort of seen that trinity of the Camille, the Pike, the Nautilus, depending on who the players are to get some value. Looking for a pick for Knight here. If you're looking at a player who, across the year, has looked like the best performing player in the world, well, Knight has to go to the top of it as far as I'm concerned, at the very least. I grant you a certain amount of LPL bias, but still has been very potent, make no mistake about it.
One thing I like about this Nautilus pickup as well, great engage tool coming out of DK. They were kind of lacking there. Obviously, Lee Sin can start a fight, but he's not a really great team engage tool except for that Dragon's Rage kick to go back into it, but it's a bit harder to pull off, and I'm loving seeing these hovers on that Kai'Sa. She's risen up in the meta of late as well. Yeah, we were talking about a mage meta at MSI, but here at EWC, we're kind of seeing a mix. We're seeing the mages, but we're also seeing those traditional auto attack damage dealers. So I'm loving that Kai'Sa hover. I do hope they lock that one in, but it's almost anti-synergistic, right? Kai'Sa, the ultimate dive AD. The only other potential dive you've got here to follow up is Lee Sin.
And I somewhat agree. You've got Nautilus with you, you've got a Leona with you. I have seen, and we have seen, some of the Vi Cassiopeia combo, which you would think of as something similar. But if the Cassiopeia is within a screen's range, rather than going to the backline, what you can do is hit someone with the first bit of CC, namely the Nautilus, and then put the Miasma down. And then there's no way out as the Kai'Sa, as the Lee Sin come in, because you can't move. You have no ability to use those mobility skills, and that could be pretty damn scary. Last pick locked in as well, so we've got our compositions rounded out. Double poke from BLG with a significant amount of pick with the Jarvan and the Camille. On the other side, something of a dive and pick combo there from D plus Kia.
Yeah, two different compositions, which I love. It more speaks to the styles of these teams as well. That J4, I will be expecting to be cataclysming, trying to get onto the backline, onto this Cassiopeia, onto this Kai'Sa. But we've said it before, that Cassiopeia with that Miasma, you go in, you cataclysm on top of her, that's a one-way trip. It's highly unlikely that you're coming back out of that one. So it will be great to see how both of these teams play around one another. I think I'm favoriting one of these teams, though. I hope it goes 2-1 because I love as much League of Legends as I can possibly get. I'm going to say it's a 2-1 BLG favored matchup. What about you?
I struggle to ever trust D plus Kia. I think anyone who's seen LCK this year knows exactly how inconsistent they can be. And BLG, sure, they're coming off a tournament loss, but they were on the verge of golden roading this year.
Yeah.
And that is nothing to sniff at. They've gone gold, 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 silver. Like, that's still 3 out of 4, and the 4 was very close. So I still have them as one of the tournament favorites, and I think for me in that regard then, I think 2-0.
Like, quite frankly, if BLG do win here and make their way to fight T1, I favor their odds against T1 as well. Because you're right, they are just off the back of a phenomenal performance at MSI. They 3-1'd HLE only to get 2-3'd in that grand final, but they are good. They're up there with the best of the rest in the world. And DK right now, Showmaker had a fantastic game on that Zoe against G2's Caps yesterday, but can one great performance really carry a team through to success as we are finally on the rift for this game 1 of our best of 3 series between the LPL's BLG and LCK's DK.
That it is. As I look at those runes, nothing super surprising there. It's Glacial Augment for the Nautilus is perhaps the one that's a little bit surprising alongside the Halo Blades there for the Camille. Those are perhaps a little bit more unusual of the Halo Blades on the Camille. Not so surprising, perhaps, now that I think it through a little more. dumb sentence from me.
Hey, look, you're paired up with an Aussie, mate. There'll be a few that I'll be able to cover as well. And there's a couple of Aussie words that I was like, oh, can I? I better not. But we go to this mid lane and we're already trading. Showmaker, a slight HP advantage, but the bot lane is where all the action is. Korea is just sitting there, gets a good hook, a bit of poke, smash.
Eats a lot of damage here at the level 1. Great from On. Was one of the first people to pick up that Camille and gets a lot of work done on it. Already.
But I really, really like that trade, right? Korea was waiting. Oh, we go again. Korea was waiting in that bush for a long while. Was able to land the hook and the auto to CC, but On immediately went on to Smash to turn it back around. That Hail of Blades, that Ignite doing so much damage, which means these secondary trades are going to be a lot harder for Smash to be able to step up. And Viper on this Ziggs is nailing those skill shots on top of Smash, so he does have to be careful. And maybe a couple of summoners burnt, but otherwise nothing really to write home about. The junglers, though, opposite sides of the rift.
Korea potentially in a spotter bottom, but just get that little staggering blow auto onto Viper. Puts him in a tricky spot, but that's a good satchel back. Smash left. Not quite smash, but certainly a little lower than you'd like. The hook, though, onto On, who does get that adaptive defense, but he's really low. Tactical sweep. Smash flashes in and doesn't get the kill. Went looking.
One more auto would have absolutely done that. Played to perfection by BLG to escape without giving a kill over. And not many summoners burnt to speak of. Korea, the only one in the bot side of DK is walking up.
Gets the shield with the Titan's Wrath. There's a satchel away, flashes away. The turret shot's there. The bombs keep flying. Short Fu's passive not there. Lucid around, gets that Sonic Wave in and just brings him down into the turret. It will be the 1-for-1.
And he knew it too. He just stood there. He's like, well, this is inevitable. Gets that first blood. Critically, though, getting that extra first blood bounty into the pocket of the jungler, and that's exactly what you want. Lee Sin is an early game aggressive jungler. You need to feed gold into him to enable his playmaking, to enable better 1v1ing and team fighting. So I'm really liking this initiative here. We've got 1.5 minutes till the Drake of the game. DK, negligible lead, but it's a lead. It's 200 gold up.
Might end up face-checking Shun. Oh, and there's the flag and the drag. And unfortunately for poor old Lucid, he might not be feeling so loose anymore. There's a stun, but it's only onto Korea, who body blocks well on that hook shot. Turns it around with that staggering blow. He's got himself a dread sign to work with and should be able to escape relatively freely.
Everybody wants to support like Korea. He literally just walked in front of every single skill shot and was saying, you will not touch my jungler.
Smash, I fear you may be in danger. He might instead be the one who is about to have an unfortunate experience. Can they get some support? Korea is coming on up. Shun's trying to zone him off. They're going to have On go in. The hook shot, the dredge lines wide, the flag, the drag, and Smash finds himself dead to rights. On does at least get picked up in trade.
Yeah, 1-for-1. That's almost a disaster for BLG there. DK has to be happy with that. They played that beautifully. Yes, the hook shot missed because Jun exhibited excellent patience. He didn't go in for that flag and drag when it was predicted. So Korea whiffed, but 1-for-1. Happy with that because they committed so many resources. As we take a look at this again, Lucid knew he was going to die. He just stops. He's like, yeah.
Well, this is my life now.
Take me, I'm yours.
Record scratch. Guess you're wondering how I got here.
That's the one. Now, we do see BLG here, Knight in the middle though, 50% health. So obviously some trading's happening. On coming through to be like, hey, back off my mid laner. And the dragon has spawned. Right now though, Shun might have an angle on Korea.
There is no flash. He's got himself a dredge sign away. Should be all right, but it's very unusual for BLG. They are rarely a team that plays around bot side. They love to have Shun and On go more towards their solo lanes, setting up Viper for success best they can. He's got himself an early gold lead. Showmaker eats the wrong end of an arcane storm. On is trading up with Korea here. Needs to be a little bit wary. The tactical sweep comes on out, but that'll be the end of that. Shun does get to steal away a Raptor camp. Lucid on the reset here, so not able to come and defend his own camps.
Yeah, and with no vision on either of these jungle objectives as well. Obviously, Grub's 2+ minutes away, but that first Drake has spawned and there's no vision. So neither of these teams will know when it starts up. Lucid on the way out to that Mountain Drake, but the top side, they're just trading. Shiwu, very, very tanky on this Cassante as Bin just gets a little bit of chip damage. But I want to take a quick look at the vision. You can see that DK are prioritizing topside through that mid-river. They want to know if we see Shun making a play to the top, because you can see on that minimap there, On is heading out. So that speaks to me that they want to get that priority in time for those grubs. But you look at the junglers, Shun is on the bot side. So it looks like he wants to go for the Drake. So maybe if we see a quick rotation from On, they would prioritize that Drake as a mid lane play, might be about to occur.
Yeah, there's also Camille top, so plays happening in multiple solo lanes at once. Korea now a known quantity. Knight doing a fairly decent job of staying even with the Cassiopeia, that with the DFT change has got a bit stronger. On, are we thinking about this? There's the to the skies. Shiwu goes W, but that means he doesn't have that ability to go and stop him anymore. Just try to find a way out with the all-out and does survive.
Really well played there by Shiwu. I loved how he went unblockable there and was able to get through that CC, just buffered it beautifully, all-outed to save himself, maybe try and get something back as a bit of a punish, but it will slow them down. Lucid, though, has come to this top side. He's like, you tried to go for my top laner, I'm going to put up a defense. That Drake still alive, and it is on vision, so DK know they can make plays.
Speaking of those plays, a Raptor camp being considered here as a little bit of an ingress from Lucid was thought about. They won't actually look towards it, though, and that is picked up fairly cleanly there by Shun. Dragons up, grubs in 40 seconds. I suspect one or the other will be a consideration in short order.
Yeah, and I want to talk about this gold lead right now. It was 200 for DK, but it has switched over to BLG, 500 plus, and look who it's on. It is on Ben, on that Jace, in the top side, through a serious CS advantage. He's eked out 12 over Shiwu up there in that top lane, so doing a really good job of using that range to his advantage. But Viper, that wave-clearing menace on the Ziggs, having that extra kill, having that extra CS, also plus 500 gold in that bot side. So BLG, they're slowly, methodically building this gold lead, getting an edge up over DK. And gold leads mean you complete your items before the other team. You have advantages.
On does just about get out there. Got a little nervous as the miasma came down, but just a touch too late to stop the hook shot. Appreciate the concept. That's sort of what you want to get out of the Cassiopeia in a draft like this. Lucid mid, On still around.
That's it, and we did see the Void Grubs, they have spawned, so both jungle objectives on the Rift. And this is what we've been seeing a lot of here at EWC, much slower to go for these jungle objectives. I feel like the tempos, they understand what's at stake. They understand that if they lose, you know, the momentum of these games, they really risk being knocked out of EWC 2026 here at the Kadeo City Battleground. And they're playing like it. They want to make sure that when the fight breaks out, they are best positioned for it. Bin, 22 CS up now. He just keeps growing that lead. But Smash has caught up with Viper, as we do see BLG overloading that sort of bot through mid with Vision and 4 members.
So, as it stands, BLG with a significant early start. They get themselves at least a little bit of that gold. They can start with a dragon. The grubs are traded, and of course DK well within range here of being able to come back on this one. Actually, they might be around to make a fight of this one. There's a Sonic Wave resonating strike. No smite, and Shun is solid with that F key.
I really do like that play there from DK. It was very non-committal. It was like, hey, we'll have a cheeky poke. If we get it, great. If we don't, no real loss. It's only the first Drake of the game going over to BLG. It is a Mountain Drake, so they'll be slightly tankier, but no real result out of that one because there's a lot of damage coming from the side of DK. That Kai'Sa, when she hits that 3-item power spike, no amount of defensiveness will prevent that damage coming through from Smash.
Hang on, I'm going to try and jump onto Lucid there. He does just about slide away, picks up the big Raptor there with the smite, so Lucid doesn't have those camps stolen away, but it has really been about these jungle supports looking to make things happen. 2-2 in the kill score right now, not really gone entirely one way or the other as yet, though I'll note again, Viper up a decent chunk of gold. Same with Bin, largely off kills, and in the top side's case, CS.
And we are seeing those first items come through as well. Viper completes his first. Swifty's on tonight, so that movement speed to keep him safe, keep him survivable. The Dark Seal there too. We see Lucid halfway to his first, and that Negatron cloak on Shiwu in respect to the AP damage that can come out of this Victor, that can come out of this Ziggs on the side of BLG. We're 10 minutes in. It's an 800 gold difference. No real clear winner so far. No one's seriously ahead that it's unplayable for the other side, and I like it.
I think BLG will be happy enough with the start nonetheless. Again, they have got that slight advantage. And again, once you start to get ahead, if they can get into the river first, suddenly the double poke becomes pretty obnoxious. Your ability to lock people inside a cauldron and fill it full of fire and fury is pretty excessive. Especially with the fact you've got a Camille and a Galio. Not Galio, Camille. That's the one that you can do that one with. So used to that combination being a thing.
And not to mention the scaling on these teams, right? Obviously, Victor, a very, very strong scaling mid laner, gets more and more powerful the longer the games go. Bin, with more and more lethality, those empowered shock blasts will do 50% of your health if you are a squishy, and that takes you out of that fight. So that is some serious threat potential here. And Lee Sin in that jungle does tend to fall off after the mid game. Towards that late game is less potent. Still has some playmaking ability, but in comparison to what J4 can do, locking down an entire team in those cataclysms, I almost feel like DK is on the clock here into the very capable, very competent hands of BLG.
Yeah, and once upon a time, BLG had a bit of a nickname, and that was bad late game. Anytime it hit about 20 minutes, they'd be asked to team fight, and they have a habit, or had a habit, of all trying to be heroes, when sometimes you just need to put the team fight fries in the back. And that means actually just front to back, have a Scion sit there rather than have the Scion come for a flank angle from Bin or look for the hero play. Sometimes you just need to do the easy, straightforward stuff. That has improved over the last few weeks, was better at MSI again, but they are still very dangerous in these early stages. One of the best teams in the world at snowballing with Elite Hell. That was one of the things they did against HLE of all teams, who are probably the most LPL of the LCK teams.
Yeah, and I mean, yeah, HLE, they were the ones to beat BLG, as we've said before, but we are here at EW26, and EWC 2026, sorry, and we are
There is a cup involved, so I hear.
Yeah, just a couple. But BLG, they're up here on this top side. It is bot lane. No, it's not actually. It's On and Bin. So the support and top laner versus Smash and Career, which is a traditional bot lane. It's kind of a weird rotation going on. But you do like to see these adaptations, these plays. And look at this line of vision control on the minimap.
You're so right.
I know, like, I know.
I don't. It's going to be one of those casts, is it? I see. Okay.
But we see BLG, they have this beautiful line of vision, right? Between their mid and their top tier ones. So they will see DK coming from that top through jungle if they want to make a play. So I love that vision control, and they've swept the bot side. But where is DK's vision? They've barely got any to name.
Not right now. A little bit of a chunk comes on down from Bin onto Shiwu, though at this point with the full Thorn Mail, he's not taking that much damage to actually get 8 and Tofo strikes down. Lucid is around and will be a known quantity, so Bin, I don't think is going to overplay his hand right now.
Yeah, and I like what Shiwu is building here, right? Obviously that's Sundered Sky from Shun, but it's going to be mitigated because Shiwu knows he's Cassante. Shiwu knows he's going to be frontlining and will be the most tempting target. And Shun, if he goes in on him, the healing will be cut by 40% by that Thorn Mail there from Shiwu. Lucid, though, also with the Sundered Sky, but there's no anti-healing on the side of BLG. I think they just go, there's not enough on the side of DK to commit that kind of item as we just keep trading. Level 11s have been hit, which means it's those level 2 ultimates. So both of these teams are getting more and more powerful here as our supports also have hit level 6.
Flag and drag comes on down. There's the all-out from Shiwu, looking for a bit more of a chunk. Does manage to step on form, pulls back beautifully, but here comes On. Forces a flash, TPs come flying. D plus Kier, here enforced to defend their Cassante. Career also on the roam. Lucid goes forwards with that safeguard, looking to get on the Camille. Good backstep, but the miasma means no way out for the Camille.
Fight's not done. Another TP's being committed. It looks like Knight once more. They're hurting them in.
They are, but it'll be towards a turret that's still standing. I don't think they'll get that much more. They may still want to play for this dragon, though, and DK played a significant, or rather used a significant amount there to make that kill happen.
Yeah, but BLG, they've got the numbers now, so they turn it onto the second Drake of the game, and their Drake stacking has started. This will be a Hexol.
Lucid, are we sure? Out comes the depth charge. Shun's potentially in danger here all the same. Gets the flag and drag the Mega Inferno Bomb, the Cataclysm. Traded fail flash from Lucid means Bin gets the kill. Cataclysm, rather, the ult from the Camille, that Hex Tech ultimatum will offer an ultimatum to Showmaker, and it's a 3-for-1.
Yeah, BLG, they took that fight fantastically. They get the Drake, They shut down Lucid as well. Lucid did get one onto Shun there in the pit, but was unable to escape. Meanwhile, BLG won the team fight after the Drake had died in a convincing fashion. As we go back to this bot side replay, and here's where it all started. Shiwu just hiding in these bushes, playing around that vision control so Bin can't chip away at him. Bin, though, I feel like he's playing for time here. I feel like the call has already been made that, hey, come on down, let's get this Cassante. But you've got to remember, it's a Cassante.
Yeah.
Has all out, has so much armor and defense, gets the flash out of Shun, and he knows he can play aggressively because he had his own flash. TP committed. DK responded to the BLG play in fantastic time because Showmaker, Miasma, you cannot escape.
And because On has to front step to avoid the dredge line, it's in range for a Miasma. That is a rock and a poisonous place, I guess. We then speed up to have a look at this dragon fight because BLG still have position and they do win the ensuing fight.
Yeah, and Career here is waiting. He gets that dredge out, but he wants to go with that hook here, and unfortunately takes too much damage, misses the hook, and is definitely the first to go down. BLG just had the numbers advantage. Bin shut down Lucid there, and it's all she wrote. They just played it a bit cleaner.
Yeah, and I think the other side of that as well is Lucid tries to greed a flash out. There's a Cataclysm wall next to the Dragon Pit wall and ends up trapped between the Cataclysm wall and the Dragon Pit wall, and so doesn't get out to safety and gives Bin that second kill. Worth noting, they do get the Herald. Nice attempt there from Viper to steal that away, but it will not be a successful one. Bin now up a lot of gold and will also be picking up the first turret of the game.
I love what we just saw. Bin ordered the tower and he just stood there. He was just aura farming the turret as it was taken down by minions.
Oh, yeah, I'm just trying to say, like, was he trying to deny more minions, probably? Knight actually now in danger, walks into a petrifying gaze, and unfortunately for this Knight, this is the age of the monsters. He gets knocked up by a depth charge, gets staggering blown, and the Twin Fangs will land on in and pick up another for Showmaker.
And this is what we want. We want to see these proactive plays. DK are playing across the map. They're bringing the numbers onto the players that are caught out. Knight was up in that top lane alone, playing aggressively, had no idea Showmaker was there. So it was a great start, and it was excellent timing and position from Career to be able to really lock Knight down and make it an unfair advantage over to DK. But we are at that 18-minute mark, and the gold lead is still only 900 in favor of BLG. So DK, they are very much within touching distance here. And one thing I want to point out as well, both jungle objectives are going to be coming up at pretty much the same time. Baron in 1 minute 40, and that third Drake of the game also 1 minute 40. So this could force these teams into a split decision.
Good call. Gold lead is still there for BLG, but it's within touching distance for D plus Kier. I think more importantly is where that gold is situated. Lucid up a certain amount, picked up a couple kills himself. Showmaker on a very potent Cassiopeia, also 2-1. The problem is you've traded it for the double artillery pieces of a lead on Bin, and you can underline that one at 1,800 gold, and a near 1,000 gold lead for Viper as well, who has just picked up a Shadow Flame and has picked up a few additional stacks on a Dark Seal.
Yeah, look, Bin's form has been fantastic of late, right? He's earned that nickname Gigabin for a reason. Yes, he's fallible like every other top laner, but more often than not, he performs. He is consistent, and BLG can rely on him to do what he needs to do. Not only, hold on in that top lane, but he can win through the top lane. He can be that win condition for BLG.
Maybe this is just me being a nervous LPL fan. But I have seen Bin with leads like these maybe go for a 1v1 or 2 he shouldn't have and throw away a little bit of gold here or there. Because you're right, the early stages have been so consistent for this player. But then we have seen him not read where the jungle is, not read where his own kind of pressure on the map is, and give over advantages he perhaps shouldn't. He is in a fantastic position this game. Fight happens as a hook shot out from On does get over the wall. The Glacial Augments, though, was a bit scary. Smash doesn't pull the trigger there on a Killer Instinct.
Yeah, I think that's a good call there to not overcommit because BLG responded very, very quickly, and objectives are on the map. You don't want to die 5 seconds out from a Baron and a Drake because you could then give both over to your opponent. So it would suck very much. But DK, they have the priority. They've got the vision control around this Drake. Knight trying to get something done on the other side of the map though, but everyone is meeting around this Drake. Knight trying to prevent the recall and cops a... Oh my god! turret nearly takes him out.
Yeah, it does. So, Shock Blast lands onto Korea, can look to TP back in off this reset. That means right now we've got a 5v4, the Mega Inferno Bomb, Chunk, Showmaker, and Smash. But it's a win on the Dragon Smite fight by Lucid, who was on it first. Shun now trapped in the river, has to flash out. The Sonic Wave wide, Showmaker eats an accelerated Shock Blast, and that one kind of sucked for him. But they win the Dragon, no one dies, everyone's out to Summoner or two. That's the trade at best.
Yeah, taking a look at that minimap, Knight was still in his base that entire time, so it was always that 4v5, and I have to imagine that was a call from BLG. BLG were like, you know what, let's take a cheeky look at this Drake, we'll try and fend them away from it, but we won't overcommit. So I really love that heads-up play from BLG. They were just out there farming that gold, and it's only the third Drake of the game, and it's only DK's first Drake, so it's barely meaningful here.
Shun is topside, Korea in the river as well, and it has been a pretty even game on the whole. BLG did come out to this early gold lead, did come out to the early Dragon lead, but it hasn't ballooned out from there.
Yeah, and that's the important thing, right? They're staying... Ooh.
The important thing might be the fight that we're about to witness. The all-out into the kick, beautifully managed by the DK top jungle.
And that's what you were just talking about. Bin not staying in touch where the enemy junglers were, and then they get 2v1 Bin, and they chip away at that gold lead, because we said it before as well, Bin is most of the gold lead for BLG. He is a juicy, juicy target, and they take this bot side advantage and punish BLG hard. It's now only a 200 gold lead as that Rift Herald is marching on their bot side tier 2.
And much like with HLE, BLG are coming to this tournament with very little downtime. They were both in the finals, fly out almost immediately to Paris. It is a breakneck schedule. There's a look at that gold as well. Viper in a great spot, leading the way. Of course, Smash just behind him was briefly on T1, wasn't he? Because of that potential power on the Kaiser, was such a good player of it. Here looking to deliver in 2026 here in Paris. Korea, look for that hook on, swift enough on the way out.
Yeah, some of the hooks from Korea, I mean, I feel like I'm going to say this and people are going to be like, so is. I'm like, they've been very hit or miss, right? When a hook misses, it whiffs and you're like, oh no. But when it hits, you're like, yes, the engage is there.
I wish you guys could see Logan going for this kind of weirdly Italian celebration with the hands. It's great stuff. We've got ourselves a cinematic replay on a wonderful takedown on Bin's Jace.
A beautiful all-out straight into Lucid. What can Bin do there? He just eats two ultimates back-to-back, CC'd into oblivion and buried in the dirt of France here in EWC 2026. We do take a look though. Viper here defending with the Ziggs. The wave clear with that Ludens, with that Shadow Flame, that needlessly large rod is out of control, can very much prevent what a lot of DK wants to do. They don't have the best siege comp.
I'm looking at this now. The gold's back to even. It's basically gone. We are at an even state of affairs. Herald was used bot, turret to 2 in favor of BLG there. Couple dragons, that's kind of the advantage, but it's not a monetary value. And that makes the next fight in, say, a minute and a half very significant. Thank you, production, for the gold graph. On it as ever.
That's the one. It does show you that roller coaster, right? But it shows you that BLG, more often than not, have had that gold advantage. They've been able to claw it back from DK whenever they have gotten ahead here. And DK, they don't have many windows of opportunity when they're in control, when they're ahead of BLG. DK, 6-5. They've got one turret to 2 of BLG's. The Baron is up, and the 4th Drake of the game, a minute 15 away, as Shun just spots Lucid there, but Showmaker gets that turret, evens it up. So now it's 2 turrets aside, and DK nearly 1,000 gold up. Most of that gold lead is on Lucid. 2-2-2 in that jungle, and Showmaker, with that 10-stack Rod of Ages, does have a level advantage over Knight right now.
Yeah, he does. And again, I think we are going to have to start seeing some of these resets beginning to roll, as indeed the 3rd item for Smash, Kaiser online, those upgrades there. Nearly at the Ryalize for Showmaker, but not quite there. And of course, on screen, we even get a little pop-up to show exactly how important that spike can be. Death Cap also not quite there for Viper. I actually wonder whether if Smash gets a free fight, that little difference is going to be enough to turn this one around.
Yeah, that's it. And look, Viper with that second needlessly large rod is only about 1,000 gold away.
Oh, nothing really, you know.
Is so close to that Rabadon's death cap with a 4-stack Dark Seal. So the damage coming out of this Ziggs, absolutely spectacular. You cannot get caught in the Mega Inferno Bomb.
Worth noting, Bin has got the Cyrildas as well, so that penetration is in. He should be hitting a lot harder, assuming the shot blasts land.
I mean, it's nearly impossible to miss with these things when you're going into that 5v5 situation.
On went forwards, the teleport was summoned, but doesn't fully commit with the hook shot. Shot blast lands onto Korea. He's a lot less happy about it, even with that shield on up. She will also here.
Yeah, it looks like it's just going to be a trade of summoner spells. We get that top lane teleport, we get that mid lane teleport as well, Knight and Shiwu. But DK, they have the priority, they have the vision control. It will be spotted out by BLG, but my goodness, that is a fast Drake.
Hook goes wide, flash for the hook. Viper left away, but does get out with a satchel. Good from him. Shiwu on the other side, looking for the all-out. Does manage to drag Knight, who gets the rocket belt away. Shiwu unstoppable, locked inside. The ultimatum gets burned alive. Lucid there, kick away with the Dragon's Rage, follows up with the Sonic Wave, flashes out. Double kill for Viper, who is showing Showmaker, who's more Serpentine this time around. Speaking of Showmaker there, looking for more damage. They've lost some vision. Out comes that W. It ends up being the Dragon to DK, but I think BLG with a slightly better team fight.
Yeah, 2 for 1 in favor of BLG, but when it's a Drake and 1 for DK, it's still relatively even. It does swing the gold back over to BLG, though. That Baron still on the Rift. It's 26 minutes in this game, and fights are explosive here now. We saw the escape from Viper earlier. He did cop that ult from Korea. Hopefully we go back to seeing that one. But we're back to live in BLG. I mean, they want this Baron. They've got the numbers advantage.
I mean, Lucid's dead. Lucid's dead. And of course, Showmaker just got chunked. This should be a done deal. Viper's gone home, picked up a death cap, is terrifying.
We do see Korea coming in. He wants to get some vision control at the very least, so DK know if they can make a call here. Showmaker goes in.
Does try and lock them in the pit, turn this one around. The smite finds early! Oh my lord! BLG gets away with it because that was an early smite. They go 1 for 1 in the kills, make that 2 for 1. Lucid here, looking for the Sonic Wave, lands onto Viper, but will not follow it up. Billy Gaming playing with their lives there, but they get away with it. Full disclosure, I see D gone off to the side, upset a little there. The DK didn't quite do it for his home region. The LPL fan of me, however, is quite happy.
That Baron lived on, I swear, single digits for
18,
far too long. The fact I was actually able to see it, and it sat there, and things were happening, and it still didn't die. They had every opportunity here. BLG, they had the numbers here, right? Shun, Bin, Knight standing in the front, so Showmaker couldn't find a way in. Knight trying to poke Showmaker away, even getting the stun field down, the miasma to prevent them coming out. Korea on the bot side, but Showmaker goes over the top, forces them all into the back of the pit, and here comes that, and the stun as well. That was 1! It was 1! That was so close!
Not even close, baby. BLG win those. Absolutely no bias there, but let's be serious there. DK had a golden opportunity to come back from a position they should never have been able to get that Baron in. They were down members, had no smite, and that was still a stealable Baron. BLG get away with it. Let's make no mistakes about it.
They are not punished for their hubris today, but we see a fantastic angle from Lucid. He flashed in.
Oh dear. Oh. The angle was perhaps not fantastic at the end there. He gets annihilated in the blink of an eye.
I appreciate the attempt to get creative and flank. I appreciate the attempt to kick someone into the waiting arms of DK, but these tricks BLG have seen before. They know what to do in the face of a flanking Lee Sin, and they punished him. Lucid was dead before we could even react, and this Baron-empowered BLG is sieging. Great buffer from on.
Korea gets absolutely blasted. Viper hits him with the skill shots, and the Nautilus, he's in a diving suit, but it's full of holes. That ain't great, so I hear.
Definitely not when you are this far under. It is 5 versus 3. So BLG, they're able to punish DK here, and they start to really build a solid lead here. Nearly 3K, with 2.5 of that coming from that Baron power play. Next Drake, 1 minute away, and these items are online. 3 for Shiwu, 3 for Bin as well, and so many more.
How much of a reader are you, Logan? Because I just saw Viper go home and pick up a Magi Soul Stealer. There's Lucid on the flank angle, and this is partly why Viper decided to do it, because guess who got the kill?
Yeah, definitely. As Jun there goes in with that Cataclysm, locks down Lucid, and I mean, we look at the summoners, right? Shun, no flash. Bin, no flash. So all their playmaking with those summoners has been whittled down, but they've got that gold lead. 3.5k, Baron is gone, so they can play it safe. They don't need to get aggressive. They don't need to get fancy. They can literally just push waves in and siege.
Out comes the Mega Inferno Bomb, and Smash is left a little lower as On buffers through the dredge line and the depth charge. The turnaround onto Korea, though, makes his life a lot more tricky. Shiwu on the flank. Now there could be a problem. Need to try and get towards Viper. Is in danger. They go unstoppable, but there's the Hextech ultimatum to try and buy some space. Smash in with a killer instinct. Gets the kill. Viper down. Bin on the other side trading up with Lucid, but he gets kicked towards the play. Shun gets off Smash. Korea is in trouble. Showmaker in trouble, but he's got the shield, and Korea survives. Stunned up on the gravity field. The W from Lee Sin, not enough to keep them up. As the safeguard is down and Knight needs to run away. It's a 4 for 2. Not bad from DK at all.
DK will take that fight and they will love it. Knight did his best, untouched on the back end of that fight, but priority goes over to DK. This will take them to that soul point. This is a Chemtech soul, and that is a very tanky Cassante and a very tanky Nautilus. Has picked up that belt as well, so when he goes in, he doesn't get punished as hard when he goes back out. Has a lot of sustain. As we take a look, this replay, BLG feeling confident here. They've got 4 members in the face of 2, but the speed of the collapse from DK is crazy. Shiwu with the flanking angle over the top that BLG just didn't get to see until almost far too late. And this Hextech ultimatum, it did nothing. It stopped no one.
Shout out to Korea as well. Flash lollipop hook behind the destroyed turret to pick up Viper. Huge moment there. And you began to wonder just at the end of this whether Knight could clean stuff up. At least gets Korea that safeguard inches away from saving back to life, though. Violence occurring, but there's a mega blast cone that makes things a bit spicy. Sonic Wave, flag and drag. That's a bit unfortunate for Lucid. Needs to get away. The Mega Inferno Bomb gets damaged and the jungler is dead. That is unfortunate. Fortunately for D plus Kia, though, the Baron's still 50 seconds away.
Yeah, Lucid will respawn just in the nick of time to be able to contest this one, and Lucid is the singular gold lead on the side of DK. 2k over to BLG. It has been chipped away by DK quite nicely here. 30 seconds to Baron, 3.5 minutes over to that 6th Drake of the game. It could be Soul, as Shiwu might be called out here, has to flash.
Yeah, that one was nearly a bad one for him. Gets out to safety. 20 seconds on Baron, the gold lead. 2,000 or so to BLG, but Soul points now for D plus Kia as a win condition of its own.
But critically, Shiwu without that flash means a lot of his playmaking ability is gone. Yes, he has the all-out, but he won't be able to get those very creative flanking angles that we see him like to try and go for. DK, they're clearing out this vision, but you have a look at where BLG's is. It's all around the bot side. They seem to want that Drake, which is coming up in 3 minutes, so they want to maintain that vision, and there's next to none up on that Baron because the second Baron of the game is here.
Knight just picked up a death cap as 9 stacks on that Dark Seal. Hooks wide. Korea, that's very deep, my friend. You need to get away. Throws down that depth charge. Keeps Bin busy for a second. Korea survives, but not for long. On goes Unstoppable, but is dead as well. Support for support. Lucid on the flank, looking to try and find its way in as that Hextech ultimatum. Rather, the Hextech storm begins to get larger and larger. Finally peters out. Lucid with the Dragon's Rage to disengage. Spotted by a Farsight alteration.
Yeah, ultimately a 1-for-1, but Shun was in the middle of every single member of DK and was taking absolutely no damage. DK, it feels like they were lucky to escape with blinking health bars. I don't know how BLG didn't take even more from them there. Bin was obviously looking for that empowered shock blast, but was unable to find an angle through those waves. With that priority, with those kills, BLG fancy their odds. They get that vision control. They started up and decide to back away because they see DK in response.
And they do get Shiwu's TP out of it. So in many ways, they're pleased enough with it. Another summoner. That mid lane turret does fall, at least for D plus Kia. It is a competitive game. We keep saying it. But at 34 minutes in, it feels like one calamitous team fight could well decide things here.
Yeah, interestingly, DK right now has a small experience advantage. Shiwu 19 over Bin at 18, Career at 13 over On 12. So it's these small advantages that if DK strike now, they have a better chance of winning these fights. Because BLG, it just feels like they're more prepared. They've got the gold lead. They've started this Baron. They've got that vision control down. They're going to back away because they know they're ahead right now. They don't have to force these fights.
And they've also kind of got the range advantage. If you can start hitting these shot blasts, of course, at this point, the Victor with the upgraded E, that Hextech Ray can do a lot of work. Ziggs is very fed right now as well. So very able to blast people apart. Worth noting, we've got the Arm Guard in for Viper. There's a Rocket Belt for Knight. The ability to get onto these champions, not the simplest for D+K, even with their various pick tools.
Yeah, the problem I see coming here, though, is if BLG cannot prevent this Soul, that's 4 Chemtech Drakes into a Chemtech Soul.
Yeah.
That is so much tankiness for DK. And look at Smash. He's got 2 needlessly large rods. He's almost got this Rabadon's Death Cap. If he can get that before the next fight, that is a massive power spike and damage that must be respected.
BLG now in a tricky position. Damned if you do with the Baron, damned if you don't with the Dragon. Soul or Baron, Chem Soul, often somewhat maligned, not exactly seen as the strongest Soul, but with a Cassante, with a Nautilus, even something like the Lee Sin, who likes to play around those low HP bars, could be a difficult one to give up, make no mistake about it.
I am not making those mistakes. I am looking at this going, DK want it. They've got the priority. They've got the members. We see Showmaker coming up from the bot side of the rivers to fight. Just a little tepid. They're just poking, they're prodding, seeing if they can get an angle. Zon goes in.
They'd find the angle briefly. Shiwu out safely. Does take a little bit of damage, but it's not that meaningful. Lucid starting up the Dragon career. Potentially dangerous. Knight tries to keep the Cassante away. Shun looking for the smite angle. Still got the Flag and Drag. The Mega Inferno Bomb full to smash. And Showmaker away. Flag and Drag. Lucid is out. Dragon half HP. This feels like the moment the storm breaks one way or the other. 1500 won by Jarvan. Shun gets that one, and now on the retreat, D+Kia cannot find any kills on the retreat yet.
It was a great job there from DK to get that initiative. They started up that Drake, but it was an even better job by BLG. They were able to find that poke, that prod, and fight their way into that Drake. Shiwu might be caught.
Does indeed get caught. The W comes on down, but maybe it will not be enough. The Pathmaker makes its way through the Cataclysm just about. Out comes that Arcane Storm, but they don't get the kill. Shiwu down a flash, but ult's definitely burned.
Yeah, and the timing of that flash was spectacular. It was as On hook shot in at the same time as Shun went with that Cataclysm. So there was so much value there with that flash. It kept Shiwu alive, but BLG will still be happy with that one as we take a moment to assess the Rift. 1.5k gold lead for BLG. It's not much here at 38 minutes. And
I've said 1,500 gold lead for BLG for like most of this game, I feel.
Because like 38 minutes, I feel like we're encroaching on one of the longer games that we've seen here at EWC 2026. The Baron is up. It is a prize, and DK have started it. 13,000 health at BLG. They've spotted it out. They've got the vision. They want to contest this one.
Trapped in the pit versus Ziggs versus Victor versus Jace. This is bold. Shun over the wall with the Guardian Angel. Can get in. Miasma theoretically denied. It's a flip!
Oh!
And Shun wins those. He's trapped though now. Can he make anything happen? The Cataclysm is there. The GA broken. Flags and drags while he's dead. In goes On. The Antofa Strikes Part 3 makes things tricky. The Hextech Ultimatum still trapped. On in danger. Career is already got the rest of BLG, who are now on the retreat. Members down. Viper petrified. D+Kia with the team fight win.
Bin holding on the top side. The last standing member of D+Kia as DK pushed down this mid lane. Yes, BLG got the Baron, but at what cost? 4 of their members dead. TP coming in. DK, it almost looks like they want to end this one now. 20 plus seconds on all 4 members.
There's no way the Bin alone could stop this. It would take a miracle, and I don't think D+Kia are in the habit of giving those ones out right now. A wave alone between them and the Nexus turrets in game 1. It was fractious. It was back and forth. But D+Kia will win it.
5 seconds on. It's still just Bin. DK really want to take this one out. They go on to Bin, and they will take the Nexus here in game 1.
First stand champions, MSI finalists, down 0-1 to D+Kia. Kia of all teams, an LCK squad that was so up and down, to say the least of it.
I'm loving what we're seeing out of D plus Kia. They are going toe-to-toe with the LPL's best. Giga Bin, Giga who? That was such a good game from DK, and I hope we get to see so much more of it.
Right, because again, we saw BLG try to get the snowball happening, and it just didn't come to fruition. It went late. DK got some kills back, got some dragons back, made those Baron shoves not as potent as they might otherwise have been.
And what I really loved, it was so back and forth, right? DK were able to get some small gold leads. BLG pulled it back, and then DK earned it back again. But enough from us. Let's throw it over to the desk for their breakdown of that game one.
Thank you guys, as I am kind of in shock by that last play. I think BLG, they could have just taken the Baron and left, but instead playing a little baseball and giving a bit of a freebie over to D plus Kia, who, credit to D plus Kia for sure, they definitely had a good game. But it was a very close back and forth, and right at the end, a critical mistake does mean that DK win in the end.
Yeah, I mean, early game, like, we did kind of call off if BLG get ahead, it's gonna be a rough game. Like, that's actually kind of what happened until the really end the game. Like, I would say, like, the game was like still, it was like really playable. I really love to shout out the Showmaker. He's the one always trying to make the play. He was always one deep trying to make the creative at the spot. He's the only one that actually was making different the fight.
It's just from the BLG perspective, we were talking about GENG earlier and how oftentimes they won't be even in a gold lead, but it feels like the game's over. And then there'll be other times where they're at a kill deficit and they've got a massive gold lead. There's games of BLG where it feels like they've got a big gold lead, but the game state actually isn't super like over, like how it is for GENG games. And I think a lot of that came down to some of the early dragon control or lack thereof. The fact that some of those dragon fights ended up going with smites that end up in Lucid hands, I think was a very big deal, just purely on the basis of, I feel like BLG wanted this game done in and around that kind of 2 to 3 item mark because of the lead that they have. Otherwise, it actually offers DK up the opportunity to find, you know, a wonky dredge line on a carry, or Shiwu catches someone on Lucid, gets a good insect. And that was unfortunately what happened time and time again, whether it was on this bot siege or any of the plethora of opportunities that BLG ended up handling these guys. Like, look at the
okay.
We talk about LPL gold graph.
We gotta break down a couple of things here. The gold graph is all over the place. I don't know what that is, but obviously a very close game, very back and forth. But then the damage numbers, like,
dude,
Viper did more than double the damage of Showmaker.
Yeah.
And it just didn't matter because, again, this game kind of came down to 2 very critical fights that DK won, and we're kind of playing from behind and getting poked out for a lot of it.
Yeah, I mean, also, I think the lead wasn't too gigantic between these two teams. And also, I think DK is the team that, like, if they get full behind, like, usually there's also a lot of happen, especially in LCK when they're playing our higher top tier team. It falls down like pretty quickly, like 0-2, like pretty frequently happening. And BLG, like, you definitely want to consider a team that is up there. And then DK is able to manage these games, like playing from behind and able to manage the comeback. It's really surprised me to me.
Yeah, I'm just disappointed in BLG, to be honest. I'm not even going to try.
Me too.
I'm not even really going to try and hide it.
It is. It goes both ways.
Because it's a discipline thing for me with these guys. And they go through these phases where they're incredibly clinical. And then they go through phases where they drop games like this.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, this phase has been going on for all of this year. So
forever.
Forever. And, like, again, even though they are definitely the best team in the LPL, it's because their ceiling is so incredibly high. It's so much higher than the rest of the teams around them. It's not their floor that gets them here sometimes. It's just those moments where they are incredibly clutch. They've got the mechanics. This meta suits them well, obviously. We've seen that over the last few weeks. But they're too liable to drop in games like this. And you can't do that versus an informed T1, as we now know, of course. The result of the other side of the bracket. You can't do that against other informed LPL teams. So they really need to clean their act up, because one more game, they're done. It's the best of 3.
Yeah. They're a very strong team, but sometimes they get a little bit overconfident, let's say. Guys, we do have an update from the other stream, the main stage. Let's hear from Kitty now.
KCAGAL Best of 3 quarterfinals for League of Legends. The entire house is filled with French fans supporting KC, but against AGAL, where they are the favorites to take tonight's Best of 3. Let's see who comes out on top, as the entire arena is so passionate for League of Legends tonight.
Thank you very much, Kitty, for that. As it is getting pretty hectic over here. Or over there, rather, and over here. I don't know what that was on our stage either. So a lot of chaos and not a lot of good news for the LPL, as I'm pretty sure Arming Core just won their first game.
Judging by the cheers, I'm gonna lose my mind. I don't know what to say. Obviously, we're keeping our eyes on these B stream games, so I'm unsure how that happened. But AL have been.
Your teams aren't really doing well nowadays.
Or this
well, that's bad, because it's a single elimination.
Yeah.
If you lose these BO3,
maybe I should start supporting the LCK teams.
Welcome aboard. Although I think at this point, if we have me and Huni and you all going for LCK, it's a little bit
there's got to be a counterweight. There has to be a counterweight.
Yeah, because I already lost my homies, LCS.
Yeah.
They went home pretty quickly, so I, hop on the LCK.
Maybe you can go for KC.
Yeah.
Go for LEC.
Not pas français. Not pas français. Sorry.
Well,
sounds like no problem.
French is better than mine, so I think we got something going. D plus Kia looking very good. I think we kind of saw the writing on the wall a little bit with how well they did against G2, and already up 1 game here. And BLG are really going to have to hunker down up against an informed D plus Kia. But first, guys, a break before game number 2.
미드 맡고 있는 쇼메이커 호수라고 합니다.
안녕하세요. 저는 디플러스 기아에서 정글을 맡고 있는 루시드 최영혁이라고 합니다.
네, 저희가 이번에 또 EWC 하게 되어서 또 파리로 온 만큼 이번에 한번 프랑스 음식을 먹고 한번 평가해보는 시간 가져보도록 하겠습니다. 그냥 칩인데? 감자칩?
맞아? 프랑스 국민 과자인가?
뭐지?
치즈칩, 치즈.
냄새를 한번 맡아볼게요.
생긴 건데, 냄새가
냄새가 쉽지 않은데요?
과자에서 이런 냄새가 날 수 있나?
어떤가요?
냄새랑 다른 맛이 나는데? 아닌가? 약간 우유 맛이 나는 느낌인데?
몇 점 주시겠어요?
저는 한 8.5점?
8.5점?
저는 진짜 맛있습니다.
저는 제 취향이 아니라서 2점 줄게요. 2점. 좀 제가 이렇게 뭔가
어떤 부분에서?
좀 느끼한 것 같아요.
그래요?
제가 치즈를 막 엄청 선호하진 않아서.
이거는 뭐죠? 이거 그냥 빵인가?
미니 쇼콜라?
안에 건포도인가 이거?
그냥 빵집에서 파는 빵 냄새가 납니다. 일단
무슨 맛이에요?
맛있는데요?
프랑스 콜라네. 초코 들어있는 거. 와, 너무 맛있는데요?
맛있네요. 제가 또 빵을 좋아해서 맛있습니다. 뭐야, 이번에는 그냥 음료수인데?
오렌지 주스 탄산?
그냥 약간 그냥 오렌지 주스 냄새 납니다. 먹으셔볼게요. 그냥 오렌지 주스에 탄산 들어가 있는 느낌?
말 그대로 그런 것 같아요.
맛있습니다. 이것도 8점.
한 7점?
왜 감점 됐죠, 얘는?
그냥 그저 그런 것 같습니다.
그저 그렇다. 저는 맛있었어요.
과자랑 비슷한 것 같아요.
뭐지?
치즈케이크 같은데요?
일단 되게 맛있는 냄새가 납니다. 맛있다.
케이크는 아닌 거죠?
점수 한번 매겨주세요.
저 한 5점?
5점.
Not my style.
저는 이거 9점 드릴게요.
와, 이거를 9점 준다고요?
굉장히 맛있고
이게 더 느끼한 것 같은데요? 다 드신다고요?
끝난 걸 몇 개 더 가져갈게요. 맛있습니다.
저는 빵을 더 갖고 싶긴 한데.
예?
이게 뭐예요?
버섯인가?
달팽이네. 먹어보고 싶진 않아요.
엄두가 나진 않네. 아니 뭐?
냄새 한번.
가위바위보 진 사람이 냄새 나죠?
좋죠? 가위바위보?
안 내어진 거 가위바위보? Try it. Let's go. 네?
맡아봐.
이게 뭐라 설명 못하겠네. 뭐 약간 안 좋은 냄새와 뭔가 그
바닷가 냄새 나는데.
뭔가 그런 느낌도 있고.
점수요? 저 10점이요.
왜요?
너무 맛있을 것 같은데 못 먹어서 너무 아쉽고요.
10점이라고요?
네, 저 한번 트라이 해보고 싶은데 너무 아쉬워요.
저도 10점 드릴게요.
이거
저는 프랑스 하면 또 생각나는 게
달팽이?
에스카로고기 때문에
안 좋아하실 것 같은데.
이게 제가 너무 먹고 싶었는데 또 괜히 대회에 지장이 생길까봐
그렇죠.
나중에 한번 트라이 해보는 걸로 하겠습니다. 이렇게 한번 프랑스 요리 다양하게 한번 먹어봤는데요. 되게 맛있었던 것도 많아서 되게 재밌었던 시간이고 앞으로 EWC에서 좋은 모습 보여드리도록 하겠습니다. 감사합니다.
감사합니다.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
We were there. For every click, every clutch, every respawn. We were there for the years of grind. And we're here. Now. The proud founding partner of EWC. Powering the biggest event in gaming. Shoulder to shoulder with the world's best. Making history. Greatness deserves a stage. Lenovo Legion. Reach your impossible.
Welcome back, one and all, to what could be a deciding match between D plus Kier and Billy Gaming. Now, one of these teams is the first time winner, 2 times LPL winner this year, and an MSI finalist. Another is D plus Kier, who have been so much fun to watch in the LCK, but very up and down, to say the least of it. And can you guess, folks, which team is in the lead?
Can you guess which team is on match point?
Oh, yeah.
It is not the 2-time LPL winners. It is not the first 10 winners. It is D plus Kier. To their credit, they fought a grueling, resilient game 1 here in this best of 3 match.
Like, they took it to late game and had a monstrous Cassandra in the front line. Showmaker was pumping out incredible damage as time went on that Cassiopeia, and real credit to them for never letting the gold balloon, for stacking those dragons. And frankly, on the other side, BLG, there are some questions about what was happening around those objectives. 1 or 2 of those barons were very stealable. Some of the contests around the dragons on their own end weren't exactly smoothly executed, and the poke just ended up getting absorbed by the likes of that Cassante so freely.
When that Cassante had 4 Chemtech Drakes, Chemtech Soul, 4 tank items,
touch it.
I'm like, you can scale all you want. You cannot get through that Cassante, and he proved the unbreakable wall, the unbreachable wall here that DK needed to take victory over BLG in game 1.
And look, shout out to someone like Korea as well there, who was on that Nautilus through a few hooks, were a little bit overeager, but some of them that were absolutely killer. Locking down the likes of Viper in particular in that bot side play was really, really clutch. It is what they needed to come back into those late stages. And again, the fact that they never let that game get out of reach. We saw a few thousand gold maximum for BLG, which is real credit over to D plus Kier. Bans now through for our second game here. The Orianna, the Syndra are away from Knight, and of course, theoretically, Viper alongside that Nocturne, the Bard, the Vi, and of course the Vayne, and now a potential first pick Nard into Shiwu.
Yeah, I mean, that ban onto the Vayne tells us a story immediately. They wanted to protect their topside pick. Bin, obviously very comfortable, very good, in my opinion, on this Gnar. So they've decided to give him that priority. They've said, you need to answer into this. But first pick blind on that Gnar, I mean, it's a statement. It's a confident decision, in my opinion. But then on the other side, we see DK lock in that Rise. So there's going to be a lot of realm warping. There's going to be playing through sides and some playmaking coming through from Showmaker.
That it is. And again, Rise in general, very, very potent. It's a good takeaway from Knight as well, who's obviously very good at the champion. And Showmaker on great form, and that's really important because, again, look who you're up against. We've all seen the MSI graphics and just the graphics across the year for Knight and the numbers he has been putting up. Very, very potent indeed. Karma, a potential lock-in as well for Korea.
I think there was some phenomenal stat about Knight's Orianna that came out of MSI 2026. It was something like 16, 17 games undefeated.
Ridiculous. Yes.
You cannot give this man Orianna, which is why it was the first ban out of DK. But then only taking away that Rise and Ori, and the Syndra obviously is again another Knight special, but he's still such an ever-present threat in that mid lane. With Showmaker, as we said, in good form, you still need to respect what Knight can do.
So the Ezreal taken away here by Viper, by far, I think, his most potent traditional AD carry. Has been looking very good on the majors of late, but in terms of his consistency in the regular season across this year, certainly not what we saw from him last year on HLE, I think it's fair to say. They'll lock that in alongside On's Seraphine. On the Seraphine, very, very strong, was one of the better playmaking Enchanter players, if that's not an oxymoron, there's the term I'm looking for. And now, of course, you have to look over to D plus Kier to see what they want to lock in, whether they want to find something for Smash here, like the Jhin that they're hovering, or look to lock in something to match against Bin.
With this Seraphine, I will be looking for multi-man encores. I'll be looking for extended encores to get that lockdown, that CC control that will, by the time BLG are looking for, to jump on top of DK and close out these fights. Because that encore is a difference maker. It's a complete wipeout if it lands onto 3+, and DK need to be respectful of it. That said, Mel is still up, but I don't think she's got any space left in this draft because we've got that Jhin on that bot side as AD carry as well as Karma. So that's already your bot and mid locked in.
I suspect at this point, D plus K will be wanting to take out picks for Knight. Things like the Annie is great playmaking. And I suspect on the other side, you get the early Gnar. You want to defend it. You've already got rid of the Vi, but I'm imagining some other bans up against Shiwu to try and trim down the answers to a Gnar.
Yeah, absolutely right. And I love the call on that, Annie, as we deliberate on this fourth ban for BLG. Both teams have locked in their bot side, so there'll be nothing there. Mid locked in for DK, but not so much for BLG. So Ambessa on the top, protecting that Gnar as you called out. But what else could we see banned away from the top lane into the Gnar? The Vayne is gone. The Ambessa is gone here. Jace has already been used and is out due to Fearless.
Yes.
What other answers are there?
Well, the Vayne's gone, that Ambess is gone. You can still do some spicy things like a Varus, I suppose. I'm sure there actually are significantly more, but I'm having a momentary mind blank. Could always look towards doing something like a Scion as well, right? If you want to play more towards those team fights. Obviously, just came off a Cassante game that was exceptional, had a great time on it, and proved to be really irritating for BLG to manage. Talia banned away from Knight, who has started to go back towards that. I would have said it could go towards Viper, of course, but with the Ezreal locked in, unless we really are pulling something weird out, that's likely going towards that player. Rumble, of course, a champion that is nearly always hitting the ban list, at least in the second phase these days, is perhaps a little less bannable than he once was.
Yeah, and one thing that you pointed out a little earlier too is Viper picking up that Ezreal, right? So Viper has shown such a broad range of skill and champions, I want to say, is able to more than competently play these mages and more than competently able to play those traditional AD carries. So I'm loving what we're seeing out of him, but it's up to the rest of the team to sort of play around Viper on this Ezreal, but there's a pick that you like.
Tristana picked into the Gnar. We've seen this from one or two top laners around the world. We said, okay, Shiu, what do you have to deal with the Gnar? That's a fun one. You can definitely look to play very aggressively with things like the Hail of Blades. It is a very volatile matchup, and you need it not to go wrong, because when it does, Tristana from behind doesn't have a lot of fun.
Tristana from behind is not a champion, basically. Like, you're trying to build Tristana up, and if she can't get those items, she can't be that other AD carry. This is a high damage composition coming out of DK, and that is not a tank in your top lane, so you're going to need to be really, really careful in these team fights. But I love Twisted Fate here, able to get around the map very quickly with a lot of lockdown and a lot of damage as well.
And again, when you've got the Neferi as well, you can take those towards one of those side lanes, use that global from the Twisted Fate and look to make those dives happen. Last pick of the Poppy for Lucid to try and deny some of these dashes from the Neferi, from the Ezreal, from that Gnar.
Yeah, and that's one thing that I love seeing with the Steadfast Presence from this Poppy, right? You look at a team that has a lot of dashes, you can pop your Steadfast Presence, and the entire time the Steadfast Presence is up, it will prevent those dashes. It's not like it's a one and done. But once it's out, you're free to play, right? So it's about the timing of it. We've seen it used effectively before. Here at EWC 2026, there was a Vi re-engage, and the Poppy popped that Steadfast Presence, and Vi just, whoop, done. Couldn't get in and died.
Indeed. Actually, the moment I think about it, I think Ezreal E is a blink, so would actually not be stopped by the W, so worth calling that one out. Oops, sorry for mentioning that one a little earlier, but still is important nonetheless. And again, it's early playmaking, which can be important to try and deal with something like the Neferi at the very least in that 1v1 matchup.
And let's remind the viewers at home what is at stake. D plus Kia are on match point here in this best of 3 against the LPL's BLG. If you lose here today, you are done. You are dusted. Your key will get crushed, and it will go to, as you've coined, the Boulevard of Broken Dreams initialized. Such a fantastic quote.
Sometimes you just need to make a Green Day reference or two. It's the way of these things. Just waiting to load onto the rift, and you're absolutely right. Because again, BLG came into MSI as one of the tournament favorites alongside the likes of HLE. HLE are now no longer in EWC 2026. Yep. BLG are 0-1, one game away from not being in EWC 2026. And again, the schedules have been hard for these teams that have been winning a lot domestically, that have been going through the international circuit. Your time to turn around and turn up to these kind of tournaments is very short indeed. D plus Kia have had a little bit more time to prepare, come in, and honestly, they have been so resilient. They showed it in game 1. They can show it here in game 2. Again, they've got another fun draft, that Tristana top for Shiwu. See whether it works.
One thing that I love there is they were flashing the emotes and Viper with the BLG, but I also saw a JDG emote coming out of one of them. So, you know, they know they're the last LPL representative. They know that they need to get this done here at EWC 2026 at the Qiddiya City Battleground. And already we see them in position. The bot lane's trading. Bin on that Nah, patiently waiting in that brush. Hasn't spotted Shiwu, is just going to return to the lane. But we take a look at those wards, right? They're very classic, very traditional wards because you want that information on the opposition jungler. You want to know where they'll be in a minute and a half, and now is when you find that out. This trading has begun. But vision control is always so important, and I feel like it's almost an underestimated part of the game by, dare I say, and I'm going to probably get some flame for this, most solo queue players.
Certainly by me, but I'm not a particularly excellent solo queue player, it must be said. Little note here as well, Shiwu with the exhaust in that top lane for that 1v1, but playing towards the spot side, fighting for the level 2 heal popped by both Korea and On.
Yeah, one thing I expect to come out of Shiwu here is a healthy CS advantage. Does have a serious range advantage over Nah and needs to abuse that hard, fast and early. Because if you're going even with Bin on that Nah, you are behind when it comes to those team fights. Because that range should be very, very punishing into the Nah. But we do take a look across the Rift. A very, very minor gold lead over to DK already by this 2-minute mark. And right now, I think I'm looking for Lucid to make some plays. This Poppy has that movement speed, can be unpredictable in the locations where Poppy goes. And looking for these high-value steadfast presence. So either make or break plays that BLG want to put forward. A little bit of trading on the bot side, but it's A-okay. They're just going to back away. A couple of summoners burnt heals on both sides as everyone else, everywhere else. Sean looking on the top side. Shiwu might be caught here.
Whoa, he's in danger. The pack is called. The exhaust down, but there's a flash on forward. Flash out from the Tristana. Survives, but is down both of her summoners.
Yeah, I really like this play. That's a win, right? What a lot of people need to realize is that if you go in and you get their flash, that's a win. You just come back anytime within the next 5 minutes, and they are so gankable, but Lucid.
Indeed, he's looking to come over the wall and actually smites it out. Very nicely done. Shun now, though, might look to trade with this Poppy. The Conqueror stacked eviscerates in. There's no W. Oh, Lucid! This might have been a touch far. The flash gets them safe. Shun comes across. Bin dies in a 1v1. Shiwu on the Tristana. No summoners, no problem.
Shiwu had no flash, but neither did Bin, so Bin's unable to get away from that Tristana, who doubtlessly jumped on top of them. Lucid, running for his life, has the blue and the red buff, but is looking for this execute to deny the gold over. Then that should be all
very cleanly done. So nice. So nice. We'll get the replay. Lucid gets away with it. Bin does not. Here's what happened in that top lane 1v1.
Bin aggresses forward. Shiwu just sidesteps, starts stacking up that damage, jumps on top of Bin as well, and then that's all she wrote. I mean, Shiwu didn't even have to dodge that last skill shot, literally stood there and gunned Bin down.
I mean, the Nah was blinded, and we said, okay, what do you have, Shiwu? The Tristana is here and looks excellent. Backs away with the Berserker Creeps. A reminder, that's after the flash went down. That's after the exhaust went down. We said, hey, that could be a problem. The topside matchup undoes a lot of woes. Shun here in this bot side, though, looking to try and find another angle for an attack. Korea forced to flash away as the dogs and the Darkin Dagger landed.
Yeah, good early flash load to prevent any follow-up there from BLG. Deadly Flourish to prevent the recall, slow their tempo down. But both sides just going to walk away from this one. Nothing really lost except Korea's flash, which in turn gives BLG that summoner advantage on that bot side. Lucid, I can't believe it. He went so deep into BLG's jungle just to smite that camp and very nearly died for it.
I mean, he does, but it's an execute, and he gets the camp, and he actually gets Shun's flash as well. That's a win, as far as I'm concerned. Also, now looking into this mid lane, I'll note that Showmaker is doing a great job so far into Night, up about 10 CS. I know, obviously, Rise, a very potent laner in the TF, sometimes takes a little while to come online, but still very well done. Lucid taking the opportunity to get onto this Raptor to camp. Bit of a fight happening here as the W tether will be broken. On left pretty low. Smite fight secured there, I believe, by Shun, but I might need to have a look back on that one as actually I see Lucid Smite on cooldown. Likely a win for the Poppy.
Yeah, Korea was doing a great job there, keeping on in the lane, unable to assist around that jungle camp as well. Knight just constantly chipping away, peppering with that damage as well. We get a little emote out of Smash. I wonder what brought that one on. However, the first Drake of the game is on Summoner's Rift. The DK find themselves with an early advantage, nearly a 1,000 gold lead, and most of that is on Siwoo after that first blood on Bin. Gets the kill, gets that first blood bounty bonus, happy days. And like you called out, with that Berserker Greaves, that extra move speed, that extra attack speed, to be able to stack more autos during that ability and get more damage down on Bin, making his life so much harder. Bin, though, only 10 CS away. I think that's actually pretty decent in this situation.
No, it's not. Viper gets away from that deadly flourish. Korea looks with the Mantra Q, that Soul Flare. Knight looking to try and find an angle here as well. Gets that gold card down. Doesn't necessarily find the moment he's looking for. He actually gets slowed down there by the Rune Prism without the Essence Flux on, so it's not a route, just a slow.
It looked like Knight had started to channel a recall, not expecting Showmaker to be there to follow up, so Showmaker able to delay the recall, get a little extra damage on tonight. A great little punish there as Lucid looking to get something on the Shun. Shun sees it though on that ward because Lucid went over it.
Another one smite there, Shun. Not on it there on his camps right now. Gets that blue buff away. Very nice. And should be the level 6 here of this Scuttle Crab too.
And this is a worrying trend. We saw that smite on that Baron in game 1, and they let it live on 1 health for a little too long. The smite effectively missing here, and Shun now missing basic jungle camps with these smite. He needs to lock in and remember who he is.
Siwoo taking the opportunity. Mini Nod transformation. Buster shot and the rocket jump out. There's a Destiny Gate to flash gold card and make it the 1-for-1, but Siwoo came here to play and finds another solo kill.
Yeah, really well done by there, Siwoo, to get that kill on the Bin, forcing Knight to respond. Because if you let Siwoo get away there, that low health, the punish is incredible. The gold lead, 1,000 for DK on Siwoo alone, because the rest of BLG in that mid lane, Knight getting that kill, able to mitigate that.
Destiny Gate successful, finds the value they're looking for, but again, I have to go back to draft. I have to go back and say, look, there is an adage that's probably the way I'm going to phrase it. I'm in France, we'll stick with it. That goes, if you blind pick something for long enough, it's no longer a blind pick. There are too many answers. Gnar is becoming one of those champions. You try and defend it by adding in a couple bans, but another answer here in this Tristana has worked really well right now for Shu. And again, reminder, it started looking pretty dodgy because he had to blow the flash, had to blow the exhaust, but is now in a really strong position. He's the one at the 1,200 gold this time around.
That's it, and DK, they're prioritizing these grubs. They've got the members there. It is on Vision. BLG know it's happening, and the first Drake of the game is still alive on Summoner's Rift in the Drake pit, and it's getting some blue pings. It looks like they just placed Vision, and they might want to contest this here too, but I want to point out a ward here. If you look at the minimap on the top side, there is a red ward behind Siwoo. So if BLG want to look for it, they could go for a deep TP.
They could indeed. Viper was really threatening there. Has got a true shot barrage that will interrupt Smash's ult. The reason he didn't throw it out initially, because he was kind of betting on it. Bin hops in, gets exhausted, and Buster shot it away. Nearly at the mini. There will be a reset on that rocket jump. Oh, Bin, you need to be so careful.
Siwoo!
He's dead. Absolutely broken in half. The Tristana here to play.
Siwoo with the Tristana counterpick is running Bin on this Rift. Good flash from Korea.
And gets out. The encore leads to nothing. BLG, you need to start finding some proactivity soon because these plays are not going your way. Bin is 0-3.
And here's the thing, Siwoo with the fancy feet is dodging pretty much everything Bin wants to do on this Gnar. As we go back to the second kill here onto Bin on that Gnar, where he went under that turret, and there's the instant ult from Knight to make sure he gets something back. The flash forward to get the gold card before he doesn't see him in that vision. So a heavy commitment from BLG to lock that down, but Siwoo, unperturbed, keeps driving home this advantage in the top side.
And what a statement from this player, right? Game 1, locks in the Cassante. Still finds fantastic fantastic angles in the team fights, become such a bulwark for the squad, flanking, dragging people out of position with the all-outs repeatedly into the Jace from Bin. That's something that's very iconic for that player, who was down the 1200 gold, takes a very different archetype of matchup, goes for the Tristana and shows Bin how it's done. Huge from Shiwu and this young top laner from D+ Kia.
That's it, but we are only 10 minutes into a game that traditionally goes for around 30. We're 1/3 of the way, so there's still a lot of the journey in this game left. Yes, Tristana is ahead, and that is exactly what you want here and now in your top laner, because you are oppressing Bin. You are keeping him down and out. So that means when we get to those team fights, he's not going to have as much impact because he doesn't have that item advantage. He doesn't have that experience, that gold. But the rest of BLG, they're stepping up. There's gold advantage in that mid lane. There's gold advantage in that bot side. Yes, it's only a little bit, but you love to see it because they're staying in this game.
Right, he's going to get interrupted. The Destiny Gate is looking like a gate to hell. He needs to start running away, smited for the slow. Showmoke is here. Go to Room Prison, do not pass go, do not pick up 350 gold, because that's going to Showmaker.
Showmaker getting it done there, but it kicked off with Lucid on tonight. Like you called, preventing that ultimate. He was unable to teleport away from them. And I just love that 2-on-1. Nothing Knight could do there. And that's chipping away at BLG's gold leaders. The fight breaks out on this bot side, but I don't think they're going to get anything done here.
Might not. Viper slowed down by that captive audience. A deadly flourish. Has to flash away from because there's a Realm Orb here. Good call. Showmaker, Playmaker. And they find the kill on the curtain call. Final bullet goes wide. But everything D+ Kia touches this game is turning to gold.
D+ Kia, my apologies. They are playing like their lives depend on this. They are taking every fight and they are winning. It feels like BLG don't have a way in right now. The only reason they've got that one kill on the board is because Shiwu dove under the turret to make sure he took out Bin. This is a team in fine form, and Showmaker, I mean, he's keeping it going.
Here's for now. Again, Knight 1-on-1, not exactly been able to make that many successful plays. Got interrupted on his second Destiny Gate for that death. Bot lane getting that kill. Bin, we've already talked about how Shiwu's been doing. Minute and a half till the next Dragon. Would be theoretically second for BLG if they can pick it up.
Yeah, that's it. That Infernal Dragon was picked up there by BLG a little bit earlier, but the Grubs are on the side of DK as well, so there's just a trade of jungle objectives. 1 minute to the second Drake of the game, 2 minutes to that Rift Herald, which could bust these maps wide open. A little bit of trading. Deadly Flourish.
Oh, smash! Flash fourth shot, and the Seraphine, well, I guess she'll be singing in the afterlife.
And here's how it came about. It was about a minute ago on that bot side when the Deadly Flourish went and On was forced to flash away. So he knew this Deadly Flourish would land. He knew he had that kill. Dead to rights. DK 2k up, 6-1. Where is BLG in this early game? They're crumbling under the weight of the pressure. DK, they're hitting their level 11 power spikes, those secondary level ultimates here. I mean, BLG, they have to do something. They have to bring it together. Where is Shunbin? 0-0-0. Viper, 0-0-0.
Huge plays from D+ Kia in the early stages of this game. Find themselves with a healthy advantage. Can look to contest around this Dragon should they so choose. Again, they've got a Rise, they've got a Tristana and 3 Grubs. They can also afford, potentially, to play for these side lane turrets, play for a 1-4 or a 1-3-1, and look to play the map a little wider on. They get rooted up there by the Renewal. Destiny Gate. Korea might have gone a bit deep, but Flash immediately followed by their own Flash. This is likely the kill on Korea. Nowhere to go. Knight gets it. And that will set up for a second Dragon for BLG.
But it was such a heavy commitment. They got the Flash out of Knight again for that. They got the ult out of On. They got the Arcane Shift of Viper, which obviously is a small cooldown, but that was 3 players that had to spend so much just to kill a single support as a topside fight has broken out.
Cleared the wave away. Bin still with the Mega Gnar means he's unlikely to die here, so just about plays the weak side outright, but he's about to go mini and Lucid hasn't left. Here comes On. Will have the ability to surround sound shield. Does use that, and Bin should now be safe. Tristana able to get another plate here at the minimum, though.
Yeah, really good play there from DK as well. Lucid coming up to that top side, nullifies the counterplay from Bin onto Shiwu. Shiwu is sticking around, but there was some great wards there too. So Bin knew that second Lucid run-up was coming, and great response from BLG to send members topside. As we see this fight on the mid lane again, beautiful deadly flash forward, fourth shot, down goes On.
The dancing grenade bounces across every minion in the wave, it feels like, into the deadly flourish. The flash, so smoothly done, so smoothly done. Still a good gold lead here to D plus Kia, but the dragon stacking is there for BLG. They're within touching distance, feels somewhat like an inversion of last game. I'd argue, to be honest, D plus Kia more proactive even than we saw from BLG in game one, but with how these two teams have played, I feel like there's still a few twists and turns yet.
Absolutely. It's 15 minutes into this game. BLG, they might be down, but they're definitely not out here. But I'm loving the level of play we're seeing from DK, that proactivity. I called it before with Lucid. I want to see him being a menace across the rift, and so far he is doing that. He's been in the right places at the right time when he's needed to be. Shun, though, is keeping up in farm, has that Cyclo sword compared to Lucid's Sundered Sky. So one's going for a more damage-heavy build, the other for a bit more sustain. But a fight around the Rift Herald.
That it is. Shun steps into the river, looks to try and tag Lucid if he can, can't quite. Flash on the beat drop. The Hound's pursuit in Korea is dead. Over, Flash, right charge of the wall. In comes the Realm Warp, Shun gets the rest W eventually, but on left low. Shun alive, but now needs to reset. Viper, desperate to dance around somewhere, can't. Shiwu busts a shot away and survives. Bin, hop forwards, flashes on in, gets that last auto, but Smash is there, the grenade, and a double for the AD carry of D plus Kia.
D plus Kia win the fight. They send 4 members of BLG packing and leave 2 of their own alive, so they're going to push this mid lane advantage that they have. Deadly Flourish lands, roots up Knight, but I think that will end that fight.
Able to clear out the wave, just about a 3 for 4, I believe, in favor of D plus Kia. We'll get the replay because it's a frantic one.
Yeah, we take a look here. Career is basically in a 3v1 toward this mid. Smash is there as well, but Career walking forward confidently. 3 members of BLG. The flash forward from On to root Career up. The ultimate from Viper over the top. Lucid does get a great stun, forcing the W out of Shun. The TP's committed. 2 from BLG to come straight back in. But we look on the bot side. Lucid's chasing Shun. Shun tries to go over the wall. Lucid, though, is able to lock him up with that deadly flash from Smash. Shiwu against the wall because of Bin. Bin goes down in the face of Showmaker and Smash, and that is all she wrote.
The gold lead still there for D plus Kia. Dragon still there for BLG. 10-5 the kill score as we stand. It's where that gold is, I think, that will be more important. 2,000 of it is in Shiwu's advantage. And again, you are a top lane Tristana. Your draw a bead passive that increases your range extends with every level. As a top laner, you get more levels. Showmaker might be in danger here. Jumps onto Lucid instead. Damage is good with the boulder toss. BLG hear him force. The Hound's pursuit. No steadfast presence for Lucid means he's down. That's a reset for Shun. And poor old Showmaker ain't making many plays anymore.
Yeah, it was a good job there by DK to try and drag that one out, but BLG just brought the members. They juggled that turret aggro beautifully, and on that bot side, they prevented Career from being able to get from that tier 2 up to that tier 1 to try and do anything about that fight. BLG, they turned that top side priority, that team fight that they just won, onto this Rift Herald, and BLG right now, they are large and in charge of these jungle objectives. They've got the first 2 Drakes, they've got this Rift Herald, and the 3rd Drake of the game is up only in 1 minute's time. So they're stacking very much online.
Significant win from there. Knight, of course, with the Lich Bane. Able to get a significant amount of work done here on this top lane turret. Reminder, they've got all of the turrets in the game for them to claim. 3 already down for D plus Kia. Back at this replay, though, Lucid with the W. Probably a little early, I fear.
Yeah, I do like that they used that lens to try and get some vision control. They knew this play was coming. There was nothing that they could do about it because BLG just brought everyone to that top side. And it almost feels like they didn't lose anything anywhere else across the Rift either because DK, they were forced to respond. Career was running out to that top side as well.
Gonna try and come into the mid lane. That's 2 members. Good hop away from Viper. On, though, gets an encore off, but it's his final moment in that particular play, picked up by D plus Kia.
D plus Kia will not be put down. They will not be perturbed by the giants of the LPL. BLG. They laugh in the face of these odds right now, Initialize, and they start up this Mountain Drake to try and slow BLG's Dragon stacking down. This will be the first Drake of the game for DK, and it buys an extra 5 minutes before that soul condition is online. But we were talking about gold leads a little bit earlier. DK currently at 1k. BLG, they've been chipping it down. That gold lead has been, you know, becoming smaller over time. And look at where the gold is here. Shiwu, 2.2k, but Knight, 4-1-1. And we've seen him carry gangs before. That is a dangerous TF right now.
Root there onto Knight briefly with that Deadly Flourish. Won't turn into anything more, of course. Worth noting, a significant chunk of Knight's gold lead will be from his passive, that stack deck, giving him all the extra gold. Still does keep them in touching distance. They've got a couple turrets as well. That standing gold available to them if they could just get to those turrets in mid and bot outer.
But here's the thing, Knight is literally a full item ahead of Showmaker. He also has a 7-stack Dark Seal, so that advantage from Knight over Showmaker alone means these team fights are harder. It means Knight can more easily 1v1 anyone else across that rift. Does have a slight experience advantage, but that's about it. But Shiwu does have a full level over Bin on that Na. And like you called out, top laners can get up to level 20, which gives more range, more damage over to Shiwu in the later stages of these games. Whereas Na, I don't think scales as hard and high in that 19th and 20th levels. So if this game goes long enough, I dare say that advantage will go to DK.
3 minutes until the next Dragon or so. Might be our next port of call. We have got Baron up, but I don't think either team necessarily wants to rush that.
Yeah, you're right. And I mean, the vision control is there from both teams as well. A lot of BLGs on that bot side through jungle. DKs all through that river. Both teams really want the intel on their opponents. They really want to know when that Baron is pulled or if they're going to make those plays towards that Drake. Because even if the Drake isn't up for another 3 minutes, right? You've got the wards in the area. You will see when they send the sweepers. You will see when they go and clear it. So your support knows, hey, they're clearing that out. I've got to go and clear it and get my own vision down. It's just, that's a common war with supports. It's a vision war. And sometimes you do die for control of that vision before the fight breaks out, handing that advantage over to your opponents.
Just a stalling game, a holding game for now. Playing around this mid lane wave shove. TF was roaming up the river, but doesn't want to pull the trigger as it stands, and neither team feels that willing to pull on an aggressive play right now. If there was a timer, it would be now. Try and earn yourself some summoners, try and earn yourself an ult or two ahead of this potentially critical Dragon fight.
Yeah, and to that point, right, every single ultimate up on the side of BLG, every single ultimate up on the side of DK, every single summoner's up. So the next fight, which almost feels inevitable at this point, will be explosive. It will be massive. BLG drop the Rift Herald. They're forcing DK into this mid lane, and they know it because they demand a response.
Knight TP's in. They get the roots. Oh, the encore. And Korea is spellbound. Dead in the mid lane. That turret falls shortly after.
Good heads-up play there from BLG. Great timing. I love it as that trap into that Deadly Flourish as well. Gets another root, but there's no follow-up, right? DK down a member.
Might be some follow-up onto Showmaker, who got spotted by that Destiny Gate. Good chunk off the Lucid. Knight, though, does not enjoy Showmaker, who unleashes his full arsenal. Continues to run on left low. The curtains get cold. Shot falls the body block. Showmaker overloads straight through the members of BLG and makes it overall a 1-for-1.
Absolutely bent that bullet through space and time to make sure he landed it onto On, getting that 1-for-1 trade, something back for DK, and what was ultimately a disastrous mid here. We see it again. Rift Herald drop. That's going to force the response out of DK. They have to bring the members. They've seen 4 members of BLG. They know they want this mid tower. A great Deadly Flourish to lock On up, but Career oversteps, is caught out by the E double root from On into the Encore, and is CC'd to death. But here's where the follow-up happens. Knight, rooted, and like you said, goes for that TP because he sees the vision on Showmaker alone on the side. Showmaker steps straight into that brush, though, preventing vision from Knight. He's able to chip him down, and then the rest of DK are here. Showmaker still stepping forward into 3, and it allows him to get that 1 kill back.
The Deathfire touch, I think, in the end was just enough burn to claim the kill. 15 seconds on Dragon. We're down a fair number of summoners. Showmaker, none of his available. Could be critical. Knight's got his flash alongside pretty much every other member of BLG. Could potentially be the difference maker as it's BLG in the river first.
That's it. This is the 4th Drake of the game, and BLG, they want it. They have the priority. They have the vision control. DK trying to find a way in.
TP.
A deep TP from behind, though. BLG know what's happening.
Nars coming as well. Don't know whether it's the Mega Gnar. They get the gold card onto Shiwu. Buffers through, but it's down at half HP because that Lich Bane hurts. Knight at 20% himself. Both the Tristana and the Twisted Fate without a lot of value. Korea also chunked low.
Yeah, great counterpunch there from BLG. They commit their own TP to bring the members down. Knight taking a recall right now, wants to top up, probably has that ultimate to be able to get back out to this fight quite quickly. DK not done, ultimate coming through.
Keeper's verdict is interrupted with an encore and it doesn't land anyway. Shun wins a smite fight. Lucid loses his life. Realm Warp to escape. DK trying to escape. Shun gets redirected somehow and gets the kill on Korea. Realm Warp puts him pretty deep though. Smash trying to speed himself away and does so.
Yeah, disastrous fight there for DK. BLG take 3. DK make good their escape though. Smash and Showmaker able to get away, but a masterful play there from BLG, right? DK had the advantage. They were pushing in on that Drake. They were getting that vision control down, and they had that deep flanking TP, but BLG saw it and immediately collapsed onto Shiwu. Yes, he was able to buffer, but he was unable to contribute to the fight, and because of that, they get this Baron because Lucid is still very much dead. Shiwu is still very much dead, and BLG are answering back.
Soul Point, Baron, and a gold lead. Somehow it is the inversion of Game 1A. It's been back and forth between these two teams, but BLG here come out critically on top.
Yeah, they've already got this health bar advantage from the previous skirmish as well, so they can trade a little more heavily into DK. Great encore here to disrupt Lucid's ultimate, unable to repel these members from BLG. Knight turns up, a Realm Warp that Career is able to take, but Shun follows Career. There's nothing he can do about that one. BLG tidy up the back end of this fight, and DK are left running with their tails between their legs.
Suddenly things look a lot harder to execute Knight, because of course he does. Bax buys himself a Medjai's, he's 15 stacks already, has an arm guard as well, and the early advantages from D+ here look a lot harder to execute with Shiwu though onto Knight, but this time here is Shun. He's bled out by the Darkin daggers and the Tristana from 3-1 to 4-4, the value beginning to dwindle.
Yeah, I mean, BLG, they're up nearly 4,000 gold with this Baron power play. TP from BLG being committed here. They want to siege this bot side base of DK. They know they have the numbers advantage. It's 4 versus 5. Now is the time to push. Shiwu's dead for 30 seconds more.
And the wave clear is risky. You don't want to end up walking too far forwards, and these turrets are just getting annihilated.
Annihilating this base is BLG. DK doing the dance, trying to prevent any more happening. But that's 2 Baron-empowered cannon minions. They are putting in so much work. A good defense from DK, a better siege from BLG.
You can see Shun is actually the one shoving the mid lane, hasn't been with the squad. Getting that wave corralled towards the mid-tier 2.
Yeah, and that's what these teams do a lot of the times, right? They'll split push. They'll go 4-1 or 3-1-1 to try and maximize the value of their Baron. But a fight inevitable here around this tier 2 mid.
Deadly Flourish just about wide of Shun there. Certainly no stun. And that means the tier 2 falls as well, and the gold lead balloons to a monstrous 6k. Feeling challenging now indeed for D+ Kia to find their way back in.
Yeah, and I'm loving what I'm seeing out of BLG here. They didn't overplay their hand. They got that bot side tier 2. They got the inhibitor turret and the inhibitor, and then they immediately rotated around to that mid, and look at the gold lead. In the last 2 minutes alone, it has ballooned from around 2k to 5.6k. BLG, 3 Drakes, 30 seconds on the Baron power play, which is at 4k. 1.5 minutes till the next Drake of the game, and this could be Mountain Soul for BLG. Finn will love that.
That's something like an 8k gold swing from the highs of D+ Kia now to BLG firmly in command. Those turrets that they've been waiting to take down now all fallen in their favor. Minute and a half until Mountain Soul. The Magi stacks are in for Knight, so between that and the rapid fire, he is so fast.
Knight is literally full build. Bin now has the level advantage over Shiwu. Shun 2 levels up over Lucid. What an amazing turnaround here. DK, they had the early advantage. They had that aggression. They were making those plays, but BLG have just found their way back into this game. They've breached the 6K gold mark right now. DK, they need to find something. Maybe a pick onto Knight. He's got a 700 gold bounty on his head.
Here we
He would be
go.
a high value target.
On's in danger, does speed himself away, but gets shoved away, but not into the wall. The keeper's verdict, knock up, but no kill. Stun instead onto Showmaker, who realm warped into the back line, is able to speed himself away. Bin here with the teleport shield and the Mega Nod just about to time out. Throws a boulder, tries to get the shove back, doesn't quite find it. Showmaker survives for now. Bin in the mini. Viper goes forward with that arcane shift. The damage is there, the encore. Tag Showmaker. Rise isn't taken low. The gold card follows, and the poke keeps rolling.
Yeah, what a... Oh, Knight goes back in.
Oh, Shiwu, Destiny Gate. The Buster Shot keeps him alive. Flash him from Viper with an arcade shift. Bin with the boomerang slow. Desperate to stop more falling, but they're corralled on their own tier 2. BLG unwilling to let this one slide. They're fish under a turret. It's not quite the same, but they're still on the hook. The line... and see whether they will be sinking with this game. Another gold card. Golden goes Knight. Eviscerating in is Shun. They're all so low. The Deadly Flourish not there. In they go. Shun gets it. Immediately taken out. The Hound's Pursuit reset. Doesn't come on through. The curtain call comes on down, and Knight should just about escape.
Oh, what a great play from Lucid there, though, just to lock Shun up under that turret so they get something back. As we did see BLG trying to aggress forward, they didn't have a wave while they had DK caught under that turret there, but they take that team fight, they get that priority, they get that pressure, and they run straight to the Drake, because this will be Mountain Soul for BLG. They will be that much harder to kill. They will have that much more gold lead, and it is starting to feel like wallet diff here. We see Randuins, we see Sterix on Bin. He's going to be impossible to kill when he gets that shield trigger as well. Critical damage is significantly reduced, and it just feels like Shiwu has almost fallen off here in the face of the oppressive power and strength of BLG.
Have a look at this replay again. They attempted to make the pick onto On, but he escapes, and then D plus Kia are on full retreat, and credit to them, they do a decent job of buying time.
And this fight is so long as well. They're trading summoners, they're trading ultimates, and you would think there'd be a couple more kills in this phase of the fight, but DK are able to dodge a lot of the damage that BLG are trying to get done here. We do see Knight follow up on the back end, and immediately Shiwu Buster Shots to get rid of Knight, but the chip forward from Viper takes him out, and it gives them the numbers advantage and it gives them the confidence to go under this tower. No wave for BLG here though, so it is all on them. And we see they turn onto Knight. He's forced to stopwatch. And Lucid with that, I love that there. Lucid keeping Jun locked up under the turret. So it gives DK something back. It wasn't a massive loss.
No, back to life. Tier 2's falling. They do get the Tristana to shove on up. Has at least got to the QSS, which helped against that gold card, as we saw. Hang on, needs to be in danger as he's rocket jumped in. QSS is there. Flash from Knight. Exhausted. Still gets the kill with the last auto. Showmaker trying to run away, but all the while the Baron's going down, and both your solo laners are on the bot lane.
What can you do right now? BLG are everywhere on the Rift. They're making the plays. They're leaving only 2 members because they know they have this Baron secured. They're going to reset, spend that gold that they've earned for themselves, and come back out onto the Rift. Showmaker in retreat on that bot side. We do see Lucid back in base after taking that recall, but members of BLG, they're aggressing into DK's topside jungle here. They're trying to get that vision control. They're trying to rob DK's jungler of any minions that he can get here. It takes gold, it takes experience, it takes time. But look at these items. We've got the Infinity Edge, the Storm Surge, the Rapid Fire Cannon for Smash, the Rod of Ages, the Actualizer as well for Showmaker. So the damage is there. Now it's...
Oh, the encore is there. Shun with the Darkin daggers brings low Lucid again. 0, 6, and 6. It has not been his game. Now with the Baron, with Mountain Soul, with waves coming crashing in, D plus Kia have to stand against what feels the inevitable win from BLG.
Yeah, they're 5v4 as well for another 30 seconds. Lucid having gone down in that fight there. They were already 5v4. Siwoo over the wall.
Just annihilated. He's gone again. I need to find a new word, but maybe it's still appropriate because he just got blasted. Shun, the reset on the ult available, doesn't need to pull it as yet, and they are onto all the inhibitors. The Nexus turrets remain, and D plus Kia, men down, waves down, inhibitors down, and looking like the game down to boot.
BLG are taking it from here. DK locked up under their own turrets. They're locked up under their own Nexus. BLG is sieging. They've turned under the Nexus. BLG will take this game too.
BLG even it up. It is not a 0-2. The crowd goes wild and the competition continues. Both keys just about safe.
You know what? I feel comfortable and safe in my prediction of a 2-1 here, but I'm still not sure which way it will go because DK, they had such a fantastic early performance in this game. But we were speaking of DK's resilience in game 1. Like you said, BLG's resilience here in this game too, absolutely phenomenal. It was a great counter pick topside from Siwoo, but Bin weathered the storm. BLG weathered the storm. Knight got that gold advantage and he never ever let go. He was able to be the one to pump out that damage, get full item advantages, and Showmaker wasn't able to stand up against him.
And I think for D plus Kia it's going to be so frustrating because Shu actually started this game with some great moves. They put this Gnar into a tricky position. Smash had some great moments to get pickoffs onto On. They had Rise moving down towards that bot lane as well. All the early moves felt like they were going D plus Kia's way. And then as the Dragons started stacking against them, as some of those fights started to get a little bit trickier, the mid-game fell apart.
Yeah, and you can't let the mid-game fall apart, right? You need to remain in control at all times in the face of BLG. They are the LPL's #1 for a reason. But enough from us here.
That's it. Thank you very much, Logan, Valdez and crew. Can you take it from here?
Yes, I will initialize just like BLG took DK's ability to win this game away from them as started off really wacky. I mean, 3 solo kills for Shiu into Bin is kind of crazy, especially given Bin's reputation. But it didn't seem to matter because as a team, BLG came together and they just had much better team fighting and their ability to poke and pick from a distance, DK just seemingly could not handle.
Yeah. I mean, it's just like all the game stuff, like, we're fine. Just the thing is that I think this game was like, it would be really sad for just D plus Kia because how they start the game, I think it was like really fine. I don't think that it can actually get better because Tristana was actually just nailing top. Like he was 1v2ing against the jungler, 1v3, including also TF, and he was like kept soloing over again. And I don't think DK actually played well around that. Like that is like really kind of, you know, the sad part I would say. But the other hand, I think BLG played really well around the team comp. Like 5v5, they were taking really slow, wait for the Israel. Can't let him do that, whatever he want to do, and then not getting engaged on. And I think the Seraphine ulti was like so clutch almost every single moment.
Yeah, for me, BLG, just the way that they played around the gold cards in these team fights and just paced themselves, didn't really dive too deep in, even if they got like a really nice on ult, right? It's just about picking your moments, picking your targets. And I think the issue that DK really ran into was the fact that they had that fed Tristana and want to play through sides with Rise, but then they're playing against Twisted Fate and the Fury. And it's like, how do you out-skirmish these guys unless Lucid is on time and also really on point with the steadfast presence? And it felt like when there was no objective to play for, those picks couldn't happen for both sides, really. And when it came to the team fights, DK just got out team 4. Like, they just got out hands here, plain and simple.
Yeah, I think also for Shiu, playing an 80 carry top has not necessarily been his comfort zone. Definitely have been a lot of times where he's trying to find angles to flank,
I actually
and
feel
it doesn't really work out.
I haven't seen this Tristana counter pick work into Gnar, like, ever. Like, I've seen it quite a few times now on stage.
Yeah.
I feel like it's just a worse version of the Vayne matchup.
It's good in the lane, but then...
Yeah. Like, and it's weird because you'd think Tristana scales better in team fights too, but alas, here we are.
I mean, Vayne's skill's pretty good too, but like, I think you guys are right. Like, if you see only the lane, I think the Tristana is just like, it's so, you just right-clicking and you get like prio. It's just so easy. The problem thing is what I don't think they just play really well around the team comp. It's just like Shiu and Shoemaker and Lucid has to be around there. I think they also item build. I don't think I really liked it from the Smash and Shiu and not being able to kill Gnar at all. Like there was one moment he just jump in with the Mega Gnar and it becomes, you know, just mini Gnar and you're not even tickling it. It was like just so weird because like no one was willing to build the last Whisper fast.
I mean, that's the cursed Jin build that we sometimes, unfortunately, have the honor of witnessing, where you go 3 items that don't really do damage. And then he got IE at the very end, 4th item, doesn't have Last Whisper, as you said, because he built it. And then it was already too late. So I don't know.
Over. It was like over 30
he did 16k damage and he was 3-0 like 15 minutes into the game. Like that shouldn't happen. So I think that's definitely something good to call out. And unfortunately, this is kind of what happens to D+ Kia oftentimes in many of their series, especially best of 3s. They win game 1. Most of the time it's dominant, actually. The game 1 wasn't really dominant because it is BLG. And then game 2 is like a close loss, and then they get smashed in game 3. So I hope that doesn't happen for D+ Kia, but also I do think that BLG, on paper, the better team.
Yeah. If I'm DK, I'm putting Smash on a hyper carry, and I'm praying. That's what I'm doing.
Yeah.
Front-to-back composition. Shiru, you've had your fun on the carries.
Yeah.
It's time for Ornn, buddy. You know, that's where my head's at.
I mean, I'll say like doesn't have to be not carry or carry. It's just like you just have to deal with like against the Bean. Which is like I think this was a game that really good example. Handling the Bean, it was even better because he was the winning. And the problem it comes off when it's 5v5. So gotta do a better job as a team, I think.
And now it's game 3 of Fearless, and a couple of big picks for Showmaker also taken away the Cassiopeia. I think the Victor as well was played into him in game 1. So
Twisted Fate.
We'll have to wait and see. Twisted Fate's gone. It's going to be pretty interesting to see what they do draft. But first, guys, a break before game number 3.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Qiddiya City, powered by play.
きしようよ運命描いてくはやもっとまだなこの世界を楽しんでみたすんだ
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
Hello and welcome back to EWC 2026 as we are here on the secondary stage, and it appears we have become the main stage because we are surrounded by so many people who are here to watch this game because, of course, on the main stage, if you guys did miss it, Carmine Corp did take the win 2-0 over AGAL as our good friend Yamato is losing his mind because we might be losing every Chinese team in this tournament if BLG go down to D plus Kia here. Now, I do think that BLG are the big favorites coming into game number 3.
It for sure it is. I think after I see like game 1, game 2, still it makes even more for me to be like easily can say huge favorite for BLG. It's just like basic fundamental. I think the BLG is like also way more experienced international tournament, and I think this is like even game 1. I mean, it's like hard. It's like hate to say, but it was like there was a huge throw from BLG.
Yeah.
How they the way of they're losing was like didn't really make sense. To be honest.
Yeah, that's BLG a lot of times though, and that's just the frustrating part about this team. They can be so good and so bad at the same time, and all it really takes, especially as we get to this game 3 of Fearless, right, is maybe one slightly off-key draft where it's like, oh well, now all of a sudden the game is going to hinge on maybe 2 plays tops. And that's kind of what happens the further that you go into Fearless, when players end up on picks maybe they're not as practiced on, or whatever the, you know, the journey to get to that conclusion is. And BLG have done it time and time again. They throw their heads right into the wall and they lose quickly. But like we've said, the experience definitely favors them, and hopefully for themselves as the final Chinese representative, cooler heads prevail.
Final.
Yeah, and also I do think that champ pool-wise, BLG should be in a much better spot. I'm definitely worried for D plus Kia. I don't know what they're going to be picking here in this game number 3, but I'll let the casters from here take it away and let us know.
For bringing us all in here to this final game. Yamato with an interesting statement there, saying he hopes that cooler heads prevail. There are some very decidedly not cool heads on the Rift on both rosters here. D plus Kia, along with a number of other rosters in the LCK, do love a circus every now and then. And when it works, it's fantastic. When it doesn't, your 3-1 Tristana, your Poppy jungle really struggling. Go something like 3 and 7 top, 0 and 6 in the jungle. Not a great place there. BLG again, when you've got players like On, when you've got players like Bin, there is a certain volatility that comes with the playstyle. We'll see whether some measure of calm can come into this deciding final game.
But the LPL need BLG to make it through this, because AGAL, anyone's legend, just lost to KC. They just got knocked out here at EWC 2026. Their key crushed.
Huge.
So BLG is the LPL's last hope. They need to win this 2-1 for the LPL.
And holy moly, Carmine Corps in Paris going forwards. That's a match made in heaven. Should be very exciting indeed. But we turn our eyes to this B stream, and I can see all the fans beginning to migrate over from the STC Arena here to the Kidia City Battleground. It is rammed from wall to wall. Syndra first pick, likely for Showmaker, could go bot. The Syndra's been flexible right now. The response is a Rumble plus something.
I'm loving seeing the Syndra come through here as well, because that is a powerful mage that can go in the bot or the mid side. We really want to see it put in some work, but we've also got that Rumble and that Bard. Bard, such a powerful playmaking support these days.
And On is probably the best Bard in the LPL. He is very, very potent on this champion. His roaming in particular, I could highlight any number of games I've cast of this guy popping off on the champion, really, really riding that line incredibly well. See what he can do here to protect and make some plays here, especially with things like the Camille off the board that has felt like the significant answer into that chime-wielding warrior. That's the phrase I've gone with. It feels a bit excessive, but here we are. The response, though, Lucian Milio looking like the correct choice.
Yeah, Lucian Milio is definitely a duo that has risen, because previously it was Lucian Nami, but with that Imperial Mandate buff, Nami has kind of fallen by the wayside, and that range extension that Milio can provide works very, very well for Lucian. So loving this bot side duo, as we do see Caitlyn locked in for Viper on BLG, that long-range powerhouse, almost the epitome of what an AD carry should be. And we're familiar with this champion, right? We've seen Pays with it when he duos with Lux. I think there's something like a 18-0 run with him in the area. It's wild. And I'm hoping we get to see that same kind of energy out of Viper and On, especially if the Bard is on point today.
Indeed, and often what happens with Viper lanes at the minute is they do it. If you remember when Guma Yushi was on T1, which I suspect a lot of people do, a lot of what you'd see was when Guma would lock the Caitlyn, rather than always playing for lane, Kerry would sometimes go, cool, you've got this, I'll see you later.
Yeah.
And would on things like the Bard go make plays elsewhere.
Yep.
And On loves to do very similar things with Viper. You can play for the 2v2 kills. Obviously, that combo of stun into trap, into headshot is a deadly one for certain. But potentially being able to play towards, say, a Rumble, play towards wherever Shun is, can also be very potent indeed, especially because the Milio can get a little obnoxious to land those stun combos on when you have that 6 available and the Breath of Life gets you out of dodge.
A couple of bans coming through that I absolutely love here, right? So D plus Kia, they've gone for the mid lane. They've gone for the LeBlanc. They've gone for the Akali, right? Because they know Knight is a monster in this mid lane, and we have seen Knight on Akali before. He has performed miracles, heretofore untold, and D plus Kia do not want to see that again. And on the opposite side, BLG have banned away that Trundle. They don't want that Subjugate affecting their side. They've banned away that Ornn, that monstrous scaling topsider that I dare say Bin would feel more than comfortable even if he weak-sided that, because he's not playing for the lane, he's playing for the team, he's playing for the late game.
They lock in Shun's Pantheon, another global to potentially go running around with things like that Bard, making those plays. It's a champion that's fallen away from the absolute apex of the meta, but once you start getting deeper into these best of series, is more than potent, and certainly something that Shun is accomplished and experienced on. Xin Zhao would make an apt response. I will also note, though, that Bin has what I used to call Red 5, the Luke Skywalker pick. It's own blue this time around, of course, because that inversion of first pick and side selection has come across in this one. But what it does do is theoretically give a counter pick up here to Knight in particular. They're waiting to see the draft to ensure that the champion he locks in is exactly what BLG need to win this draft.
Fun fact about Xin Zhao, I was looking him up before we came to EWC 2026. He is the single most picked jungler across every single region combined to date.
That does not surprise me.
Yeah.
He's been so strong, so competitive, so versatile for such a long time. He has finally been nerfed somewhat, but there's the Aurora last pick for D plus Kia, likely throwing that towards the top lane for Xiu into the Aurora, but that's then allowed Knight to pick up a Silas. I am seeing a couple decent ults here. The Xin Zhao ult in particular, very, very strong alongside that Aurora ult.
Yeah, that Crescent Guard is such a fantastic ultimate to steal. You can start fights, you can defend your team in those fights with it as well. Aurora's ultimate, no slouch to grab either, gives you a lot of mobility, a lot of chase down. I don't think we'll be seeing him pick up the culling though, unless there's no sort of other better ults in the fight at the time.
And I sometimes see that it's a Syndra picked into the Silas, because stealing Syndra ult is kind of a bit lackluster as well, because you don't get to put down extra dark spheres. It's base numbers of spheres every time you press the R button.
Yeah, no, absolutely. So, you know, a couple of decent ultimates, but also a couple of ultimates that are less than ideal to grab here. But both compositions are locked in, and I'm really looking forward to how this one turns out, because game one, you know, it was a very resilient win from D+ Kia to get ahead of BLG. Game two, D+ Kia came out kicking and screaming, but BLG, they turned it back around. They got the advantages, they got the objectives, they exhibited the readiness and the resilience that was needed to take that game two, which has put us here, in this position, right here, right now, at EWC 2026 Qiddiya City Battleground, our game three of our best of three. Loser goes home and their key is crushed.
To the Rift we go for the final time between these two teams. The crowd has continued to grow, to swell, and to surge. It is electric here, and both these teams will be feeling the pressure, no doubt about it. We've heard the gyos, we've heard the fightings. LPL versus LCK, a rivalry as old as League of Legends, has another chapter here.
Here at EW6 2026. We do see that ward though go down though, so it will spot Knight out as he starts to step forward. DK aware, respecting it and backing away. Knight sees them backing away, and with that intuition goes, no, they've seen me. I've walked over a ward. They know my game, but he's going to get back to that mid lane, and he's not going to have lost any experience for it. Just a little bit of advantage over to Showmaker with the range that he has. Sees Knight stepping up and goes to just push him off the wave. And that's another thing we need to point out. This is a melee into range matchup. Range will have the early game advantage, but it's easy for Knight to come back into this fight, and our junglers have started on opposite sides of the Rift.
That they have. We can see Shun pathing towards his top side. Of course, on the other side, Shinzao pathing towards that bot lane to try and interrupt and mess potentially with that Caitlyn and with that Bard. Viper and On have got the early shove. Not really a surprise considering the matchup, but again, the Lucian Milio has been very potent over the last few patches in particular, and I'm sure that Smash and Korea will have a few things to say about this shove in a level or two.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we do find ourselves in a situation where we're only a minute and a half in, and On is already looking, dare I say, for that level 2 roam. He was moving around, has cleared that ward out, and is just trying to make sure that the vision control favors BLG here on that blue side. Shiwu getting a little bit of early poke on the bin.
Worth noting here as well, look at Shun, has done his bot side quadrant, is now going into the enemy jungle to try and steal away a comp and potentially look for some bot side advantages.
Yeah, Shun in a great position here too if he's able to get this quick enough.
Smash at the level 2 will look to dash on forward with the relentless pursuit. Viper taken low but not down. Does have the barrier traded. Gets a nice build of a Peacemaker back. Reminder that the Pantheon is still here. Smash in danger. This needs to be a good kick. Flash away! And the Comet Spear secures first blood.
And that was that early rotation from Shun that you pointed out. He was in a great position to take advantage of this bot side play. He had the priority. He was always going to get there before Lucid can do anything, even though Lucid was nipping at his heels. So great work there. They got the barrier, they got the flash, and they got the life of the AD carry of D+ Kia in Smash.
Reset now from Shun, got that first blood, gets a longsword and a ruby crystal to his name. Knight left lone with him chunked out. Potentially makes contesting for this topside scuttle crab a risk here from Shun. He's still going to blast going in and look to fight it regardless. Remember, he has got the item advantage, and now Lucid might actually be in a spot of bother, especially with Bin with priority.
Yeah, Lucid running away from that mid lane, that scuttle crab there. I thought he was maybe going to try and turn something back around on to Bin because it was around a 50% health differential here for both of them. But instead, he decides better of it, goes, I'm going to recall back to base and top up my life. Pick up that health stone there too. That little extra bit of health for him. So he's able to trade a bit better, but still questionable plays here. 3.5 minutes in, 1.5 minutes to that first Drake of the game. It will be that Hextech Drake as well. As we go to this bot side replay, DK are aggressing forward here. They're trading well, but Smash, unable to avoid that Piltover Peacemaker, takes up too much damage. Flash for flash, not enough, as Shun with the spear takes Smash's life.
Really nice, and again, that's off the early play. Lucid, though, with a wraparound gank, gets the flash off of Knight, who's just TP'd back in.
Yeah, Showmaker getting that ward down just in the face of Knight. Will ping it, doesn't get the auto off, so that's a healthy ward in the mid lane. Advantage Showmaker, but something else that's advantage to Showmaker right now is the gold, is the CS. Has picked up that Amp Tome, so a nice little extra chunk of damage over what Knight has to offer. However, the biggest gold advantage right now, 600 of it, is on Shun from that first blood with that extra bounty. He's 600 of the 600 that BLG have.
Always miserable there to sit under the turret versus the Caitlyn, especially once she starts to put down those Yordle snap traps and kind of block off either side of the turret. Can be a bit annoying for a Lucian who wants to get a good piercing light across. Nice work there from Korea to remove them pretty swiftly and mitigate some of that obnoxiousness. But Shun is back again. BLG playing around bot side, say it ain't so.
Well, they know that Smash doesn't have a flash. If they go in on Smash, who's less than 50% health already, they now know that Shun is here, then there's nothing he can do to get away. However, Shun himself, because he committed his flash, is unable to dive in after him, so we'll just back away.
And look, it's a relatively slow early game, though I'll say again, these invades, the early play bot side, nice proactivity from BLG, but one of their weaknesses as a roster of late has been their inability to play through that bot side, play for Viper. Shun playing so aggressively towards him across this series in general, and certainly in this game, has been a little bit of a different look for the team that often likes to take their support, their jungler, and look towards, say, Bin or Knight.
Yeah, but this proactivity coming out of Shun is really, really good because it's also forcing a response from Lucid, right? Lucid is being pulled away from his jungle camps. He has to answer the aggression of Shun, which means Shun is able to run him around the rift. Bin playing on vision here. Shiwu knows he's there, playing very carefully. Doesn't want to get burnt alive by Bin and this equalizer, but we take a look at the vision, right? We see that Deke plus Kia, they've got that control ward near that Hextech Drake because it's the first Drake of the game. It hasn't been taken. Good equalizer. Obviously a wave clearing. It's a bonus, though, to get extra damage onto Shiwu. A little extra pressure.
Well, with Bin having been down the teleport, it does allow him to reset and not have to worry so much about the wave being in a problematic position. Will bounce back as he arrives at the turret, so we'll be happy enough with that. In the river, though, On in danger, has that mark atop him, but won't have an audacious charge to deal with, and Lucid should pick up this scuttle crab.
Yeah, just pokes On away, gets that priority, able to pick up that scuttle crab tidily. The XP is worth it from those scuttle crabs because it almost gets you to that level 6, which is why double scuttle is so important because it gives you that level advantage when those jungle objective fights break out. But that is not to be here, as we do see that, you know, Lucid is rotating around to that top side, but I don't see a scuttle crab sitting in that river just yet. D plus Kia, vision control on that bot side around the Drake pit, but there's also a control ward from BLG. So both sides here valuing vision and information, but not quite ready to pull the trigger on the Drake because the grubs are up in 1 minute. And that's something that we've been seeing more of, right? More teams are going for the grubs first, trade for Drake, rather than giving that 2 to 3 minute window of opportunity for them to be able to contest.
Completely agree. And of course, as we just look at the game state in general, been a relatively slow one, not super aggressive. Hell, there's a bit of damage from Viper. Gets a nice trade there, the ace in the hole, after body block by Korea, especially as that cozy campfire shield and the warm hugs, rather, shield would have timed out.
Korea says, "Smash, get down, I will protect you," and takes that ace in the hole quite nicely. That is the support that you want in your games. Like we saw a little earlier when that Nautilus was blocking all of those skill shots onto that Lee Sin there. It was spectacular, and it just keeps those 80 carries healthy. It keeps them alive, or in that case, your jungler as well. But we are talking about BLG versus DK. We are talking about a game 3 of a best-of-3 series that has gone the distance. We are talking about if you lose, your key gets crushed and you are knocked out of EWC 2026, and neither of teams want this. BLG, LPL's last hope here.
And on the other side, D plus Kia, team that in some ways has been a bit of a surprise to make it in some ways. Their form domestically has been so inconsistent. Lucid and Shiwu sometimes incredibly high, sometimes incredibly low. Showmaker on good form here as well, looking to take it to the likes of Knight if they can make it happen. Is up a good CS margin here. Dragon being started. BLG though, thinking of contesting. Shun with the ult could look to come on in. Stolen Shinzao ult. Dragon taken, but unfortunately for Lucid, a Crescent Guard will not keep you alive, and he'll trade the Dragon for his life.
And that's the thing I like about the Pantheon ult and the Crescent Guard interaction. All the play's still going.
Smash does have to flash away from that binding from On, and that'll get something extra out for BLG.
A very respectful flash, because if that stun had landed, that was built over Peacemakers, that was your little snap traps, that was an ace in the hole, and you would have been dead. So that speaks to the experience and expertise of these players, but I wanted to talk about that interaction with Pantheon and Xin Xiao, right? Depending on who pulls the ultimate first is how the interaction pans out. If you Pantheon ult in and then Xin Xiao repels you, happy days. But if you Xin Xiao Crescent guard and then the Panth ult comes through, unfortunately that does not work in your favor. Yeah, you go.
About to say, the Dragon still went the way, of course, of DK. Still see the grubs towards BLG, and they've got that 1,000 gold lead. But again, one of the things we've seen across the first two games was attempting to get that lead to snowball beyond 1 to 2,000 has been a challenge.
Like you say, 1,000 gold lead, but the grub's still up. That is that second jungle objective. The next Drake, 3.5 minutes away, because it was just taken. A lot of vision control happening around here, but Shun is where all of the gold advantage is for BLG. Both kills to his name. On, couple of assists, Viper with the one there, but look at the CS advantages. Showmaker still pulling away from Knight there, 20 CS, and that's what you would expect with that range in the melee matchup. Viper, though, 10 CS up over Smash. So both teams are winning in different lanes. Different win conditions are coming online. As we go to this replay, that beautiful Pantheon ult from the bush, it wasn't on any kind of vision, straight into the midst of DK. Nothing they could do to stop that from happening.
And I do love our observers giving us some of these cinematic outros. It's cool to see that. Have some fun with it indeed. And it's a nice moment there from Shun, who does get that kill. Of course, it's still the Dragon from DK, so don't hit too much. That is a good tempered fate, though. Shun's around. Showmaker, clutch. Flash.
Absolutely. We saw the vision, the tempered fate to lock down Showmaker. Shun was going to go in with that stun, but Showmaker's flash, instantaneous, prevents the play and definitely saves his own life there. But now, Showmaker critically, no flash for 5 minutes. He's a very immobile mage.
And all the while, reminded while that Dragon fight was happening, Shun was on the grubs. So actually, now he goes and finishes them up, gets that third one. Bin potentially in danger here as he's overheated and stunned up, teleporting out to safety. No CC from Shiwu.
I'm sorry, that was brilliant, because he knows there's no CC, right? So the moment that comes through, he's like, I'm going to TP out of here. You don't have the damage to finish me. You've just comboed off. I'm A-okay. These are the kinds of plays that make and break fights, and this is why he's earned himself the nickname Giga Bin, because it's just these creative plays, these different angles that you just do not expect that change how it plays out. But Lucid trying to invade on the jungle here. On will spot it out and try and repel them.
There's the smite away, and Lucid gets that one at the very least. Still a gold lead, and the teleport behind. Hang on, DK. This might get a bit spicy. It's the Silas coming on in. On over the wall with the magical journey. Shun here. They don't pull the trigger too much further, and that'll be DK able to get out. BLG looking for a little something, but can't quite find a kill or a pick.
Yeah, the timing just a little bit off there from BLG. I like the call, I like the initiative, the proactivity to try and get that team fight in that mid lane, because they know Showmaker didn't have the flash either. But DK playing respectfully, they've just backed away and there was nothing left for BLG to get. Has been trading into Shiwu on this top side.
That they are. Lucid on his Krugs, overcomes Knight, looking for damage. That's big blast cone away. Tempered Fate means the scout of the week does nothing. Showmaker no flash, but wait, Knight super deep. Needs to potentially turn this around and go Shun with that W. Buy some time, the magical journey out. DK defend, and now actually maybe can run at BLG, who've gone very deep to make this attempt on Showmaker's life.
No, Viper's here as well. It's a numbers advantage over to BLG if DK keep pushing forward, but I think they're happy with that. So many resources committed his career there, just trying to offset the tempo recall from Knight, but a great sequence of plays from both teams. The numbers were there, the ultimates were there, but they were just able to juggle their health bars. Showmaker and Knight both went golden at the same time because of that tempered fate coming through from On, which bought DK the time to set up, robbing the initiative from BLG.
Gold in the bot lane is near even. 91 to Viper is hardly anything to speak about at this point. interrupt there onto Showmaker as he was looking to reset. Is still farming well, and again, Syndra is so potent, it feels like right now. And Showmaker, over the years, how many incredible Syndra games have we seen from this man?
So many, and when you get to that 100 charge, you get that execute, it comes online, you become so much deadlier as the next Drake of the game. Our second Drake has spawned here at the 13-minute mark with the Rift Herald a mere minute away. This game, after those 2 kills in the early, has stayed so close. DK not willing to give over any gold, any objectives, any kills. BLG hunting, fishing, poking, trying to find a weakness in the defense that DK is putting up right now, but DK, they know this is the last effort. They have to win.
Dragon is alive, 50 seconds on Herald. Lucid in the river first, but On and Viper currently tussling with Smash and Korea over vision control. You can see Knight has made the roam up through the river.
Yeah, look, a river is a great place to roam as well. Wide open spaces, a little bit of water, just something to refresh, a bit of play happening.
Tempered Fate on both. Billy Gaming, the traps are there. It's sprung, and the bot lane collapses from D+ Kia.
BLG found their angle, but they're not done yet.
Lucid in danger. The Crescent Guard gets him out to safety. Alas, the same is not true from Smash and Korea. The crowd begins to erupt behind them. The BLG fans smell blood in the water.
On with the Tempered Fate on 2 to start it all off. Viper with the follow-up on the snap traps to get the lockdown. Knight responded as well. A fantastic sequence of plays coming out of Billy Gaming to get themselves a priority on the Drake.
The thing is, though, they take so much damage doing it that despite the numbers advantage, they don't feel confident sticking around. They still get the Dragon. D+ Kia find a silver lining.
Yeah, silver linings are better than no linings, that's for sure. I would like that, please, and thank you very much. They are on their second Drake. Their Dragon stacking has begun. It's that Hex Tech, it's that Cloud, so a little extra movement soul, but it will be an Infernal Soul, which I have to imagine that Smash on that Lucian will value so heavily. But Viper on the other side would also value that equally, that extra chip, that extra poke. But let's take a quick look at the vision control here, because it looks like a fight's about to break out around the Rift Herald. DK, they've got some vision, but BLG, they're here first.
With that reset after the double picks, and the fact they didn't contest that Dragon means they can come up to contest this Herald instead. Showmaker is on vision and is now in danger. Does have the flash, maybe has to burn it. The Cosmic Binding, the Rocket Belt in, the Ace in the hole, and Knight claims a scalp.
And that's the vision I was about to talk about up in that top lane. Showmaker, unaware, was trying to be patient about it, but we go back to this replay, and here's the beautiful Tempered Fate. Unfortunately, unable to get out of that one. The snap traps, Knight is there, Viper is there. It's 4v dead, and they take the fight convincingly, but we're still not done.
Tempered Fate land onto Korea, but they didn't manage to quite get the trap underneath him. Arm on, over the wall. The Locket keeps him alive, but elsewhere, Shiwu with a solo kill on Bin. Out through the magical journey goes Lucy, gets trapped, gets stunned pretty low, but not taken out. Shun is on top of Shiwu, trying to get some vengeance for his top laner. A smite and a Comet Spear. Ensure it's a 1-for-1.
Yeah, Shun able to get Shiwu back. That is DK finally on the board with kills there too. Shiwu getting the better of Bin, but Bin did enough damage that Shun was like, you know what, I'm going to commit my ult. I'm going to go down there and get that kill, because the rest of BLG were able to take that fight with the team fight that DK put together, and we'll see this one again. Bin just wanted to clear a ward out, but Shiwu saw the angle, saw the opportunity, and look at the health difference here. Shiwu is still sub 50%, chipping away, poking away at Bin, and in this extended fight, even eats an equalizer to boot, flashes away. Bin just feeling so confident he gets comboed under the turret. Down he goes.
Bin giveth, Bin taketh away. We've seen a little bit of that from both our top laners this series. Bin and Shiwu have had very high highs and a few lows to go with them. Make no bones about that one. Knight does get that bot lane tier 1 as we come out of the replay, and BLG now find themselves up 4.1 thousand gold. That's a lot more meaningful.
Yeah, and at 17 minutes, it is significant. Both objectives will be coming back up and around the same time in around 2 minutes here as well, so there's a bit of a split play that could possibly come up here. Oh, yeah,
Showmaker does manage to force of will away that red buff, but the smite is a little early. That does mean, however, that BLG still don't secure it.
Yeah, good job there, Syndra being able to use that to pull the red buff away. But we look at the CS, Bin has some lead. We see Showmaker still up, but Viper up over Smash, so he's definitely caught up. Has that 1.2k gold lead, as does Knight, as does Shun. So it's gold leads abound here for BLG, except in that top lane where Shiwu was able to secure that 1 kill onto Bin.
You can see all of those gold leads, Viper, Knight and Shun leading the way by significant margins. They're in fantastic positions. I think Viper as well with that BF sword and that pickaxe in inventory can't be miles away from an Infinity Edge, especially considering Smash has already completed his. I'll note, however, that Viper has gotten the steel caps as the Caitlyn, where it's just brown bags right now for Smash.
Yeah, that's it. And the Essence or even Navarro Flickerblade are a little bit cheaper than an Infinity Edge Hex Optics as well. So that's why it's going to take Viper a little bit longer, despite having that 1.1k gold advantage. And like you said, completed boots versus not completed boots. On looking for more.
Doesn't throw the Tempered Fate, was trying to see whether someone overstepped. Won't happen. Minute until Dragon and Smash in Korea manage to hold their nerve, and BLG don't decide to pull the trigger.
That's it. Both teams have 4 flashes on either side as well, so there's so much mobility, so much movement. Surely they want to try and fish it. Green angle.
The abscond, the abduct, and Showmaker has to scatter. Just about keeps himself alive. Knight smelled a kill there and can't quite get what he was looking for.
Well played by Showmaker to live there, but such a fantastic angle from Knight. The patience, he saw Showmaker alone and was like, I can take you 1v1, and he very nearly did if it wasn't for that stun coming through. But we're back to normalcy somewhat. We've got the Baron up in 15 seconds, the third Drake of the game in 30. So which team will go for what objective? I have to imagine DK will go for that Drake to try and get their third and get on to Soul Point. Because if you can get that Soul, that Infernal, you have a win condition online. Your damage is serious, almost exponentially improved, increased here.
Is going to have to go through the tier 1 here. Rocket Belt's away to drop some turret aggro. Knight looking for it, but they are therefore giving up this Dragon. Likely Knight flashes in, looking for the Abscond of Dog to get some damage down. That's good from the side of Shiwu. Knight left low, but not down. Keeps trying to heal. The Between Worlds is there. Across the Veil as well. Abscond, Abduct, the Kingmaker. Tries to make this work. This is a bad one from Shiwu at all. The 1v1, though, eventually goes the way of BLG's mids.
I feel like Shiwu did a great job there. Bin goes in, Equalizer dropped.
On to Lucid, all drop people as well. The jungler left at about half. Slight fumble of my words, but Lucid just about survives is the gist of it. Yeah. Towards the Dragon, though, go BLG.
That's it. They get that priority because they're able to poke the jungler of DK away. So they're going to be able to slow down DK's Dragon stacking here. They take the third Drake of the game, which is also an Infernal. But look at the damage as well. Shiwi putting in so much work at 14.5k.
Lucid again just threatened a little more, won't quite go down. Smash does try to go forwards there with a relentless pursuit. Flash in from On, gets the stun. Damage onto Lucid! And the jungler's dead. Korea now in danger. Knight over the wall, the Abscond, the Abduct. The damage keeps rolling. Scattered back, just about surviving a Showmaker. The damage can't quite be found. And they'll lose their mid-tier 1, but it's only the one member for D+ Gear, but everyone else on blinking health bars. Baron alive, but I don't think BLG feel quite that bold.
BLG take the life of Lucid and they take the mid-tier 1, so still a great fight for them, even if they didn't get everything that they wanted. Ben looking for an angle onto Shiwu here, having to play respectfully. But importantly, when that fight broke out, it was a 5v4. Shiwu was still dead from the previous fight over on the top side of BLG when Knight solo boloed him here. Shiwu just trying to clear some waves out, and the next objective still on the Rift is that Baron.
Soul Point denied, gold lead extended. No turret still for D+ Gear. This map is so frustrating for them to walk through, especially now that BLG with this Bard, with this Pantheon, can just turn up from very odd angles with magical journeys and tempered fates and grand starfalls to boot.
Yeah, that's it. There's a lot of playmaking ability on the side of Billy Gaming here. And we do take a look at the gold bounties that are up. Shun nearly 700, Knight 400, Viper 300. So these guys, there's a lot of standing gold. Shun is 5-0-1 right now and is matching the CS of Lucid too. Lucid unfortunately has died twice, so he has the Sundered and the Black Cleavers, but that's it. He hasn't completed his boots and he's half an item behind Shun, so there's a lot of power there in that Pantheon.
He's currently 2 levels behind as well. A camp should make that just the 1, but it's still not a great space to be in.
Yeah, Knight also having that half-level advantage over Showmaker right now. Almost everybody except the supports are on their second level of their ultimates, so the poke coming through is dangerous. Shadow Flame collected for Shiwu there as well. That could be a one-shot combo if they can find a fantastic angle.
Yeah, not quite the level 16 where the ult gets a bit stronger. Worth noting as well, Showmaker 2 stacks away of those Splinters of Wrath from that 100, and therefore the execute on the unleashed power. Maybe that can be a difference maker here.
We're fighting over the red buff again.
Syndra's over by tier 2, so she can't pull it away this time. But Lucid secures it nonetheless.
I was looking for that, I'm like, I don't see Showmaker. There's no way they're going to pull that buff away. But they bring the numbers and they get the red buff, which is now on Lucian. But they've got so much vision around the backside of this Baron pit. BLG has at least 4 wards in here. DK, they know it though. They're moving in to clear this vision out. So BLG have no information when they go for that Baron. We do see Knight though. He's lurking patiently, might be looking for another play on the Showmaker.
He has been trying to find these ambush moments from the bushes, from other spots, been very active on the map, down some CS, but still up in the gold, having been pretty active in general.
Yeah.
Half until Infernal Dragon.
I'm loving this game. We're 24 minutes in. It's a 6.5k gold lead to BLG. DK go in.
On's in danger, gets knocked up and immediately blasted. Signs of life.
On is wiped away from the face of the rift, but it's only a support. We've got Knight on the top side pushing in against that top side tier 2. DK forced to respond despite having that numbers advantage. There's no objective for them to go for on that bot side.
It's been too risky to go towards that Baron. I guess the tier 2 falls, so in the end it sort of becomes on for Baron. Lucid thinks about staying on the Gromp because I don't know about that. Too dark and too dangerous when it's full of Shun and Bin. Shiwu still in this top side, bot side rather, clearing away that wave, should be safe.
The rift is dark and full of horrors, and Lucid is gonna respect that one. He walks out of there, and Dallasly with his life, because Bin and Shun, they were there. They were ready to go after this jungler because the timing is great. With that Drake up in 45 seconds, now is the time you want to get those flashes. Now is the time you want to kill the enemy jungler and give yourself that key advantage in these objective fights. Baron's still up at the 25th minute though, no one looking for it.
I'm not seeing third items yet for BLG, and that means this is probably about as playable as it gets for D+ Kia in an even game state, assuming no mistakes. There is still Soul Point available if D+ Kia can get this, but they will need to secure it now, and they may just say, look, we can afford to give this one up and play to scale a little. Showmaker over that 100 stack.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, temper fake.
That's the one. Lucid left golden, not taken out. They don't full send. Look at Knight, though, on the flank angle. Yet to pull the trigger. D+ Kia unaware right now of the Silas, thinking about coming from the flank angle.
Yeah, Knight does have a fantastic flanking angle. They've got wards down the DK. See him coming.
Smash slides away. Good relentless pursuit to escape. Flank dissuaded.
Yeah, there's a 1v1 happening on the bot side at the same time, though. Shiwu and Bin looking to try and tussle, get some advantage here. Cullen goes
down.
out.
On's left low, but not down, surviving for now, but it's 5% HP if that D+ Kia. Maybe that's enough. They're in the river.
It feels like any fight could go any way here, and if you win, I know we're 26 minutes in, but it feels like it would decide the game because of the way these two are tussling, the way these two are fighting, conserving their gold for these items. ZK Smash, he's trying to push in, get some priority there. First to the Drake here. They've got the vision control and in the position.
6,000 gold down, but with On sent back, it feels like D+ Kia might have an angle. A narrow one perhaps, but it's there. D+ Kia waiting in that bush, seeing with the Knight face checks. He's got a breath of life to immune some of the CC. Dragon down to 3,000.
There's so many layers to this fight. There's players everywhere.
Oh, it's taken by the Syndra Scout of the week. That gets Soul Point, but the fight after danger. Lucy just about to survive it now. Flashing from On, they can't quite get the kill. And they get out alive.
The great heist of EWC 2026 just happened before our eyes. DK, they get the third Drake. They are on Soul Point and they get away with their lives. It only costs an ultimate and a flash. You've got to be happy with that. But the Baron is up for the taking. Surely BLG want to look for this.
They've certainly rotated a few members over for DK though. Soul Point secured. Can they survive another 4.5 minutes? Can they pull off the game one again? It's a bigger gold lead they're up against. It's a more frustrating team, I would argue, in the later stages to manage, but the hope stays alive. The game isn't done. The fight wasn't lost. The Dragon is secured.
Bin patiently waiting in these bushes. Shiwu surely knows what's up. He's advancing forward. Bin's getting ready here.
Look at Shun, he's coming down really fast, trying to get here to be in range for a Grand Starfall. Ult for ult as it stands, the Rocket Belt in, looking for another one of the Electro Harpoons and a flash. Shiwu in danger, flashes in turn.
Flash for flash, you've got to be happy with that. Shiwu stays alive, but a great patient play from Bin there, trying to take out a member of DK, trying to claw back any advantage here. BLG, they've maintained this 6.5k gold lead now for quite some time. DK doing an excellent job.
Was nearly in danger there. Knight over the wall, thought about it. The abscond was used, but the abduct was held. And Lucid gets to put those wards away.
And that's it. Shun still 5-0, hasn't died. Knight hasn't died. Viper hasn't died. The significant, serious damage dealers haven't died. And Shun just picked up a GA. He's never going to die, barring some miraculous mistake coming out of these players here. DK up against it. Vision control coming through around the backside of that Baron pit. They have to know that Baron is a serious objective. If they don't get it soon, in 3 minutes time, it's going to be, do you go for that Baron or do you go for that Soul?
3 items for Knight, 2.5 for Bin, 3 for Shun. The AD carries are at least matched, but this is a difficult position for D plus Kia with that item discrepancy.
And something of worth note as well, DK have not taken a single turret of BLG's. BLG can push up hard, heavy, and fast.
On court, the unleashed power! Showmaker scatters on and he is left weak at the knees.
Numbers advantage to DK and they know it. They're going to advance here in this mid lane. There's a 1v1 tussle on that bot side over there, but DK know that they can strike now. Like you said, before those 3 item completions come through, but they're unable to get through the snap trap line of the Caitlyn.
Knight's being collapsed on. He's in a 5v1. Oh no! Arguably the best player in the world right now. So much danger. Goes Golden. Where is the rest of BLG? The Remember down and Knight in the mid lane is taken out by Smash.
DK are finding the angles. They're finding the ways in. They've cut the gold lead by 2k. They're not able to do anything with it right now, though. They are recalling. Lucid looking to clear the vision. BLG know that the jungler is certainly going to move over there, but they've got the wards. They can see the Baron. They know it's not under threat. They've got time.
Some cracks just beginning to show here, Logan. BLG were 6,000 gold up, but they lose the Dragon. They get picked off a couple members there as they're setting up in the mid lane. It doesn't cost them Baron yet, as On may be in a dangerous position himself, but does manage to just get out there with a magical journey.
Just wanted to get that ward down, nearly costing him his life. On has been caught twice now. If On keeps doing this, this could be the doorway for DK to get back in. And the more time Shiwu has, the more possible just an ult one-shot combo can take out the damage dealers of BLG here. Bin doing an excellent job of keeping Shiwu in lane though, so he's not able to get out onto the rift and have that impact. We take a look again at those turrets. Every single one of BLG's is still up. That's a lot of standing gold for DK to be able to catch up on if they're able to get them down, but the snaptrap lines prove defensive.
They are 40 seconds on the Soul. 5,000 gold is the advantage. Well, 4.5 now. Let's be fair to D plus Kia. It's more playable than it was.
Yeah, we did just see a TP coming through from Knight. He's just answering Shiwu on that bot side.
They're looking to get to Shiwu. They're looking to go onto the flank. Shiwu in danger. Between worlds he goes. He's trying to TP out. Knight interrupts. He absconds and he abducts with Shiwu's hope of escape. The blast cone is there, but there's a shield bolt. And the Aurora, well, she's rabbit meat. It's rabbit hunting season.
Shiwu trying to get those fancy feet, trying to buy time, but it was such a heads-up play from BLG to 2v1 onto Shiwu in that bot side. They do commit that ult, they do commit that TP, so they lose a little bit of mobility here, but it buys them that numbers advantage at the critical moment. That Drake is up, that Baron is up. BLG have started it, but I love that DK recognize it and they're not going to contest.
The problem is it's now 35 seconds and no teleport on Shiwu in the respawn. This is going to be a 5v4 around the Baron.
Yeah, and this is the intelligent gameplay coming out of BLG. They get the numbers advantage when both objectives are up so that they can take both of them with those serious numbers advantages. Siwu, 20 seconds left. BLG keeping DK away. They're getting vision control. They're getting priority.
on a flank, looking to potentially catch someone out as D plus Kia must enter the river, must get past these snap traps somehow, some way. It feels like this is their final moment. They must roll the dice, weight it against them, though it is.
Yeah, weighted against them because of the wallet differential, because of the hands they're coming through. The equalizer goes down.
It's dangerous, but Lucid chunked out. That's frustrating. That's your jungler. He's tempered fate. He's got no opportunity to get to the Baron. And BLG secure it for free. Knight in the mid lane. Flash away. The stolen between worlds. Viper takes out Lucid. Bingo's golden. Shiwu is here, though. Maybe they can pick up the Rumble, who flashes away. Showmaker with a shotgun. Scatter. Smash. Shuts down Viper. BLG on retreat. Need to get out. They have the Baron to their name, but D plus Kia don't go quietly at the end of the fight.
3 members of BLG get away with that Baron buff. It is Knight on the Silas, it is Shun on the Pantheon, and on that Bard, who will still be able to put in the work. They will still be able to siege the base of DK, but DK are still putting up a fantastic fight. That Baron power play, it's negative for BLG right now. Look at this snap trap line. DK cannot get over it. That equalizer, so much zoning, so much spacing coming through from BLG, and they don't even need to kill Lucid, they just need to stop him getting in, and that Tempered Fate did exactly that. But it's a bonus that they get his ultimate. It's a bonus they get that kill. And here's where DK turns it around. They force Bin to go golden. Scatter the Weak is fantastic because Shiwu's able to get over the wall and full combo Bin.
2 for 1, but the Baron to BLG. They will get to respawn. Knight here now. Look at Shu. Remember, still got the flash, but no teleport. Shun is here. The TP in from Showmaker. Looking for the angle. The Scout of the Week is there, and that puts Shun into a horrible spot. DK down Baron, down 4,000 gold, but still finding picks.
BLG overstepping, BLG getting overly confident here. They lose another Baron-empowered member of their team. They're only down to 2. DK have the numbers advantage here on this top side, and they are looking to drive it home. That is a massive wave. BLG forced to respond. A TP coming in from Bin.
Signs of life from DK, signs of panic from BLG. DK are not giving up easy. They have been so resilient across EWC, and here against one of the very best in the world are not going quietly. They were down 6,000 gold. They've been down Baron, and yet still they refuse to die.
That 6k gold lead cut down to 2. What was previously no turrets, they've picked up 3 of them. DK refused to go down here. They've got that vision control as well through their top side and BLG's top side, so they know what Shun is doing. He's back up in 2 seconds, but there's only 2 Baron-empowered members of BLG. They've been unable to do anything.
Tempers his own fate, it doesn't matter.
He's caught again.
Bin's in danger as well, he gets knocked up. Lucid! 0-3, it doesn't matter. Double for Showmaker.
DK get 2 members of BLG. There's only 1 Baron-empowered member, which is Knight. They've lost 4,000 gold.
The gold goes down to 1k alone. There is not just blood in the water, it's crimson in truth.
The TP, they're going for it. 5 members of DK are sieging the base of BLG.
The last hope of the LPL in danger of being snuffed out. 3v5 DK can maybe, just maybe do it. The wave clear is there. They'll back away. Inhibitor is there. Gold lead somehow for DK on the retreat now, but BLG, they had it in their hands. This game was theirs. The series was theirs. And they throw it all away.
DK not overstepping. They know the limits. They saw that snap trap. They knew they lost the wave and they had no more pushing power. They will take that recall. DK, after 36 minutes, have found their way back into this game. The gold is negligible. There's no difference here. Drake up in 30 seconds. It could be the Infernal Soul for DK if they're able to secure it. The next Baron, another 2 away. BLG, they have to get control. They have to get vision to prevent this Drake.
They're in the river first, but there are a couple wards here for DK. GA for Smash, GA for Lucid. Nearly full build for Smash, who was right back in it.
Yeah, 223, 400 CS there on that Lucian. Level 17. There's a level advantage for Knight over Showmaker, for Shun over Lucid, but Shiwu is level 20 over Bin as well. Advantages.
Scatter! They're getting onto 1 on left low, but not dead this time. They still managed to get down onto Shun, who is desperately low, 20% HP, and DK maybe again can keep on rolling. Shun will need to reset or find a camp to heal.
Knight's coming down though, it could be a pincer maneuver. He was able to push Shiwu away, who had to recall. The numbers advantage to BLG. They're just delaying, they're buying time for Knight to find a way in.
Trap
the
line is
Drake
there.
less than half.
On trying to keep the way, the jungler. He's gone golden. They need to win the spike fight, and it is won by Shun. The fight after, though, is another seed. And finally, the Aurora comes in. Buddy with a gun, shotguns down Viper. Bin and Knight alone have to hold the hopes of the LPL.
DK.
But it's going through their hands. Water, sand in the hourglass.
DK are doing it! DK are beating BLG, the LPL's #1 team, who came second at MSI 2026. It's 5 versus 1 for another 20 plus seconds.
To the Nexus they go. Bin alone is put in his namesake. The last hope of the LPL snuffed out. D plus Kia, go forwards.
Parlez-vous français, are you not entertained? EW 2026 last quarter final delivers an absolute monstrous series. BLG's key will now be crushed by D plus Kia.
One way or another, this team is magic. Sometimes it looks bad. Sometimes it gets you to a semi-finals. D plus Kia from 6,000 gold down, from a Baron down, take out LPL first seed, who not so long ago people were talking about a golden road for.
Well, they had a golden road, but it is going to be crushed here at EWC, and it will go into that boulevard of broken dreams with everybody else littered by the wayside as DK move up to the semi-finals tomorrow. I don't know how they did it. The fans don't know how they did it. They're crying. I'm about to cry because that was a win for all time.
The LPL's last hope goes home. BLG go home. D plus Kia manage a wonderful, wonderful series that will go down in EWC history. It's pretty special. You look at the players like Showmaker there. How many scatter the week did that man find? How good has this man been for so long?
And if I may say, as my last game here at EW26, and I believe yours as well, Initialize, it has been a pleasure. It has been a joy getting to cast with you all week, but this game as well. What a special moment to share here at EWC 2026 at the Kadir City Battleground to watch DK come back against BLG.
It feels like every match that's played here is a 50-50 chance it's an upset. Everyone and anyone can lose. It was going to be a tough schedule for so many of these teams who had MSI so recently, but for D plus Kia, the magic continues, the run continues.
Guys, thank you for
Valdez
hanging
in
out
the desk.
today.
Take it away.
We will be back tomorrow with the semifinals.
Thank you so much, guys. I can hardly believe my eyes and my ears as D plus Kia come back from over 6,000 gold behind. I was watching that game, and I still don't know how they managed to do it. But D plus Kia are moving on to the semifinals against GENG tomorrow. Just incredible stuff. BLG had a massive lead, and again, from so far ahead, you know, there's always two sides to every story. D plus Kia, huge props to them, but BLG feels like they dropped the ball a little bit here, gentlemen.
Yeah, I mean, I think that Yamato was right. Like, BLG is really good at losing this type of the game. It's so random. They were so ahead in only game, but it's just like really crazy that like there's so many factors that came in once that it actually make me able to DK can actually come back. Like it wasn't even like one. It was like so many plays that were so blunder for BLG. But the thing is, like, I think today also I think DK the main reason why I think the DK were actually on the form. Not like, you know, like this is a kind of, I would say, like what DK can bring if the enemy teams are not actually making clean game. Like this team has a momentum that actually win against good team. Like just look at the squad. Like Showmaker's there. It's like he's still playing like so well in the entire this series. And I think this Syndra was like actually really nice pick against this many melee champion for the draft wise. I think also she, especially like this game, I think he played quite well, and I think everyone really tried hard this game, so it was really good to see.
I'm glad you had so much to say, Huni, because I think if I say much more, there might be some problems. No. I'm thanking you, truthfully. I'm not going to really try to contain my disappointment in BLG. But what I will do is I very much will credit DK, because the overall experience difference between these two rosters is gargantuan. And to come back from what was realistically an insurmountable game state, gold lead, this is a game DK had no business winning in almost any reality, apparently, except this one. And you can see how much it means to those guys sat in that chair, and just the ability, and I would imagine the leadership from Showmaker coming through in so many of those moments. Shiwa as well, stepping up huge in so many picks.
It was funny because I remember I closed the Game 2 desk and I was like, I don't know, Showmaker's kind of running out of picks. Singer's very meta. He picks it up. I'm like,
tonight.
Oh yeah, like
tonight.
I think I should have probably known about that one, but yeah, I mean, just crazy stuff. I don't know how they managed it, and D+Kia, they surprised us once again. We are going to have Showmaker on the stage now, standing by with Kitty and Maddox. Take it away.
Welcome everyone for the post-game interview. By my side, Showmaker from DK. Congratulations for